Chapter 1: Buy a second-hand apartment, a second-hand car, and marry a second-hand woman. Lin Jin had good luck after his discharge from the army. The army leader introduced him to the Tianhuan group and he became the driver of the group's chairman, Li Longxiang. Although he was only a P4 senior specialist, the Tianhuan group was one of the top group companies in Jie province and one of the top 100 companies in the country, so the benefits were excellent. Lin Jin had no qualifications and no ambition, so he was free to drive for the leader. Nowadays, people are no longer willing to work hard. Everyone is just lying around. He also has no ambitions, thinking that saving some money, buying a second-hand house, a second-hand car, and marrying a second-hand woman, and living an ordinary life is pretty good. Li Longxiang has a busy schedule, and most of the time he is on planes all over the world, so Lin Jin usually has nothing to do and leads a carefree life, except that occasionally he will be woken up late at night to work overtime. For example, this time, he received a call from Li Longxiang, asking him to safely pick up his precious daughter from Oscar Club and bring her home. Li Longxiang's precious daughter is Li Ruoxi, 22 years old and a recent college graduate. She is a beautiful young woman with a stunning appearance. It is said that since junior high school, the roses she threw into the trash can every day could have filled the urban greenbelt with flowers. Li Longxiang also dotes on this daughter, and as soon as she graduated from university, he recruited her to work in the company as the M1 supervisor, saying that she would gain experience from the grassroots. But everyone knows that this is the little princess of the group, second only to one person and above everyone else. Today, the company is having a team building exercise, but she doesn't think it's exciting enough, so she drags everyone to Oscar's bar for a second round. After Li Longxiang learns about this, he urgently asks Lin Jin to escort the young lady home. When Lin Jin arrived at the Oscar booth, the stunning young lady was already drunk and slurring her words. Fortunately, they were all colleagues, and no one dared to take advantage of the young lady, so there was no danger. After saying hello to the colleagues around him, he helped the young lady walk outside the bar. Her body leaned almost entirely on Lin Jin's, and her body was so limp that she could hardly walk. Lin Jin could only hold her waist tightly and walk forward half carrying her, while Li Ruoxi also hung around his waist dazedly, almost like a pendant, and kept wriggling around. Her fair skin was smooth and delicate, as silky as the finest satin, and mesmerizing. Lin Jin opened the car door, grabbed Li Ruoxi's legs and stuffed her into the back seat. The young lady, wearing only a small suspender belt and denim hot pants, exposed a large area of snow-white skin, and her pair of plump, slender legs had a curvy, moving shape. He dared not look at her any longer, quickly closed the car door, turned around, and went to the driver's seat. In the rearview mirror, Li Ruoxi's eyes were glazed over, her pretty face flushed, her straight nose and slightly upturned sexy red lips sucking on her slender fingers like a baby. The world of the rich is really a world of excess. Lin Jin sighed, started the car, and drove off at breakneck speed. Before the car had even gone for a while, Li Ruoxi suddenly muttered, "It's so hard, I want to throw up." "Ancestor, don't throw up in the car." Lin Jin became anxious upon hearing this, and hurriedly turned on the hazard lights and pulled over to the side of the road, while also opening the car window. "If you throw up in the car, you'll have to pay for the cleaning yourself." Looking back, Li Ruoxi was already leaning over the car window, vomiting outwards. The posture was incredibly seductive, and from Lin Jin's perspective, it seemed as if a full moon was appearing before his eyes, incredibly perky. That image flashed through his mind like a bolt of lightning, shocking Lin Jin's heartbeat and causing him to hastily avert his gaze. He was a young man full of blood and passion, and he had no girlfriend, so how could he stand such stimulation? The key was that this beauty was absolutely off limits, otherwise if the chairman of the board knew, he would definitely lose his job. Lin Jin opened the car door, got out, lit a cigarette, and quietly admired the way the young lady vomited on the car window in the dark night. He had to admit that even when a beautiful woman vomits, it is extremely beautiful to watch. "Water, I want to drink water," Li Ruoxi muttered. Lin Jin took out a bottle of mineral water from the driver's cab, unscrewed the cap, and brought it to Li Ruoxi's red lips. He fed her a small half bottle before she recovered. After vomiting, Li Ruoxi recovered slightly and stopped vomiting. At that moment, Lin Jin's heart suddenly tightened, and he keenly sensed a dangerous aura in the darkness. He looked up, and two men in black masks, carrying sharp Nepalese curved swords, quickly walked over, and without a moment's hesitation, slashed at Lin Jin's chest. Lin Jin suddenly exerted himself, directly pushing the half-drunk, half-awake Li Ruoxi back to the back seat, quickly locking the car and closing the window. "Hey!" Li Ruoxi was pushed by this force and hit the back seat, and he shouted confusedly, not knowing what had happened. The next second, the blade was already close to Lin Jin's chest. Lin Jin took a slip step and avoided the blade at an unbelievable angle. Then he seized the guy's wrist and blocked the other knife wielder's fierce slash at his neck. These two robbers were extremely ruthless and their blades were deadly. After Lynchen blocked the fatal blow, he didn't hesitate, and grabbed the hair of one of the black-clad masked men and slammed him against the car window. Boom! The tremendous force cracked the shatter-resistant window into a circular dent. The guy's body collapsed limp, foaming at the mouth, with blood coming from his nose and ears. Lynchen scored a hit, listening to the sound to determine his position, avoiding the other guy's blade, and landing a fierce uppercut that hit the opponent's side ribs. Suddenly, the guy curled up like a shrimp, his machete falling out of his hands and landing on the ground unconsciously. He looked down and retched. At least 5 or 6 of his ribs were broken. In the distance, in the darkness, came the sound of hurried and chaotic footsteps. The two robbers actually had accomplices. Lynchen didn't know how many robbers were still hiding in the darkness, so he didn't dare to stay any longer. He quickly got into the driver's seat and drove away as fast as he could. The robbers behind him did not chase after him, and Lynchen drove all the way to the high-end residential area where Lee Ruwashi lived. She found the Lee family villa too far from the company, so she bought a house in the high-end residential area next to the company. The price per square meter here exceeds 6 digits, which can only be described as having money to spend as you please. Anyway, with Lynchen's current salary, he would have to work for 100 years and then borrow another 100 years from heaven before he could afford to buy it. Hey, wake up, we're home. After parking the car, Lynchen patted Lee Ruwashi's rosy cheeks to wake her up, who was already asleep in the back seat. Where is this? I'm not going home, I still want a drink. Lee Ruwashi said coquettishly with her eyes half open. Drink your sister. Lynchen shook his head and still half-carried, half-held her out of the back of the car, and quickly sent this little brat back. It was bad enough to encounter a robber and get blood all over yourself. Chapter 2. At least I saved you, and I didn't take advantage of you, what more do you want? Lee Ruwashi had woken up, but she was still in a drunken state. In the elevator, she was wrapped around Lynchen like a vine, and she could feel the scorching heat coming from his soft, boneless body. Lynchen lowered his head, and in front of him was indeed a charming, rosy, pretty face, with delicate features. Her starry eyes were half open and half closed, and her gaze was mesmerizing. Lee Ruwashi murmured, her pair of white lotus arms hooked around Lynchen's neck, her body hanging from him like a sack. The intoxicating fragrance mixed with the smell of alcohol was mesmerizing. Lynchen dared not move, as he had a headache. There was surveillance in the elevator, and if Li Longshan got a whim to check the surveillance, he would be in trouble even if he had a mouthful of excuses. When they arrived at Lee Ruwashi's front door, Lynchen grabbed her finger and used her fingerprint to unlock the door, then picked her up and carried her directly into the bedroom, where he threw her onto the big velvet bed. Lee Ruwashi's bedroom was pink and princess-like. Despite her usual pride, like a swan, she still had a princess dream inside. There were a lot of cute dolls piled up on the 2-meter-long bed, and she grabbed one and held it in her arms. The small halter top and tiny shorts don't have much fabric at all, and just lying there in a random pose is enough to make a person's blood boil. Her fair skin, long slender legs, and enchanting sleeping posture are filled with a seductive power in the orange warm light of the bedroom. Lynchen is a normal man, and at this time, he also feels a little dry in the mouth. He swallows and pulls the thin quilt over her, but in the next second, he is kicked away by Lee Ruwashi, who feels hot. Forget it, just let her be. Lynchen also doesn't bother to care. He looks around. The luxurious modern decoration style, smart home. What is a bit surprising is that the open dining room is actually connected to the bathtub. Usually, after cooking some food, you can just eat while taking a bath, which is quite an innovative design. Lynchen looked at the blood that had splashed on him, which had already coagulated. He was not sure who these robbers were. Were they highway robbers or were they targeting Lee Ruwashi? If they were targeting Lee Ruwashi, then she, who was drunk and unconscious, might still be in danger. Lynchen hesitated for a moment. In order to keep his easy and well-paid job, he decided to stay and guard her for the night. So it's quite difficult to earn a capitalist's salary, but if you don't work hard, you have to work hard to find a job. Lynchen took the job and could only do a good job. He settled down and went to the bathroom to take a shower, and took the opportunity to wash and dry his shirt and pants. The bathroom was full of a pleasant aroma, and Lynchen couldn't bear to look at the colorful little cloth pieces hanging there. Finding a blanket, he decided to make do on the sofa in the living room for the night. In the morning, a familiar sense of danger came to mind. Lynchen opened his eyes a crack and saw, first of all, a small, white foot directly on his chest. Looking up, he saw a beautiful face with angry curves. Li Ruoshi, holding a golf club against Lin Jin's head, said coldly, "Lin Jin, be honest, what did you do to me last night?" Lin Jin winced, touched his nose and said, "Miss, you drank too much last night. Your father asked me to bring you back. Why didn't you leave when I brought you back? It was like this. I met robbers on the road last night. I'm not sure if they were targeting you." "Robbers? You're quite good at making up stories." "I can swear that a man's oath is the most worthless. Did you look at me naked last night? Did you take advantage of me?" "No, no, absolutely not. I can swear, no. I can swear." Li Ruoshi suddenly changed to a seductive expression again, leaned closer to Lin Jin and said, "I have such a good figure, and I was drunk and confused. Didn't you have any thoughts at all?" "Not really." Lin Jin glanced at Li Ruoshi's good figure and hastily added, "But I really didn't do anything." "Why should I believe you?" Li Ruoshi asked in return. "Believe it or not, I did save you last night, and I didn't take advantage of you, so what else do you want?" Lin Jin said angrily, pushing the golf club aside. "Last night, I risked my life to save you, and then with extraordinary perseverance, I restrained my impulses. I was afraid that she would be in danger again, but I didn't expect to be interrogated like a prisoner in the morning. Even the Buddha is angry." Li Ruoshi froze for a moment, put away the golf club, and said, "Okay, I'll believe you for now." She frowned and asked, "You said you encountered robbers last night?" Lin Jin nodded and said, "Yes, a group of robbers, all armed with weapons. I fought off 10 or so of them alone and fought my way back with you, bleeding to death." Lin Jin quickly added a bunch of embellishments, saying that this was a good opportunity for a pay rise and that he couldn't let it go. "Okay, stop bullshitting. Do you think you're Superman, fighting 10 enemies at once?" Li Ruoshi said this, but her attitude also eased. She vaguely remembered that after she threw up on the car, Lin Jin got into a fight with someone. "Believe it or not." Lin Jin shrugged and helped. "Anyway, you must have touched my body. Who knows if you took advantage of the situation. I will investigate this matter thoroughly." Li Ruoshi said with her arms folded, with an arrogant face that would never admit to being wrong. Lin Jin muttered under his breath, "Big-breasted and brainless." "What did you say?" Li Ruoshi's eyebrows shot up, glaring at Lin Jin. "I said you have no brain." Lin Jin stood up from the sofa, revealing his toned abs. His clothes were all hanging out to dry on the balcony. The sudden visual impact made Li Ruoshi blush a little, and she subconsciously took a step back to make way. Lin Jin went to the balcony to collect the laundry, put it on, and finished packing. He was too lazy to argue with her anymore, so he simply pulled open the door and walked out. "Where are you going?" Li Ruoshi asked subconsciously. "To work, young lady, to your father's company to work, you have to punch in." Lin Jin snapped back, turned around, and slammed the door. When Li Longxiang is not at the company, according to the requirements of the personnel department, Lin Jin, as a small P4 employee, must also punch in and out on time every day. Although he didn't have any specific work to do, he still had to punch the clock on time to indicate his arrival and departure. Employees from P1 to P4 did not have individual offices, and they all worked in the cubicles in the lobby. Lin Jin's desk was in the corner, and he was bored, blowing on the air conditioning and playing small games on the computer. He was leading a carefree life, waiting for death. Ding Shuwei, who was sitting at the next desk, leaned over and said, "A new person is coming today, a beautiful woman. According to internal information from HR, she is absolutely stunning." Ding Shuwei is a single guy with an extremely strong secretion of hormones. He is also the gossip king of the company, and it is a waste of talent not to be an intelligence officer. After a while, a colleague from HR brought a beautiful woman over. Lin Jin curiously glanced at her a few times and realized that she was indeed a beautiful woman. She had a plump and slender figure, with the right amount of fat in the right places and the right amount of lean in the right places. She had an absolute S-shaped curve, and because she was so full, when she walked, her body would tremble like ripples in the water, which was very attractive. Chapter 3: Do you believe I can get my father to fire you? For mature men, this slightly plump figure actually beats the popular skinny and lowly beauty, and those in the know understand. She looks about 25 or 26 years old, with a slightly baby-faced face, mature with a hint of innocence. And there is a big advantage, which is that her skin is really very fair, almost as white as a newborn baby. Girls with fair skin actually score extra points. Mature women with good looks, figures and fair skin can be considered natural beauties, and they make many men lose their immunity instantly. The new colleague introduced herself. Her name was Bai Shanshan. She had been transferred from a branch office to work in the planning department. She was currently a P3 staff member. I don't know which hothead asked out loud, is she single? Bai Shanshan nodded with a rosy face, and suddenly there was a cheer around her. I don't know what they were cheering about, as if they had already got her. Alas, Ding Shuwei next to her suddenly let out a sigh. Lin Jin turned his head with some confusion, and his questioning gaze fell on him. Ding Shuwei leaned closer and said, "Damn it, she's from the planning department." Xia from the planning department is no good. He likes to molest his female subordinates. I heard that a female college student who graduated and interned in the planning department got pregnant by Xia and caused a scene at the company. Later, it is estimated that she settled it with money. Lin Jin shook his head with a smile. He had heard about old Xie. The old guy really wasn't a good bird. It seems that there was some kind of relationship. He didn't get him after a few incidents, and now he is still the head of the planning department at the level of M3 intermediate manager. However, it has nothing to do with Lin Jin. Everyone keeps their distance. Although he is a driver, he is directly under the chairman's office, and the chairman's driver, who dares to offend, is enough for them to suffer from just a little eye drop. Although Lin Jin is a P4 level employee, the M level managers usually bow and scrape when they see him. He plays computer games at work and no one dares to stop him. However, there are people who can control Lin Jin, such as his immediate supervisor, Bai Bing, the manager of the board office. Bai Bing is a true workplace elite. She is in her 30s, unmarried, and has an impressive resume. She graduated from an Ivy League university with a master's degree in finance and once made a name for herself in the world's top financial center, Wall Street, based on her personal abilities. It is said that at the time, she worked for a top Fortune 500 company and earned over $1 million a year. Later, she was somehow won over by Li Longxiang and joined Tianhuan as the manager of the board of directors and a financial expert. Bai Bing is beautiful, keeps a very slim figure, is usually cold and unemotional, and works with great determination. She belongs to the iron-blooded faction and will argue if she doesn't agree with someone. Several vice presidents have been argued with by her and dare not show their teeth. There is some gossip that Bai Bing and Li Longxiang seem to have an emotional entanglement, which is why they gave up high salaries abroad and were recruited by Tianhuan. Anyway, one is unmarried and the other is divorced, and both are single. Whether it's true or not, it's none of anyone else's business. She is the only person in the entire company who will give Lin Jin chores to do, which makes the boss Lin Jin unhappy, but the assessment is in her hands, as if she has a hold on Lin Jin's life. He was playing a game when his phone rang, from an unfamiliar number. After answering, Lin Jin was surprised to find that it was Li Ruoshi calling. "Lin Jin, I'm shopping at Golden Eagle. I'll give you 15 minutes, come and pick me up right away," Li Ruoshi said in a commanding tone. Drip. Lin Jin hung up the phone without hesitation, not for a second. "Are you kidding me? I'm the driver of the chairman, not the daughter of the chairman, and you're using me as your personal driver?" And this arrogant young lady, Lin Jin doesn't want to serve either. The phone rang again, and Lin Jin simply blocked it, and his ears were quiet. Harassing calls, right? Damn it. I have to answer a dozen of them a day. In the era of big data, I don't know how many times my personal information has been sold. Ding Shuwei quickly chimed in again to complain. Lin Jin continued playing the game, but he didn't expect that after a while, Bai Bing came over in person. "Lin Jin, go to the Golden Eagle building to pick up Li Ruoshi. Your job today is to accompany Li Ruoshi on the inspection," Bai Bing said to Lin Jin in an icy manner, with a hint of intriguing meaning in her eyes. Since he was under the same roof, he had no choice but to bow his head. In order to earn some salary and complete his life of second-hand cars and women, Lin Jin had no choice but to drive the company's business Mercedes-Benz out. The glass of the chairman's car was smashed by Lin Jin with a robber's head and is still in the repair shop. When he arrived at the Golden Eagle International building, he saw Li Ruoshi standing there with an impatient look on her face. Next to her was a shopping mall security guard pushing a cart full of a dazzling array of goods. Lin Jin drove up to Li Ruoshi and opened the trunk. The shopping mall security guard carefully put the goods Li Ruoshi had purchased in one by one. Li Ruoshi was wearing a black halter neck dress today, still in a bold style, with a platinum cross necklace hanging around her snow-white neck. Although Lin Jin didn't have a good impression of her, he had to say that Li Ruoshi was indeed a beautiful creature. Her stunning looks and devilish figure could make many women feel ashamed. She was like an angel favored by heaven, possessing perfection in everything. "What's taking so long? Why did you come in this broken-down car?" Li Ruoshi frowned, showing her inner dissatisfaction. Even when she was angry, she was still breathtakingly beautiful. Lin Jin was a little speechless. A business Mercedes worth over $1 million was called a broken-down car by Li Ruoshi. This little princess born with a silver spoon was really rich. You can ride or not. Lin Jin didn't indulge her either and retorted directly. Humph. Do you believe I can make my father fire you? Li Ruoshi threatened directly. That's something we'll have to wait and see when your father gets back. Lin Jin was a bit speechless. The young lady is really difficult to please. Fine, just follow me in your car. Let's go to the outlet mall. Li Ruoshi did not continue the argument. She extended her slender hand and pressed the car key. Next to her, a fiery red Ferrari SF90 slowly opened its scissor doors. This young lady is actually not satisfied after buying so many things. Her shopping desire has literally changed. Lin Jin drove the car and followed the SF90 to the outlet mall, following the rich young lady as she shopped. Fortunately, for VLP Gold Card users like Li Ruoshi, the mall will send specially assigned staff to push the shopping cart behind them, so Lin Jin doesn't have to carry anything. Li Ruoshi came to the outlet mall mainly to select some perfumes and cosmetics, but she really is a spendthrift when it comes to shopping. She often waves her hand and says lightly, "Pack it all up." True VIP shopping is not about picking items from store to store, but about sitting in the VIP lounge and having a dedicated shopping guide bring the goods over for her to choose from. So Lin Jin was just sitting around bored, watching the young lady shop, without having to run errands for her. If you set aside Li Ruoshi's arrogant young lady personality, and just quietly admire her, to be honest, she is still quite eye-catching, especially when you focus on her profile as she looks at the goods. It really is a killer profile. Oh, what a good day. I actually got to meet the beautiful Miss Ruoshi. What luck. A slightly oily male voice came from the doorway. A tall man wearing an Italian casual suit walked into the VIP shopping room accompanied by the shopping guide manager. Chapter 4, Fists and Feet Have No Eyes, I Hit Harder. The man who spoke was tall, about 185 centimeters, with his hair neatly combed and in perfect order. His face was quite handsome, with a feeling of a carefree gentleman. However, his nose was slightly humped, and his lips were also a bit thinner, giving him a somewhat gloomy appearance. He was followed by 2 bodyguards. The corner of his mouth curled upwards, revealing a trace of a devilish smile, and his eyes stared straight at Li Ruoshi, saying, "Ruoshi, the air is filled with a faint, sweet fragrance, intoxicating." Seeing the man in front of her, Li Ruoshi's face clearly showed disgust. She said coldly, "Han Chanshu, why are you like a persistent ghost, always hanging around me? It's annoying. Ruoshi, you're breaking my heart when you say that. Our meeting is fate, it's called a 1,000-mile encounter." Han Chanshu still smiled and said to Li Ruoshi, not at all concerned about her attitude towards him. "Get out of the way, don't ruin my mood for shopping." Li Ruoshi said unceremoniously. "If Ruoshi tells me to get out, that would be an honor for me, but I really am here to shop today, picking out a birthday present for my mom. You know my mom is turning old soon, and you'll come congratulate her then." Han Chanshu still maintained a good temper and said, "The Li and Han families are old friends, and the 2 families are business partners with a deep friendship." Li Ruoshi was often taken to the Han family by her parents when she was young, and she and Han Chanshu have known each other since childhood. However, Han Chanshu is 9 years older than her, and the 2 did not have much interaction when they were young. Han Chanshu has always been a bachelor, charming and suave. Later, he happened to meet Li Ruoshi from university and was immediately taken with her, wanting to marry her. Although both families were somewhat interested in this, Han Chanshu had a bad reputation and Li Longxiang never made a formal statement. Han Chanshu didn't care about any of this and unilaterally began to passionately pursue Li Ruoshi, even meeting him when Li Ruoshi went traveling abroad. However, Li Ruoshi didn't feel anything for him at all, and he never gave him a chance, which made him feel very resentful. Han Chanshu glanced at Lin Jin sitting next to him out of the corner of his eye, and didn't pay any mind to this man next to Li Ruoshi. Lin Jin was wearing a whole set of street-sourced goods, a crumpled white shirt that had been washed until it was yellowish, work pants, and even a white sneaker, giving off a whole aura of a loser. Although he is a young man, he must be either a driver or a bodyguard, and definitely not a competitor. So Han Chanshu simply chose to ignore him. "Ruoshi, help me pick a gift for my mother, and I will pay for all your purchases here today," Han Chanshu said to Li Ruoshi with a smile. Li Ruoshi sneered and said coldly, "Am I a beggar? Do I need a reward from you, Master Han? Please, just go wherever it's cool, and don't hover around me like a fly, it's annoying." Han Changshu's mouth twitched a little, and his expression finally changed a little. He said in a different tone, Ruwashi, why do you hate me so much? A lot of things are just the result of those unscrupulous self-media catching wind and catching shadows. I admit that I do like to have fun a bit, and which young person doesn't like to have fun? But having fun doesn't mean being indiscriminate. I'm also a good man who loves his wife and takes care of his family. Stop, stop, stop. It doesn't matter what kind of person you are, Han Dajuan, and I have no feelings for you. Li Ruwashi said directly. No feelings for me? Do you like this kind of person around you? Han Changshu looked at Lin Jin with disdain and said. Damn it, this can also be a target. You argue as you like, what does it matter to me? Lin Jin frowned, a little dissatisfied in his heart. Li Ruwashi looked at Lin Jin and suddenly thought of something. He changed his expression and smiled and said to Han Changshu, Young Master Han, I heard that you are very good at fighting. What kind of champion did you win in the United States? Champion of the National Fighting Club competition. I am a true boxing champion, not the domestic rubbish with three-legged cat kung fu. Han Changshu said confidently. If you fight my driver and win, I'll give you the opportunity to buy me dinner tonight. Li Ruwashi said. Han Changshu's eyes lit up, his face showing an expression of excitement, as he stared at Lin Jin and said, No problem, don't worry, I won't beat up your driver, he still has to drive for you. But if you lose, then disappear from my sight immediately, and walk around the block when you see me in the future. Li Ruwashi continued. Ruwashi, you really don't like me, do you? Fine, I'll play with you, and show you what a real man is. Han Changshu didn't take Lin Jin seriously at all. He had absolute confidence in his own strength. Han Changshu had received professional training since childhood. The second generation of elites under elite education are actually very skilled. While studying in the United States, he trained hard in a fight club for a long time and won the championship of the fight club competition. Although it was an amateur competition, without a certain level of skill, it would be impossible to win. Lin Jin was a little confused. Why should he duel with someone else? Without hesitation, he refused, I won't fight. Han Changshu's face showed a mocking smile when he heard Lin Jin's refusal. Li Ruwashi stared at Lin Jin and said, You're pretty awesome, aren't you? You can fight more than a dozen robbers alone. I won't let you fight for nothing. If you win, I'll give you a prize of 100,000 yuan. Do you mean it? Lin Jin suddenly perked up. He can earn extra money at work, and there is such a good thing. Nonsense, not only will you get a 100,000 bonus, you will also get a promotion. Li Ruwashi said happily. Deal. Lin Jin nodded and agreed. Humph. Han Changshu was a little upset. It seems that he was looked down upon by a loser driver. What an ungrateful guy. He was determined to fix this bottom-feeding scumbag who didn't know his place. However, fists and feet have no eyes, and I will be relatively heavy-handed. In case I injure or disable Mr. Li's driver, I won't be held responsible, will I? Han Changshu said. No problem. Lin Jin nodded, which was exactly what he wanted. These rich second-generation kids would be a problem if they got hurt and came looking for trouble. There is a fitness and combat gym on the top floor of the outlet mall, which has a formal ring. Li Ruwashi directly booked the whole place. Han Changshu rolled onto the ring. He took off his shirt, revealing a fit upper body with muscles bulging out in blocks, comparable to a bodybuilder's. At 1.85 meters tall, with strong, bulging muscles, he really gave off a powerful sense of oppression. At this time, it was Li Ruwashi who became nervous instead. She whispered to Lin Jin, Are you sure? He is really capable. Li Ruwashi was really a little nervous. She just had a sudden urge to test whether Lin Jin really had the ability to fight off the robbers. Because she had drunk too much that night, she was pushed into the back row by Lin Jin and bumped into him. She vaguely saw someone fighting outside, and then she passed out with a hazy consciousness. But now, seeing Han Changshu's powerful aura and muscles, Li Ruwashi was afraid that Lin Jin would really appear before her with a bloody face and even become disabled. Chapter 5, Cut the crap, hurry up and pay up. It was easy. Lin Jin said with a smile. Li Ruwashi saw Lin Jin's relaxed expression and pursed her lips without saying anything else. Han Changshu mocked Lin Jin and cocked his finger, saying, Don't you dare come up? It's not too late for you to regret it. Just kneel down and kowtow twice and admit defeat. That's not necessary. Lin Jin pulled the rope on one side of the ring with one hand, rolled over onto the ring, and casually moved his wrist joints. Humph, Han Chongshu saw that Lin Jin really dared to get into the ring and snorted, "Boy, I advise you to be sensible. You don't have any thoughts for Li Ruoshi, do you? You inferior people should stop daydreaming." Lin Jin glanced at Han Chongshu and said, "Do we fight or not? What a lot of nonsense." Han Chongshu was choked by a sentence, his expression suddenly darkened, his eyes narrowed, exuding a chilling coldness. "Then there are no rules, if you can't get up, you lose." As soon as Han Chongshu finished speaking, he suddenly took a step forward, his toes tracing a fierce arc in the air, and directly kicked Lin Jin in the chest. Lin Jin avoided it with a slide step, his face expressionless. Wow, that was something. Han Chongshu missed his first strike, and suddenly twisted his waist, followed by a side kick, a quick and fierce kick to Lin Jin's waist. If this kick landed, his opponent would at least suffer serious internal injuries, and it was possible that he would be disabled, not to mention getting up. Lin Jin's body flashed, and he easily avoided it. "Are you a mouse? All you know is to hide?" Han Chongshu became excited after these two attacks, and his fists and feet were like a storm, going straight for the vital points. At this time, Lin Jin's figure swayed a little. This time, he did not choose to dodge, but instead quickly closed in on him, seized an opening in his opponent, and swung a punch at a tricky angle. This punch did not have much power, and it seemed to have only quickly grazed the opponent's jaw, but Han Chongshu's whole body stood there motionless, his eyes already rolled back, like a wooden carving. Li Ruoshi's eyes widened in disbelief, and he shouted strangely from under the ring, "Han Chongshu, are you stupid? He's already knocked me out." Lin Jin jumped straight off the ring, and at the same time, Han Chongshu, whose eyes were rolling back, fell straight over, crashing heavily onto the ring. His two assistant bodyguards hurriedly climbed onto the ring to rescue their master. "You won?" "I didn't see how hard you hit him," Li Ruoshi asked in surprise. "When you turn your head, hitting the chin can cause temporary blockage of blood vessels in the neck and concussion, which can cause fainting." Lin Jin explained a little professionally. "What did you do before?" Li Ruoshi asked suspiciously. "Cut the crap, hurry up, pay up." Lin Jin said anxiously, directly showing his payment code. "You." Lin Jin easily and happily earned 100,000 yuan. No wonder so many people like to eat soft food, it's really good for the stomach. Han Chongshu, who had fainted, was taken to the hospital by his bodyguard in an emergency. It wasn't a big deal, and he would be fine after a few days of rest with a concussion. After taking Miss Li home, she was probably tired and didn't make a fuss, so she let Lin Jin leave directly. Lin Jin originally wanted to go straight home, but he had to drive the business Mercedes-Benz back to the company, and there were still a few of his own deliveries in the office, so he had to go back to the company again. After parking the car, he took the elevator from the underground garage to the company. At this time, everyone had basically gone home from work. The economy was not doing well, and the company did not require overtime. The whole company was quiet, which made people feel a little uncomfortable. Lin Jin heard some strange sounds coming from inside the door of the head of the planning department's office as he walked past. "Minister Xia, no, you can't." A female voice that sounded a little panicked came from inside. "Ha?" Lin Jin was instantly attracted to the sound and leaned over to look through the gap in the shutter that wasn't closed tightly. The woman inside screaming was none other than the new beautiful colleague by Shanchan. Bai Shanchan had been forced into a corner by Xia the Baldy. The dog had his hands firmly grasping Bai Shanchan's arms, and a pig's mouth was desperately offering itself forward. He kept saying, "Shan Shan, I'm sincere about you. If you just submit to me, I'll guarantee you a green light for promotion along the way. No one will dare bully you." Everyone knew that Xia Baldy would target Bai Shanchan, but no one expected him to act so quickly, as if he were trying to force himself on her. Perhaps it was also because Bai Shanchan was so attractive. Girls with fair skin and a good figure are indeed very attractive. In addition, Bai Shanchan has a soft personality and is not good at saying no. Lin Jin saw several times that she was assigned to do odd jobs by her colleagues without any complaints. Perhaps Xia Baldy felt that Bai Shanchan was as defenseless as a little white rabbit, which is why he became so bold. Pop! Bai Shanchan accidentally knocked the teacup off the table as she struggled, and it fell to the ground. "Minister Xia, please, don't do this, I'll scream." Bai Shanchan was still doing her best to resist, twisting her neck to one side as hard as she could to keep Xia's piggy mouth away. "Scream if you want, everyone's gone for the day, it's useless." "Shanchan, I know your family's in a bad way, I'll give you 20,000, no, 50,000. Xia Baldy was back to his money-grubbing tactics. "No. I don't want your money. Let me go." Bai Shanshan's voice was already clearly tinged with tears. She suddenly let out a scream, and Siabaldi, who was already on fire, suddenly exploded, picking Bai Shanshan up in his arms and carrying her to the desk, preparing to use it as a bed. Seeing this, Lin Jin couldn't help but intervene. Although he didn't like to meddle in other people's business, he couldn't just stand by and watch as a girl was so brutally violated by the obnoxious Siabaldi. Bang! Lin Jin kicked the office door hard, and the loud noise startled Siabolu, who almost jumped in place. Bang bang bang! Lin Jin hammered his fist hard again, and the entire doorframe shook, causing dust to fall. This operation scared Siabolu inside a lot, and his mind suddenly cleared. If this matter really went to the police, he would not be able to get away with it. Bai Shanshan took the opportunity to break free from Se's grasp, and ran desperately to the front door, opened the locked door and escaped. After opening the door, she saw Lin Jin standing by the door. She froze for a moment, then blushed, lowered her head, and walked quickly forward, tidying her messy skirt as she walked. Lin Jin left without haste, turned and went to the elevator door, and in the corner of his eye saw the old man Siabaldi peek out and take a look. He looked surprised when he saw Lin Jin, but Lin Jin didn't care, he wasn't afraid of Siabaldi anyway. When they reached the elevator, it had just arrived, so Lin Jin got in with Bai Shanshan. As the elevator door closed, it locked the two of them in a confined space. Chapter 6, It seems like he's not very smart. Bai Shanshan looked like a frightened rabbit, her pretty face still a little dazed as she subconsciously stood in the corner of the elevator. Her hand was kept on her chest, as if to calm the surging waves within her, and she looked exceptionally endearing. Only after the elevator door had completely closed did she stroke her chest lightly, as if to calm her nerves. For a girl, what she had just experienced was truly a nightmare. Bai Shanshan was wearing a work suit today, a white shirt and a baggy skirt suit, except that this unisex work shirt did not fit her well. The buttons were almost popping off, and the feeling of them almost bursting gave an extraordinary visual impact. Perhaps it was this pure lust that stimulated Siabaldi, and that's why he couldn't help himself today. Bai Shanshan stood in the corner of the elevator, head down, her fair and pretty face as red as the evening sky. "Thank you," she whispered, biting her lower lip, still not daring to look up. This thank you made Lin Jin's heart flutter slightly. Looking at Bai Shanshan's crumpled white shirt and broken buttons, he unexpectedly felt a kind of seductive charm. "You're welcome. It's fine as long as you're okay," Lin Jin said politely. Bai Shanshan bit her lower lip, her eyes began to turn red, and crystal tears overflowed directly. I am not the kind of girl you think I am. Minister Xia told me to work overtime, I really didn't think he would do this," Bai Shanshan said with grievances. Lin Jin glanced at Bai Shanshan's chest. As the saying goes, she's got nothing but brawn. The old saying really makes a lot of sense. This girl really doesn't seem very smart. It's okay, that old guy is no good, you have to be careful in the future. Lin Jin had no other choice but to kindly remind her. Bai Shanshan nodded seriously. At this time, Lin Jin realized that the two of them were standing in the elevator and had forgotten to press the floor button. He quickly went up and pressed the first floor button. The elevator started moving downward. Lin Jin and Bai Shanshan did not speak again, quietly waiting for the elevator to reach the first floor. When the elevator reached the 9th floor, it suddenly vibrated violently. A sharp, loud grinding noise came from the elevator, and it suddenly plunged downward and got stuck, shaking violently. The lights in the elevator flickered, then suddenly went out, and only the emergency lights glowed a eerie green. "Ah!" Bai Shanshan let out a terrified scream. The elevator suddenly plunged downward, and she was terrified, instinctively clinging to Lin Jin. Her head buried itself in his arms like an ostrich seeking protection. Lin Jin's heart also skipped a beat. If the elevator had fallen, it would have been no joke. You would either die or be seriously injured. Fortunately, it seemed to have been stopped by the emergency brake, and the elevator hovered in the dark without continuing to fall. Bai Shanshan trembled all over, like a young bird alone in the cold wind. She clung to Lin Jin's arm and said shakily, "I'm scared." It's okay. Lin Jin, comforted by Shanshan, pressed the emergency call button in the elevator, but it was constantly not connected. There was no one in the security room today. Lin Jin had to call 110 and wait for rescue. A clicking sound of friction came from outside the elevator, which made Lin Jin frown. This accident was quite serious. If the elevator continued to fall, it would be dangerous. They must get out of the danger zone as soon as possible to ensure their safety. Lin Jin couldn't wait for help. He couldn't rely on other people for his life, he had to save himself. Bai Shanshan was still shaking. She was almost half paralyzed and couldn't stand up at all. This surprised Lin Jin a little. Normally, even if someone is scared, they wouldn't be this scared. I can't be in a dark, enclosed place. I have claustrophobia. Bai Shanshan said almost in tears. Don't worry, I'll get you out in a minute. Lin Jin patted Bai Shanshan's back gently to comfort her. How? How are we going to get out? Bai Shanshan asked in confusion, is someone coming to save us? Lin Jin turned on the flashlight on his phone and shone it at the top of the elevator, then said to Bai Shanshan, you lie on the ground. Huh? Bai Shanshan froze for a moment. She didn't expect Lin Jin to make such a request. Was he up to no good? I'm going to remove the vent at the top to check the situation, so you can hold it for me, Lin Jin explained. Okay. Bai Shanshan finally understood, and somewhat shyly agreed. She obeyed Lin Jin's request and lay on the ground. This position made her feel a little ashamed, but fortunately the elevator was dark and she would not be discovered. Lin Jin was not polite at this time, and directly took off his shoes and stepped on Bai Shanshan's soft back. This feeling was wonderful. Lin Jin had no time to appreciate the pliant body beneath his feet. Time was of the essence, and the elevator car was currently very unstable, with no telling when it would plummet a second time. Using the light from his phone and his key as a small screwdriver, Lin Jin deftly removed the ventilation cover at the top and stuck his entire head out. Luckily, the exit was open due to a malfunction, and the top of the elevator car was only 20 centimeters away from the exit, so he could easily climb out. Lin Jin could of course get out easily, but he had to let the weakling Bai Shanshan get out safely first. The clacking elevator cables made an ear-piercing sound again, and Lin Jin knew that he couldn't delay any longer. He retracted, got off Bai Shanshan, who was lying on the ground, and said to her, the exit is up there. I'll support you up there, and you can just climb out safely. I dare not, I don't have any strength in my legs, Bai Shanshan said weakly. It's okay, it's very simple, just relax. Now if we don't get out in time, we'll be in danger, and this elevator will descend a second time, at any moment. Lin Jin said to Bai Shanshan in a gentle tone. I'll try. Bai Shanshan bit her lower lip and nodded with difficulty. Lin Jin helped Bai Shanshan, who was lying on her stomach, to stand up, then crouched in front of her and gestured for her to ride on his shoulders. This position is the most stable, but it is also rather intimate, and only lovers would be so carefree as to do it. Bai Shanshan hesitated. After all, she and Lin Jin were just relatively unfamiliar colleagues. To let herself straddle the other person's shoulders, and she was still wearing a skirt, it was just too intimate. But this was no time to think about such male-female barriers. Bai Shanshan just rode directly up, and the warm, soft feeling made Lin Jin's heart flutter slightly. Hold on tight. Lin Jin reminded her, grabbed Bai Shanshan's plump long legs with both hands, and then stood up directly, sending Bai Shanshan's body out through the vent. Bai Shanshan's eyes were filled with light, and she was suddenly very happy. It seemed that her body had regained its strength. Chapter 7, Why do these men always bully me? Step on my shoulders and climb up quickly, Lin Jin said. Okay. Bai Shanshan supported herself with her hands on the top of the elevator box, then stepped on Lin Jin's shoulders and used Lin Jin's leverage to climb out of the elevator shaft with her hands and feet. This filled her heart with the joy of survival, and the bright lights made her almost cry with joy. However, at that moment, the elevator made a sharp and violent grinding sound again, and as a whole it fell a short distance downward. Yeah! Bai Shanshan screamed, anxiously turned around and yelled at the bottom, hurry, you come up quickly. Hurry! Lin Jin stabilized his body for a moment, looked up at the vent, took a deep breath, then jumped and grabbed the edge of the vent at the top, then did a pull-up, and the strength of his strong arms pulled his body up. Fortunately, the fall was not severe this time, and it was only half a person tall from the elevator exit. Lin Jin continued with a beautiful double arm stand, turned the whole body upside down, and climbed to the top of the elevator. The steel wire ropes next to the elevator were breaking one by one, and the whole elevator was teetering. Hurry up, and come up. Bai Shanshan's heart was in her throat, and she desperately screamed with a crying voice. Boom! The steel wire ropes broke, and the whole elevator fell downward. At that critical moment, Lin Jin suddenly exerted his feet downward, and the whole person jumped up and grabbed the edge of the exit. Bai Shanshan fell to the ground and desperately grabbed Lin Jin's arm and pulled up. Although her strength was not great, she had already exerted her full strength. Lin Jin smiled slightly and then easily rolled over and climbed up to the exit. The falling elevator did not fall after the weight was reduced, but stopped again almost reaching the ground. Whoa whoa whoa. It scared the hell out of me. Bai Shanshan was so scared that she cried out directly, subconsciously hugging Lin Jin tightly and crying wah wah wah. It's okay, it's okay. Lin Jin patted Bai Shanshan's back to comfort her, but Bai Shanshan still buried her head in Lin Jin's chest and cried. She could faintly feel the wetness already. This girl really has an abundance of tears. Lowering his head, the elegant, swan-like, snow-white, powder-soft neck was close at hand, and it seemed that the exhaled breath could spray onto the fair skin. It was truly as white as jade. Tiny black strands of hair scattered across it, and delicate crystal earrings hung from her crystal-clear earlobes, making her look especially lovely and moving. Bai Shanshan had an excellent figure, with perfect body proportions, a fiery figure, full of elasticity, and a unique charm like a ripe peach. After a long time, Bai Shanshan's emotions settled down, and it was only then that she realized that it was a bit inappropriate for her to be hugging Lin Jin. She jumped back like a frightened bunny, her pretty face turning red. In theory, Bai Shanshan is not young. At the age of 26, if she were a career woman, she would already be able to read people's expressions and be charming in every situation. But she gives the impression of being physically mature, but mentally she seems like an innocent child, silly. It's okay, let's go, Lin Jin said to Bai Shanshan, whose emotions had returned. Okay. Bai Shanshan became a little shy now, and she turned around and walked out, with Lin Jin following behind her. Bai Shanshan's backside was also very attractive, with a hip-hugging skirt tightly wrapping her plump buttocks, and her long, slender legs crossed in front of her, making her backside even more enticing than her front. In fact, she wasn't wearing anything sexy, just a simple work skirt, but she still couldn't hide her charm. They soon arrived at the entrance of the company building. At this time, the two people realized that it had started raining heavily outside, although it was not very heavy. However, they definitely could not walk without an umbrella. Lin Jin went to the security office to borrow an umbrella. After unfolding it, he walked side by side with Bai Shanshan in the rain. The rain was pattering down. Bai Shanshan leaned slightly towards Lin Jin. The two of them did not speak, but just walked silently in the rain. I know you. Your name is Lin Jin. Bai Shanshan suddenly blurted out. Ha, I didn't realize I was so famous in the company. Lin Jin smiled and touched his nose. Puff. They are all very busy at work, and you are the most idle, so I pay attention to you. Bai Shanshan laughed out loud. I am the driver, and there is usually not much to do. The chairman is on business trip 360 days a year, 365 days a year. Lin Jin explained. It's pretty good to be able to drive the chairman, no wonder you're so idle. Bai Shanshan said. It's okay. Where's your home? I'll take you back. Lin Jin said. Now that there's only one umbrella, he can't help being a protector of flowers. That's embarrassing. My home is quite far away, I'll take the subway. Bai Shanshan said, lowering her head again. It's okay, I'll be fine going home alone anyway, I'm idle as it is. Lin Jin replied. Lin Jin then led Bai Shanshan towards the subway station. Unexpectedly, the rain suddenly got heavier, and in a flash, it poured. It seemed as if the sky had been pierced, and the rain curtain even blocked the view. The rain is too heavy, let's go to the cafe next door and sit for a while. Bai Shanshan was shivering, and the small umbrella could not protect the two of them at all. Both of their clothes were already wet in large patches. They had no choice but to temporarily go to the cafe next door and sit for a while, waiting for the rain to let up before leaving. The cafe was not very crowded. Although it was not big, the decor was quite nice, the music was soothing, and the booth seats were quite private. Sitting there was like entering a small world, free from outside disturbances. Bai Shanshan ordered a cappuccino and a small dessert, and Lin Jin ordered a glass of lemonade. Bai Shanshan stared blankly at the rain outside the glass wall, and after a long time, she said, Why did Minister Xia harass me? Lin Jin almost spit out his water. He thought to himself, need I ask? It's because you have fair skin and a good figure. Who wouldn't be tempted to look at you? Not to mention that Baldy Xia is a pervert. I really didn't seduce him. I've always tried to keep my distance from him, but he still treats me that way. Bai Shanshan said with a disheartened look. Why? Do you think so too? I've tried to dress conservatively, and today I'm just wearing my work clothes. Bai Shanshan said with a hint of grievance, her eyes welling up with tears. What I mean is that you're too soft-natured and don't know how to say no. In a man's eyes, that's a tacit consent, and it makes others think that you're easy to handle and they'll take advantage of you. If you boldly say no every time, they'll back off a lot. Lin Jin said. Bai Shanshan fell silent, stirring her coffee with a spoon. After a while, large teardrops began to fall. Hey, I just speak my mind a bit too much. It's actually those people who are assholes, it really has nothing to do with you. Lin Jin didn't expect Bai Shanshan to react so strongly, and hurriedly tried to comfort her. Bai Shanshan wiped her tears away with the back of her hand and said, "It's okay, I'm just crying because I'm useless. I really feel so aggrieved. I've never dared to wear a tight cheongsam, a little suspender or anything, for fear of other people pointing and laughing at me. If I dress a little better, someone will scold me behind my back for being flirtatious. I simply dare not get on the subway when it's crowded. Why do these men always bully me?" Chapter 8, Something Must Have Happened. Lin Jin sighed and said, "You can try this. Next time someone tries to take advantage of you, just be brave and tell him off, and slap him." "Okay, I'll try." Bai Shanshan nodded thoughtfully, as if she had taken some of what he said to heart. Lin Jin didn't know if she could do it, but he had said what he needed to say. There was nothing he could do about her personality. If she continued to be so weak, she would definitely suffer. Xia the Baldy also dared not break the rules. He was just bullying Bai Shanshan because she was weak and easy to manipulate. Bai Shanshan was slightly more assertive, and he dared not do anything rash. Not refusing, not resisting, in the eyes of many men, this is tacit consent. After drinking the coffee and chatting for a while, the rain outside had eased up a lot, and the patter of rain no longer affected travel. Lin Jin and Bai Shanshan walked out of the coffee shop, and the two of them walked side by side under the umbrella, strolling in the rain, which was a unique experience. Suddenly, Bai Shanshan stopped walking, and Lin Jin subconsciously stopped too. Looking up, he saw the neon sign of the Hanting Hotel flashing. His heart skipped a beat, and he immediately felt a little excited. Could this beautiful girl be trying to seduce him? Although he did help her, he didn't ask for anything in return. If she insists on repaying him, should he say yes or just pretend to say yes? "Lin Gu, I'm taking the subway back, so you can drop me off here," Bai Shanshan said to Lin Jin. Lin Jin turned his head and realized that the subway station was right next to the hotel, so he seemed to have overthought it. "Okay, be careful on your way home." Lin Jin nodded and handed Bai Shanshan the umbrella. "Lin Gu, you keep the umbrella. I live close to the subway station, so I can walk there in a few minutes." Bai Shanshan declined. "It's fine, you take it. I'll take a taxi and won't get wet." Lin Jin still shoved the umbrella into Bai Shanshan's hands. "Thank you." Bai Shanshan didn't insist on anything either, and after saying goodbye to Lin Jin, she walked into the subway entrance. The next day at work, everything was as usual. Neither Xie Tuzi nor Bai Shanshan showed any abnormalities. After a day of calm, just before the end of the workday, Xie Tuzi made a move again, calling Bai Shanshan to his office. This time, Bai Shanshan did not move, but said aloud and with righteous indignation in front of everyone, "Minister Xie, just arrange the work directly. It is not appropriate for a single girl like me to keep going to your office." Xie was a little surprised. He did not expect that Bai Shanshan, who was generally obedient like a little white rabbit, would dare to openly disobey him. His face fell, and he felt the complicated gazes around him fall on him. He glared fiercely at Bai Shanshan and said, "What rubbish planning PPT did you make? Even the interns can do better than you, so hurry up and redo it." After saying that, he angrily returned to his office. The people around him were very excited. They didn't expect Xie Baldi to actually meet with a setback from Bai Shanshan. Obviously, the little white rabbit is not easy to handle, and this old thing can also hit a wall. Several female colleagues became much more enthusiastic towards Bai Shanshan, and they came over to scold Xie Baldi together, saying that he was no good and would wither sooner or later. Bai Shanshan seemed to be in a good mood, and she looked at Lin Jin with gratitude in her eyes. Lin Jin was quite surprised. She had actually listened to his advice and made a change quickly, which showed that he had a certain status in her heart. After this incident, Xie Baldi did not summon Bai Shanshan alone again, but the way he looked at Lin Jin was full of murderous intent. That night, when he opened the door, he saw Lin Jin had ruined his good deed. Now, he obviously thought that Lin Jin was responsible for Bai Shanshan's change. Now, Xie Tuzi looked at Lin Jin as if he were a thorn in his eye and flesh in his bones, and he wished he could kill him 1,000 times. But Lin Jin was not under his control, and he had no right to make things difficult for Lin Jin. However, if he just let him go, Xia Tuzi could not bear it in his heart. Xia is a veteran of the workplace, having spent decades navigating the corporate world. He has used every trick in the book, and he still can't get a P4 level junior employee? Xia picked up his phone and dialed the number of the head of the Human Resources Department, Huang Wenwei. Huang, it's been a long time since we last got together. I'll arrange something tonight, let's have a few drinks, old buddy, Xia Baldi said with a smile. He and the head of personnel were like-minded, and they had not infrequently got together to enjoy the pleasures of the flesh, so they were considered to be like foxes and dogs hanging out together. Huang Wenwei immediately agreed when he heard this, and after work he went to the dinner excitedly. Xia the Baldi had also done his best this time, booking an expensive private kitchen and bringing 2 bottles of Mao Tai. In the small private room, he and Huang Wenwei exchanged cups. After 3 rounds of wine, they got to talking about his idea of getting Lin Jun out of the way. Huang Wenwei, with a flushed face, drank the wine in his glass and said, "This is not going to be easy. Although Lin Jun is only a P4 staff member, he is the chairman's driver, and we have no right to move him. Huang, I can't swallow this, no matter what, you have to help me, you have many tricks, help me think of a way. I'll arrange for a night out." Xia Tuzi toasted and said. Huang Wenwei's eyes lit up and he said with a smile, "It seems that this kid has offended you pretty badly. Since you're so sincere, there's no way we can't deal with him." "Ha, I knew you'd have a way." Xia Tuzi was overjoyed. The chairman once demanded strict 6S management. "I'll go back and organize an event to enforce workplace discipline, to get things started. Lin Jun is always late and leaves early, and playing games at work is the norm. Get a few people to get some reporting materials, and then get him some shit like falsely reporting gas expenses. Make him the typical example, and the chairman may not be able to protect him." Huang Wenwei grinned and said, "That's awesome. Thanks Baldi," he gave a thumbs up. "Oh yeah, the other day he also broke the windshield of the chairman's Rolls-Royce and made the company repair it. That's enough to get him in trouble." Huang Wenwei's eyes rolled as he said, Starlight's mom messaged me today, saying that there are a few new princesses, all college students working part-time, all over 1.7 meters tall with long legs. We're going to go sing karaoke after we finish drinking tonight." Baldi laughed. 2 guys are plotting against Lin Jun behind his back, but Lin Jun has no idea and continues to be late for work and play video games every day as usual. While he is playing a game with 999 kills, Bai Bing walks over and says to Lin Jun, who is playing a game, "Stop playing and turn off the computer. Come to my office." Oh. Although Lin Jun is not happy about it, he doesn't say anything when his immediate supervisor gives the order. He turns off the computer and follows Bai Bing to her office. Bai Bing's office was quite spacious, with an area of 50 to 60 square meters, neat and tasteful. "Have a seat anywhere," Bai Bing said as she walked over to the coffee machine. "Do you want some coffee? I brought some coffee beans from Vietnam, it's good." "Sure." Lin Jun casually sat down on the sofa. Bai Bing ground her own coffee beans, and she had high standards for coffee. It was rare for her to brew it herself, so Lin Jun knew that something must have happened. Chapter 9, It's All Mine, You Pick One. Bai Bing was wearing a beige professional suit, and her white shirt tightly outlined the curves of a mature woman. She was a highly disciplined woman who had always eaten healthily and exercised, so her figure was comparable to that of a young girl in her 20s. Bai Bing leaned slightly forward and placed the brewed coffee in front of Lin Jun, and the faint aroma of coffee filled the office. Although Bai Bing is resolute and efficient, she is quite nice to Lin Jun. She has a unique charm that comes from being a leader in the social competition. This unique charm sets her apart from the average green girl and gives her a captivating charm. Lin Jun doesn't know if Bai Bing's drinking with Li Longxiang is true or not, but he still respects the female leader in front of him, because she is very principled and capable, and she really takes care of herself. "Lin Jun, did you offend Xie Zhengfu?" Bai Bing asked, looking at Lin Jun. "I guess so. That bald old guy is a real bastard." Lin Jun didn't deny it. After kicking down the door to save Bai Shanshan that day, he hadn't deliberately avoided Xie Zhengfu, so he must have seen him. The Human Resources Department has launched a special campaign to strengthen labor discipline management at the company, and then used you as an example. At the company leadership meeting, a thick stack of your black materials was compiled, and the old Xie and Huang were leading the rhythm. Bai Bing said with a smile. Lin Jun knew that he had ruined the old bald guy's good thing, and the old bald guy must be unwilling to take revenge, but he didn't expect this guy to be so vengeful and just take action. "Are you going to fire me?" Lin Jun asked. The old guy's goal must be to use all the power at his disposal to get the personnel department to kick me out of the company. Fire you? You are considered my person, and my person is that mobile? Bai Bing leisurely brewed herself another cup of coffee and said. Lin Jun's impression of her soared. This is the kind of attitude a leader should have. What happened to the chairman's car being damaged? Bai Bing asked again. The chairman asked me to pick up his daughter that day, and when I returned, I encountered robbers and smashed the glass during the fight. Lin Jun said. Oh? Is that so? Bai Bing frowned. Does the chairman know? I reported it. Lin Jun said. Well, I understand. It's nothing. I'm just reminding you to pay attention to Lao Xie and the HR department's Lao Huang, and to be careful not to make any serious mistakes that they catch. If anything happens, notify me first so I can deal with it. Bai Bing said. Well, thank you, Minister Bai, I understand. Lin Jun said. It's okay, you can go back to work. Bai Bing said, by the way, take care of the chairman's daughter Li Ruoshi. If she needs to use the car, you can just drive it away without reporting it. Okay. Lin Jun was a bit speechless. There was nothing he could do. After all, she was the daughter of the chairman of the board, a member of the privileged class. Lin Jun returned to his seat, continued to open the webgame on his computer, and continued to hack the white pig with 1/999 at the bottom level of the stone tomb. Ding Shuwei looked around and said, Lin Gu, are you related to Minister Bai? What are you talking about? Do you want to get me in trouble? Lin Jun said without even raising his eyelids. You know what? At the company management meeting, the Human Resources Department is going to use you as a negative example. Minister Bai has made them look like fools, and they have made Xia and Lao Huan look like idiots, making a laughingstock of the whole company. Ding Shuwei is truly the gossip king of the company. Although he is only a P4 employee, he can get first-hand information from the management in real time. Those two old things, if they fall into the hands of the young master, let them kneel down and sing their surrender. Lin Jun said viciously. Lin Gu is domineering. Ding Shuwei gave a thumbs up. Although Bai Bing had spoken up for him, Lin Jun still felt unhappy. He could not stand it that Xie Tuzi and Huang Zhilang, these two old fellows who collaborated with each other, dared to stab him in the back like that. This job was Lin Jun's dream of making money to marry his wife, so by rising up the ranks, they were ruining Lin Jun's dream. I have to find a chance to get back at them. But Lin Jun doesn't have a good opportunity right now, so if he really can't find one, he'll just headbutt them in a sack. Feeling upset, Lin Jun spent the afternoon playing browser games, and when Xia Baldi walked by, Lin Jun deliberately turned up the volume. The old Baldi glared at Lin Jun fiercely, obviously also holding a lot of anger. The two M3 department heads failed to get a P4 employee, which can be said to be a loss of face. But Bai Bing was really amazing. I didn't expect her to be so protective of her son. She didn't even get to the chairman, and she was already rejected by Bai Bing. This made Xia Zhengfu almost have pulmonary emphysema. Lin Jun played games all day, stretched when he got off work, twisted his neck, and strutted off. He wanted to go home and get a good night's sleep, but he didn't expect to get a call from Li Ruoshi on the subway, come pick me up and accompany me to the bar. Lin Jun wanted to argue with her, but he is not her designated driver. But then he thought, he is also in an extraordinary period, and he still needs this little princess from Tianhuan Company to get rid of Baldi and Fat Wang. Since he is under her roof, he has to bow to her. Lin Jun has to ask for help, so he politely said, I'm off work and I didn't drive. Just come and drive my car, hurry. He then hung up the phone. Lin Jun's mouth twitched, but he resisted and got off the subway. He took a taxi to Li Ruoshi's apartment, asked for a receipt for reimbursement, and then rang the bell at Li Ruoshi's apartment with familiar steps. What took you so long? Li Ruoshi opened the door and scolded. It takes time to take a taxi, young lady. Lin Jun said impatiently. She was still very sexy today, wearing a white halter neck tank top that tightly outlined her stunning curves and revealed her round and petite shoulders. It revealed her slender waist, with a shiny diamond decoration embedded in her navel. Her clearly defined waistline was amazing. The fabric of the low-waisted denim hot pants had been reduced to the limit, and if it was reduced any further, her buttocks would be exposed. Did this demon girl have to dress so provocatively every time? Of course, Lin Jun didn't have a good impression of this little princess of Tianhuan Company, and he had to admit that her figure was absolutely eye-catching. In addition to her stunning looks and devilish body, her unique and noble temperament also adds a lot to her. It's good looking, but Lin Jun won't have any thoughts about it. Let's go get my car. Li Ruoxi didn't say anything more, and led Lin Jun to the first floor of the underground garage. As soon as they got off the elevator, Lin Jun saw a row of luxury cars in front of him, Ferraris, Lamborghinis, and Bugatti Veyrons. He subconsciously whistled and said, "Wow, the people in your community are really rich." Li Ruoxi gave him a dirty look and said, "It's all mine, you pick one." Lin Jun felt that he had refreshed the upper limit of his knowledge. The world of the rich is really unadorned. He chose a Bugatti Veyron, put his foot on the accelerator, and felt the roar of the engine like a bison, whistling away. Chapter 10, Silence fell across the room. Wankel KTV. The moment he entered the door, Lin Jun felt what it meant to be intoxicated with wealth and power, as if he were in a luxurious European palace. The VIP room that Li Ruoxi went to was the VLP presidential package, with a height of 6 meters, 2 floors, and an area of about 200 square meters. There was also a separate small VIP room on the upper level. This was a completely different concept from the mass-market KTV box with a floor area of 5 or 6 square meters where 7 or 8 people were crammed in. There were already 7 or 8 men and women in the box. These people were all the sons and daughters of the city's wealthy families, and the friends of the rich were most likely still rich. "Oh, it's Miss Li, who is so attractive that she'll kill you with her beauty. Brother Ouyang, you've got a lot of face, inviting Miss Li here for your birthday," a young dude said to Li Ruoxi with a smile. "Young Master Jia, didn't you go abroad to study? Why are you back so soon? Were you expelled?" Li Ruoxi obviously knew these people well and asked casually. Don't worry, my old man made $10 million, the school won't expel me. I flew here today especially to celebrate Brother Ouyang's birthday, said young Master Jia with a smile. Who is this? A rich young man next to him, who was holding his girlfriend's arm, glanced at Lin Jun and asked Li Ruoxi out loud. Several pairs of eyes also focused on Lin Jun at the same time. "This is my boyfriend, Lin Jun," Li Ruoxi introduced directly without thinking. "Wow, this is rare. I've never seen Miss Li with a man before, not even a fly. We were beginning to think you were a lesbian. Today is a historic moment." A young, chubby man sitting to the right said in surprise. "Miss Li is just joking. I'm Miss Li's driver." Lin Jun hurriedly clarified, not wanting to be used as a scapegoat by Li Ruoxi. He wasn't getting overtime pay, and she really treated the workers like cattle and horses. Li Ruoxi gave Lin Jun a fierce glare and said with a grunt, "Do you want to die?" These rich kids looked at each other in confusion. For a moment, they really couldn't tell the relationship between Li Ruoxi and Lin Jun. It didn't feel like a driver or a boyfriend or girlfriend, so they simply stopped pursuing it. "Ruoxi, welcome, welcome. Today is my birthday, let's have fun." A tall, young, rich second generation walked over with a smile, hugging a young, beautiful girl with a voluptuous figure, who should be his girlfriend. Lin Jun looked at the girl with the internet celebrity face and thought she looked familiar. It seemed that he could often see her online, either as a famous internet celebrity or a little celebrity. Li Ruoxi was dragged away by a girlfriend to sit together and chat about gossip, so Lin Jun found a corner to sit by himself and not disturb anyone else. Today was a gathering of the rich and second generation of the city's wealthy, and the protagonist was the birthday boy, Ouyang Qian, who was holding the little celebrity. Today was his birthday and also the initiator of the gathering. Ouyang Qian's father is a wealthy businessman who owns a jewelry and jade business with branches all over the country and is also the chairman of the city's Chamber of Commerce. A few young men and women kept arriving, and there were about a dozen people in the private room. These were all the second generation of the city's famous wealthy businessmen. This time, Mr. Ouyang's birthday party was very extravagant. The tables were piled high with all kinds of high-end foreign wines, and a group of second-generation rich kids with a silver spoon in their mouths were drunk and carefree. Lin Jun sat in the corner, neither bothering anyone nor being bothered by anyone, like a transparent person. Just when the mood was getting high, the door to the box was suddenly pushed open forcefully. Mr. Jia's female companion, Ru Meng, a female internet celebrity with millions of followers, ran back to the box crying, and as soon as she entered, she collapsed on the ground and yelled, "What's going on?" The rich kids in the box were all confused. They turned off the music and a few girlfriends went up to help Ru Meng up and asked her questions. After calming down, Ru Meng told them what had happened. She and Master Jia had gone to the bathroom together, and she came out first to touch up her makeup in front of the mirror at the washstand by the door. A young man with a shaved head mistook her for an escort and asked her how much she cost. Rumang was furious and cursed at him a little, but she didn't expect to anger the other person, who slapped her directly in the face. This scene was witnessed by young Master Jia, who had just walked out of the bathroom. He was furious and rushed up to her and hit her. Unexpectedly, the other party was very powerful and knocked young Master Jia out in less than 2 rounds. He even made a wild remark, giving him the opportunity to find someone, and it didn't matter how many people came today. Rumang was so scared that she stumbled and ran back to get help. Suddenly, the rich second generation in the entire box all yelled in excitement. The parents of these people can be said to be the wealthiest businessmen in W City, with extremely extensive connections and the ability to call the shots. Now someone has bullied them on their own turf and provoked them like this. How can these young masters stand it? They all picked up wine bottles and were about to go and rescue Master Jia. Bang! Before this group of rich second generation could rush out of the box, the door was kicked open again. 3 men and 2 women walked in. The young man leading the way was over 180 centimeters tall, with silver-white dyed hair. He was very good-looking, not losing out to Korean boy bands, but with a cold and arrogant expression and an arrogant air. The man to his left was even taller, reaching over 190 centimeters. He had a well-proportioned and muscular build, with a firm face and an unyielding expression. The man to the right of the white-haired man is only about 160 centimeters tall, but his muscles bulge almost ready to burst out of his tight vest. The veins on his arms stand out, and in his other hand he is holding Master Jia, who has been beaten up and is covered in blood, offering no resistance. Master Jia weighs at least 150 kilograms, but in his hands he is like a flimsy doll, carried directly in one hand. Behind them are 2 women, one a cute and adorable young girl, the other a tall, leggy young lady. No one expected that they would dare to come to their door before they had even gone out to retaliate. The short, muscular man casually threw Master Jia onto the carpet of the box like he was throwing garbage, saying arrogantly, "I thought he would have some help, but it turns out to be this bunch of trash." These words immediately ignited the anger of the entire audience of second-generation rich kids, and they almost rushed up to fight. Ouyang Xian waved his hand to stop the crowd from rushing forward, saying coldly, "Who are you? Daring to act up in our city of W?" The short, muscular man shrugged with disdain and said, "What's wrong with W City? It's a shitty place where no birds lay eggs. Grandpa, I'm not only going to act wild, I'm going to piss too. Damn it, what kind of bird shit are you?" A young and arrogant rich second generation couldn't stand it anymore. His name was Gao Long, and he loved working out and free fighting. He had practiced Muay Thai and was a master who often went to the ring in the club. With the help of alcohol, he rushed up directly and punched the short muscular man in the face. This punch was full of vitality, with at least 500 to 600 pounds of force. If it hit solidly, it could send a strong man straight into the ICU. The short muscular man did not make any evasive movements. He suddenly took a step forward, and his arm swung out at an unimaginable speed, like a steel whip, and fiercely whipped Gao Long's face. Gao Long let out a miserable scream. His body was almost lifted off the ground by this whip punch, and the entire person tumbled directly in midair and fell to the ground, unconscious. Suddenly, the entire audience fell silent. Chapter 11, It turns out to be a bunch of useless things. Everyone was dumbfounded, almost unable to believe what they saw before their eyes, and they froze in place, at a loss. What, are you scared? People from small places really haven't seen much of the world. The short, muscular man coldly mocked. Ouyang Qian's face turned pale. Today was his birthday, and this was his home court. He had actually lost face in front of so many friends, which was somewhat unacceptable for a young man with high aspirations and an arrogant temperament. But he was not a fool. These people spoke with an authentic Beijing accent, so they must be from the northern capital, and they were probably not to be trifled with. Who the hell are you people? Dare you leave your names? Ouyang Qian asked coldly. I don't need to give you my name, you don't deserve to know it. I now give you 2 choices. Bai Mao said coldly. The first choice is that everyone here, regardless of gender, can leave after kneeling down and kowtowing 3 times. The second choice is that I give you 20 minutes to shake people up. If you still can't win, then every man here will have 1 finger broken, and the women will kneel down and lick my shoes again. Ouyang Qian was shaking with anger. His eyes were slightly bloodshot with fine red bloodshot streaks, and his back molars were about to be ground down. After the scene, I have never seen such a humiliating person. He wants him to kneel down and give 3 bows to others on his birthday. In the future, will Master Ouyang still have the face to meet people in W City? Shake people. These two words popped out of his teeth, and he ordered his men to call people. Among these friends he called himself, Gao Long is the most capable fighter, but he was knocked down by someone else in one shot, and his strength is definitely not on the same level as the opponent. To deal with these people, you need a real professional. The handsome white-haired man sneered, didn't say much else, and turned to sit on the sofa, crossing his legs. 10 minutes later, 3 muscular men rushed into the box and stood defiantly next to Ouyang Qian, respectfully asking, Ouyang Qian, which inconsiderate fellow has offended you? Ouyang Qian's heart settled when he saw them. He looked coldly at Yifeng's group and said coldly, my demands are the same as yours, either kowtow 3 times and get out of W City now, or lick my boots later. I think you want to die. The short, muscular man said coldly, are these the only losers? I don't think there's any point in wasting time, let's attack together. Fine. You said it. Let's attack together. Ouyang Qian ordered. The 3 people he called were not just any ordinary cats and dogs. These people were the main members of the W City professional Sanda team, and each was a master who participated in professional leagues. Professional Sanda masters can kill amateurs in seconds, and they are simply not in the same league, especially in Sanda, which is a particularly practical sport. Ouyang Qian was also in a hurry. After hearing the other party's outrageous words, he immediately ordered these 3 professional Sanda masters to surround him. Regardless of whether or not it was bullying, if he couldn't let out this breath, he could be hospitalized for holding it in. The 3 main masters of the professional Sanda team glanced at each other, formed a triangle formation in silence, and closed in on the short, muscular man. Hu Zi, don't hold back. Bai Mao said coldly. Okay. Hu Zi pinched his finger joints, making a cracking sound, and a cold light shone in his eyes. The 3 elite members of the professional Sanda team tensed their muscles, and suddenly launched an attack at the same time. Their whip-like kicks were like lightning, full of deadly threat. But in that instant, everyone's vision flickered, and Tiger Child did not retreat, but advanced. He took a quick step forward, and the Sanda elite in front of him saw a blur of light. Just as he caught a glimpse of his opponent, he was already choked by an iron-cast hand. He helplessly opened his mouth, unable to breathe a single breath of air, and fear shone in his eyes. While still struggling, Hu Zi suddenly let go of his hand, and with a fierce kick to the chest, the guy's body flew directly, smashing into a pile of drinks behind him. After scoring a hit, Hu Zi did not stop his offensive, but instead backhanded a horizontal elbow that hit the other guy's chest hard, instantly concaving a large piece of it, which directly spewed out a mouthful of blood. With his other hand, Hu Zi made a tight fist and hit the last guy's temple with pinpoint accuracy. The guy's eyes rolled back and his body collapsed without making a sound. I thought you could bring some experts, but it turns out they're all useless. Hu Zi sneered, his eyes full of disdain. Lin Jin, who was sitting in the corner leisurely drinking, slightly narrowed his eyes. The technique that the short, muscular Hu Zi used to lock the throat was Shaolin Tiger Claw Hand. He must have practiced martial arts in Shaolin. But the rest of the movements were simple and straightforward, not martial arts moves, but the fists and feet of army combat. These people had a military background. But that was none of his business. He was just a small driver who just wanted to go to work, buy a second-hand house, and marry a wife. There was no need to provoke these people. Lin Jin picked the best cantaloupe from the fruit plate and ate it on his own. The long-legged young lady sitting on the sofa glanced at Lin Jin with some curiosity. She was a little surprised by the young man sitting in the corner, minding his own business, drinking and eating fruit platter. But she soon withdrew her gaze. Whether this guy was pretending to be calm or just a little capable, he was not likely to stir up any trouble. There was also no possibility of any hidden dragons or sleeping tigers in this third-tier city. The world was divided into classes, and the strongest group of people had already gathered in the upper class. If their group of people showed up in the small city of W with their identities revealed, then the city's head would come out to greet them. Which of their elders didn't have stars on their shoulders in the military? The cute, round-faced girl sitting next to the leggy young lady also curiously turned her head to look at Lin Jin. Lin Jin smiled at her, then picked up a grape and threw it into his mouth. The cute, round-faced girl snorted, her small upturned nose wrinkled, and she averted her gaze, not bothering to pay Lin Jin any more attention. Ouyang Qian and the others definitely would not sit around and do nothing. As Bai Mao had demanded, these people were all going to have their fingers broken. Relying on their numbers and the strength of the alcohol, they charged up, carrying wine bottles and screaming. There were more than 10 of these rich second-generation kids on Ouyang Qian's side, but in front of this short guy they were like chickens and dogs. It didn't take long before they were all crying like ghosts and wolves, rolling around on the ground and wailing in grief. The girls were all huddled in a panic on the sofa. They really couldn't imagine that there would be such a fierce man as Tiger, who could take down so many men by himself. Tiger grinned, showing his white teeth, like a fierce beast in the forest. He sneered and said, "The girls should line up and come over to lick Grandpa's shoes one by one. Once they've licked them clean, they can go." The girls looked at each other, trembling at the thought of their fate later. "I'll bite your mother." Ouyang Qian's eyes turned red. He was so angry that he ignored his injuries and got up, charging recklessly towards the arrogant and domineering Huzi. Chapter 12, I don't want a stupid grandson like you. Huzi didn't even take him seriously, just casually taking a slide to avoid him sideways, before grabbing his arm with an iron grip. "Kid, don't play hard to get, admit your defeat." He grinned evilly, then without hesitation, he snapped Ouyang Qian's middle finger back 90 degrees. Ah! Ouyang Qian let out a miserable scream, his 10 fingers were connected to his heart, and he was writhing in pain. "Brother Qian!" Ouyang Qian's girlfriend screamed, rushed over to protect Ouyang Qian, and cried her eyes out. "Hey, is this your girlfriend? She's not bad looking, and she seems to be quite affectionate towards you. How dare she rush out at this moment?" Huzi let go of Ouyang Qian, grabbed his girlfriend's hair, and pushed her head down, saying, "You'll be the first then, and lick Grandpa's shoes clean." Whiz! A gust of wind whistled past Huzi's ear, and he subconsciously raised his arm, and a bottle smashed against his arm and shattered. "You bastards, what kind of ability is it to bully a girl? A bunch of heartless trash. Scum. Animals." Li Ruoxi stood up angrily and angrily rebuked, and it was her who smashed the bottle. Lin Jin helplessly shrugged his shoulders. This young lady has such a hot temper, and she definitely cannot tolerate mistakes. Huzi's eyes revealed a hideous smile, and that smile gave people a creepy feeling. Wow, this girl is fierce. Grandpa likes to tame fierce horses. Anyone can go tonight, but not you. Grandpa will have some fun with you, Tiger said with a glare. These people were on high ground and didn't take these second-generation rich kids from third-tier cities seriously. They just wanted to have some fun after drinking too much. But Li Ruoxi's insults had successfully aroused the anger of these people, and Tiger would not let her go easily tonight. Bai Mao watched the show with a carefree expression on his face, while the tall man sitting next to him, with a stern expression on his face, frowned slightly. He knew that Huzi was a bit drunk. This guy is a bit impulsive. Once he gets drunk, he doesn't care about anything. It doesn't matter about anything else, but I'm afraid he'll cripple the girl, and then it'll be hard to clean up the mess. I'll definitely have to step in and stop it then. Don't make a big deal out of it when you're out having fun. Huzi left Ouyang Qian and his girlfriend behind, and strode towards Li Ruoxi. Li Ruoxi's eyes were a little panicked. After all, she had just witnessed Huzi killing everyone in sight. This guy was practically not human, but a terrifying beast. However, she did not back down. She gritted her teeth and thought, at worst, I'll be sent to the hospital. Anyway, there's no way I can't stand up for myself. At this moment, a dark figure blocked Li Ruoxi's path. Lin Jin said to Huzi with a smile, "The army has discipline. You don't want to go back and be punished, do you?" Huzi was stunned for a moment. He was surprised that he didn't see clearly how this man in front of him managed to block his way. Moreover, this man immediately called out his origin, and he even knew that he came from the army. Lin Jin, beat him up. Li Ruoxi's eyes lit up, and she remembered that she had brought Lin Jin, her driver and bodyguard, who seemed to be quite capable of fighting. Shut up, Lin Jin said in a low, cold voice as he turned his head and glared at Li Ruoxi. Li Ruoxi froze in place. Just now, Lin Jin's eyes were cold and fierce, silencing her instantly and causing her to forget to argue. Huzi looked up and down at Lin Jin. This man seemed ordinary, and there was nothing to see in terms of his strength. If you want to rescue a beauty, you have to see if you have the ability to do so. A hero is not that easy to be. Huzi suddenly twisted his waist and suddenly a ferocious high-sweeping kick fiercely kicked towards Lin Jin's head. Huzi! The tall man with a determined face let out a cry of alarm. He knew the power of Huzi's leg, which was several times stronger than his fists. During training, Huzi could bend steel bars with a single kick, reaching an astonishing 500 kilograms. If he kicked an adult in the head, it would explode like a melon dropped to the ground. This kick can kill. Boom! With a dull thud, Lin Jin's head did not explode like a watermelon. He used one arm to protect his head, forming a triangle to block the high sweeping leg of the tiger's battle-axe missile. This was a visually stunning scene. The tiger withdrew his leg, his expression no longer as reckless as before, but solemn. "Not bad, there aren't many people who can block my leg. I didn't think I'd run into one in this shitty place," the tiger said coldly. The determined-looking man frowned. He hadn't expected the unremarkable kid sitting there to be able to withstand Tiger's high leg sweep with just one hand. "Dewey, what do you think of his strength?" the long-legged young lady sitting there asked, gently twirling the pendant on her earlobe in a simple but charming gesture. "Sister Guan, it seems like a tough nut to crack," Dewey said realistically. Just now, Lin Jin quickly went over to block Tiger, so maybe Dewey didn't pay attention to the other person and that's why he didn't see it clearly. But if he can block Hu Zi's high kick with just one arm, then he is definitely not inferior to Hu Zi in strength. The strength in the arm is definitely much less than that in the leg, so generally to defend against a leg attack, you need to use both arms to share the impact. But this young man really only used one hand. He's pretty good, isn't he? I don't believe it. I can see that he's a bit unhappy. Just now, he looked so arrogant and pretentious. He's so good at pretending, so he let Hu Zi hit him. The cute girl with the round face pouted her lips and said, "Interesting." Bai Mao smiled and said to Hu Zi, "Beat him and I'll give you my Bugatti." "Brother Yi, you keep your word." Hu Zi was suddenly full of energy. Lin Jin frowned, a little bit at a loss. He didn't want to fight, but these third-generation kids from the compound didn't seem to be having enough fun. "That's enough. I'm just a driver. Don't touch my boss's daughter, and I won't get in your way," Lin Jin said. "What, you don't think it's exciting enough? How about we add a little wager? If you lose, the boss's daughter behind you will spend the night with me," Hu Zi said with a sinister smile. "Bullshit. You want your own company? You're a good-for-nothing," Li Ruoshi responded angrily. Hu Zi's face immediately fell. The person he loved most was his mother, and no one could joke about his mother. Li Ruoshi had stepped on his red line. "Little bitch, tonight, Grandpa will get you." Hu Zi's voice carried a cold, murderous intent. Lin Jin took a deep breath, knowing that the two sides had now formed an enemy, and it was unlikely that he could stay out of it. The other party was already on high ground and would not let them go easily. "If I win, what's the bet?" Lin Jin asked slowly. "Win? With you? Ha ha." Hu Zi laughed disdainfully. Then narrowed his eyes and said, "If you win, I'll call you Grandpa. I don't want a stupid grandson like you." Lin Jin pointed at the long-legged young lady and said, "If I win, I want her to keep me company all night. Do you dare to bet?" The five men suddenly turned pale. Chapter 13, It's a waste of talent to be my father's chauffeur. Lin Jin actually still didn't want to fight up to now. He had long since seen that the status of the long-legged imperial sister was not inferior to that of Bai Mao. He deliberately said that to make the other person lose face and unable to establish a bet. Hu Zi obviously didn't dare to use the long-legged imperial sister as a bet, glaring and saying, "Dog scum, are you worthy? Grandpa will smash your dog teeth." Bai Mao and Dewey were obviously also a little angry at Lin Jin's words. The two of them had pale faces and were about to speak when the long-legged young lady stood up. "What, little brother, do you fancy me? I thought you liked the little girl next to me," the long-legged young lady said with a smile. The round-faced cute girl immediately blushed and said reproachfully, "Sister Guan, what are you talking about? You can do it with the two of them together," Lin Jin said calmly. Giggling, Sister Guan laughed as she lightly swayed her waist, saying, "It's not impossible, but you'll have to defeat the three of them." Lin Jin sighed, muttering, "Trouble is coming, and there's no escaping it." He turned around and looked at Li Ruoshi, saying, "This is considered overtime, so you have to pay extra. Defeat them, and you can take any car in my garage." Li Ruoshi gritted his teeth and said, "Good." Lin Jin had just said the word good when, at the moment he turned around, a sharp and piercing sound of friction came from the soles of his feet. The carpet where the front of his feet had made contact was tearing a hole in it while, at the same time, smoke was already rising. It was clear just how powerful this spinning force was. "Hu Zi, be careful." Dewey had just shouted out a warning when Lin Jin had already rushed to Hu Zi's face, almost pressing his forehead against Hu Zi's. Hu Zi was taken aback and subconsciously swung a punch at Lin Jin's temple. And at that moment, Lin Jin's face disappeared from in front of his eyes, and the swing completely hit the air. "No good." Hu Zi lost his grip and knew that he had revealed a flaw. He was about to quickly retreat and draw distance when he felt as if his abdomen had been hit hard by a 1,000-pound hammer. He unconsciously opened his mouth, his pupils rolled up and white, and he lost consciousness and collapsed in an instant. Lin Jin collected his hook that had hit Hu Zi in the stomach, then casually gave him a gentle push. Hu Zi, who had already fainted, fell straight to the ground, foaming at the mouth. The entire box was eerily quiet, not a sound to be heard. Hu Zi, who had just been killing everyone like a god of war from the heavens, was actually knocked unconscious by Li Ruoshi's driver in one exchange, so quickly that no one had even had time to blink. Lin Jin stood there like a straight pine tree. His face was cold to the extreme, and the light in his eyes could make people tremble in their hearts. After a few years of training in the army, you think you're invincible? Relying on your parents' power, you start bullying ordinary people at will? You kids from the compound really are a bit of a mess. Lin Jin said coldly. Who are you? Bai Mao let out a long breath and asked. You are not worthy to ask who I am. I am giving you one last chance. Take him to the hospital and get out of here now. Lin Jin said coldly. Really? I don't believe you are that powerful. I want to try. Bai Mao slowly stood up, his eyes full of unruliness. Yi Feng. Don't fight. Sister Guan shouted in a hurry, but it was already too late. Yi Feng's body turned into a shadow and rushed out. He directly closed the distance between the two, and then in an instant, he punched out a dense shadow of punches. Wing Chun, a highly lethal close combat martial art. At extremely close range, the power of the inch punch is terrifying enough to split rocks. This kind of short-range, highly explosive martial art, if perfected, has no match in close combat. Lin Jin simply ignored the opponent's impenetrable shadow of punches. His entire body was like a bent bow, and he charged forward, using his shoulders as an axis to directly crash into Bai Mao with an 8 close combat body slam. Boom! Bai Mao's entire body, like a kite with a broken string, crashed in a straight line into the wall behind him, directly cracking the wall open into a spiderweb-like circular pit. Then his body bounced back to the ground, as if it had fallen apart, struggling to get up but unable to do anything, blood constantly overflowing from the corners of his mouth. The cute girl with the round face, Zhang Gij, subconsciously covered her mouth, her delicate body trembling slightly, tears flowing down her face without warning due to her overwhelming fear. Du Yi's eyes were also filled with shock. Both Hu Zi and Yi Feng were born into prestigious families, but they had spent countless energy and resources cultivating them since childhood. Hu Zi was sent to Shaolin Temple at a young age to be a disciple under the High Monk Yuan Tong, a monk in the Arhat Hall, and trained hard in the Shaolin's unique skills. At the age of 16, he was sent by his father to the army to gain experience, starting as an ordinary soldier. No one knew his identity, and he relied entirely on his own strength to become an elite soldier in the special sharp-edged troop of the Ace Unit. Bai Mao Yifeng's identity was even more noble. His ancestors were old military commanders. He had a strong talent for martial arts from an early age, and the family invited the Wing Chun master to teach him from an early age. He cultivated internal strength and achieved initial success before the age of 20. He was directly admitted to the Special Reconnaissance class in the Army. At the Army-wide martial arts competition, he achieved a good result of 3rd place in the Eastern Theater of Operations with his superb small ideas and unstoppable inch strength. With their 2 strikes, they could deal with several ordinary martial artists, professional boxers, or special forces soldiers at the same time. However, it is appalling that they were all defeated in one round by the driver of the daughter of a company boss. Sister Guan had just seen Lin Jin's gaze for an instant, and the bone-chilling coldness she had seen only in the eyes of veterans who had experienced the blood and fire under her father's command. This driver of the daughter of the company's boss is definitely no ordinary person. Dewey gritted his teeth. Both of his companions had already been defeated, and he could not escape alone by any means. He was just about to go forward when Sister Guan directly called out to stop him. Dewey! Don't move! Sister Guan shouted to stop Dewey. Although Dewey was the strongest of the 3, Guan Jia didn't think he was a match for the man in front of her. Take them to the hospital, let's go. Guan Jia said, staring at Lin Jin. She took out a bank card from her bag and placed it on the table. She said, I'm sorry, it's our fault. There's 5 million in this card, the password is 8x times x times x, it's a small compensation. Li Ruoshi opened her mouth, she wanted to say something, but after thinking about it, she didn't say anything in the end. She felt that she was being arrogant and a bit arrogant towards Lin Jin, which made her a bit unhappy. Dewey didn't say anything, walked up and took his 2 unconscious companions under the arms, and followed Sister Guan and Zhanggij out of the box. Lin Jin shook his head, ignored the people in the box who were still in a daze, and whispered to Li Ruoshi, "Let's go." Li Ruoshi looked at Lin Jin's back and glanced at the group of rich second-generation kids on the floor, and quickly followed him out. "Lin Jin, wait for me." Li Ruoshi chased after him, as if she was meeting Lin Jin for the first time, and looked him up and down. She said, "I didn't realize you were so amazing. You're really too good to be my father's chauffeur." Chapter 14, whatever, if you're so capable, just take it. There's no such thing as being underqualified or overqualified. I'm just doing this for a living. Lin Jin shrugged and said what I was told to say. Anyway, thank you. You can take any car in my garage. Li Ruoshi said imperiously. I'm not really interested in cars. Lin Jin paused and said, "Did I save you this time? If I hadn't intervened, would you be in trouble today?" "Yes. Just tell me what you want." Li Ruoshi answered cheerfully. "I helped you, so you have to help me. I want to deal with someone at the company." Lin Jin stopped in his tracks and said sternly. The ambulance stopped urgently at the entrance of the city's #1 People's Hospital, and the city's best experts and professors rushed over for a joint consultation. Yi Feng and Huzi were no longer in danger of life after receiving first aid from more than a dozen experts. Armed guards were sent to stand guard on the floor of the VLP ward to ensure their safety. Sister Guan sat on a hospital lounge chair and gently rubbed her temples. Her skull was a little sore, partly from the irritation of the remaining alcohol and partly from the fatigue of this series of changes. Little Gidge sat next to her like a pet, clinging to her side. "Sister Guan, the doctor said there is no danger to life. Huzi broke 7 ribs, Yifeng has 12 broken bones all over his body, and there is some slight internal bleeding. Although there is no major problem, he will have to lie in bed for a few months," Dewey said. Sister Guan let out a breath, looked up at Dewey and said, "I didn't expect that even the small city of W would have hidden dragons and crouching tigers. What do you think his background is?" "That man could tell at a glance that we were from the military and came from a military compound, which means he must also have a connection to the military, but he's so young and his skills are so sharp, so why would he work as a driver for someone else at a company?" Dewey said with some surprise. "Check his file, I heard the girl call him Lin Jin," Sister Guan said. "It's really easy for the privileged class to access someone's file." "Okay, Sister Guan." Dewey nodded and said, "Yifeng has had nothing but smooth sailing since childhood, and he has always been the winner at everything. He has never suffered such a great loss before, and I'm afraid he won't be able to accept it. If you've never suffered a loss, how will you grow? It's a good idea to let him wake up a little, and stop looking down on everyone all the time. You have to know that there are people out there who are better than you, and there are people out there who are better than them," Sister Guan said. "Sister Guan, that guy is so fierce, he can kill you with his eyes," Zhanggij said in a soft voice. "He has definitely experienced war. Before you find out his background, Dewey, you must stop Yifeng or Huzi from taking any retaliatory action," Sister Guan said. "I understand, Sister Guan." Du Feng hesitated for a moment and asked, "Should we notify their family about this?" Sister Guan sighed and said, "Let's notify them. It's been a few months, and vacations aren't that long. We can't hide it." It was another sunny morning. Lin Jin hummed a song as he passed by the company reception desk with breakfast in hand, and gave the pretty receptionist a soy milk and fried dough stick. "Thanks, Brother Jin." The receptionist was a pretty young woman fresh out of university named Moni. She had the standard internet celebrity face and a figure that was attractive with its forward curves and backward juts. Girls nowadays really do get good nutrition and develop into plump, ripe peaches. Moni has a lively personality, gets along well with Lin Jin, is sweet-talking, and often refers to Lin Jin as Brother Jin or Brother Longjin, which makes Lin Jin extremely comfortable. So he often brings her breakfast, buys milk tea, coffee, desserts, and so on, treating her like a little pet. After flirting with the receptionist for a while, Lin Jin returned to his workstation with a relaxed and happy pace, opened his computer as usual, and began to collect the earnings from the previous night's hang-ups. At this time, Ding Shuwei whispered a reminder, "Brother Jin, Xiaobaldi is here." Xiaobaldi walked over and said to Lin Jin with a smile that didn't reach his eyes, "Lin Jin, I passed by human resources and brought you a notice." Lin Jin didn't even raise his eyelids, continuing to play his game and saying, "I'm busy. Just let me know, Minister Xia." Siabaldi's eyes revealed flames of anger, and he suppressed his anger with a cold laugh and said, "Recently, the company has reduced costs and increased efficiency, and idle staff have to take on multiple roles. Therefore, the company has decided that when the chairman is away, you cannot keep idle, you have to go to the warehouse and drive the minivan." Siabaldi deliberately spoke loudly so that everyone in the large office could hear, just to let everyone know that there is definitely no good ending to going against management, and you will definitely be retaliated against. So what if the chairman's driver is the boss's driver? He can still use the rules to make things difficult for you. Although there was no way to get Lin Jin out of the company, he could make things difficult for you using various tricks, and in the end, you would be unable to bear it and resign on your own. Xiabuzi's face was wearing a smile that begged for a beating. This was another trick that he and Lao Huang had come up with. As long as he, Xia Zhengfu, is in charge, he will never let this little brat get away with it. Men are just like that, fighting over scraps in a dog bowl, and the dog will even show its teeth. Does he really think that I, Minister Xia, am worse than a dog? Bai Shanshan's worried gaze fell on Lin Jin. She knew that Baldi Xia regarded Lin Jin as a thorn in his side because of her. But, others have rights, and what can a lowly worker do? This made Bai Shanshan feel very bad. She didn't want Lin Jin to suffer so much because of her, but there was nothing she could do. Lin Jin glanced at the smug Xiabuzi, picked up the notice casually, and then tore it up in front of Xiabuzi's face and threw it in the trash can next to him. Xiabuzi's eyes flashed with brilliance, and he said coldly, "Lin Jin, the company has its own system. If you refuse to enforce the company's rules and regulations, then the Human Resources Department will deduct your salary based on your attendance. He even has the right to treat you as absenteeism until you are fired." Siabaldi didn't care if Lin Jin implemented it or not. He knew that Lin Jin was the chairman's driver and he couldn't do anything himself, but he could deduct his salary. Everyone goes to work for the few silver coins. With the system in place, Bai Bing couldn't protect her even if she wanted to. If you want to go to work, you can continue to go to work, and your salary will be deducted. You can't generate electricity for love, so bring money to work, right? Do whatever you want, if you're capable, you can deduct it. Lin Jin continued to play games, and didn't take Siabaldi seriously at all. Seeing my attitude, Siabaldi wasn't angry either, but just sneered coldly, "Young man, don't be so arrogant. You have no qualifications, no ability, and if you leave Tianhuan Company, where will you find such a good job? The current environment is so bad, and how many 985,211 high achievers are waiting in line to get into the company?" After he finished speaking, he smiled proudly, turned around with satisfaction and was about to go back to his office when he saw Bai Bing walking over. "Director Bai, I'm here to supervise your staff to report to work as soon as possible in accordance with the company's latest document on multitasking. Please persuade them as well," Xiatuzi said with a smile. Chapter 15, his face went from white to red, then red to black, and then black to gray. Bai Bing looked at Xiabuzi with a complex expression in his eyes and said, "Minister Xia is here, that's good. I just finished a meeting and brought 2 appointment documents for human resources, one for Lin Jin and one for you can sign for them." "An appointment? I didn't know about it? This doesn't follow procedure." Xiabuzi looked at Bai Bing in confusion. This was a temporary decision by the board of directors, and General Manager Li personally issued the transfer order. Bai Bing said, "General Manager Li? Who is General Manager Li?" Xiatuzi was completely confused and had no idea what was going on, but he had a bad feeling about it. General Manager Li is Li Ruoshi, the daughter of General Manager Li. She has finished her internship at the company and the board of directors has officially appointed her as the company's deputy general manager, in charge of personnel and planning. Bai Bing explained. Li Ruoshi has been fishing around in various departments of the company. According to Li Longxiang's plan, she is supposed to familiarize herself with various departments of the company and take over the entire Tianhuan company in the future. Because this is the Li family's family business, the Li family has an absolute controlling interest, and everyone knows about it. I just didn't expect Li Ruoshi to become the company's deputy general manager so quickly. In the latest personnel appointment, you have been demoted to deputy director of the planning department, with a rank of M2, and Lin Jin has been promoted 3 levels in a row and appointed as the director of the company's planning department, with a rank of M3. Bai Bing said slowly. This sentence was like a stone that startled 1,000 ripples. Everyone in the office hall stood up in astonishment. Xiatuzi was dumbfounded, standing there in a daze, his brain CPU directly going down, unable to react at all. "What do you mean?" Xiatuzi asked. "Read it yourself." Bai Bing shoved the personnel appointment document at Xia Tuzi. Xia Tuzi opened it with trembling hands and quickly scanned it, his face instantly turning pale as a sheet of white paper. Lin Jin stretched, stood up, and patted Xia's shoulder, saying, "Xia, gather up your personal belongings before you lose them. I'll have someone redecorate the office of the head of the planning department. If you lose your things, you won't be able to find them again." Xia's face went from white to red, then red to black, and then black to gray. Lin Jin was worried that the old guy might be a bit weak and might not be able to catch his breath, so he would just fly up. Xia Baldi balled up the document and turned without a word, rushing into his office and slamming the door behind him. "Come to my office." Bai Bing ignored Xia Baldi and sent Lin Jin to her office. Lin Jin was familiar with the place and ground the beans himself, brewing a cup of coffee and serving it to Bai Bing. "Wow, a promotion, things are going to be different now. I'll try the new minister's handiwork." Even the usually cold Bai Bing did not refuse, and took a gentle sip. She stretched her eyebrows and said with some surprise, "Not bad, I didn't think the coffee was brewed so well." "Is it the same with women?" "Minister Bai, you can't say that, I've always kept myself pure," Lin Jin replied. "Really? Then what's going on with you and Li Ruoxi? Why did she help you get promoted and also help you suppress old Xie?" Bai Bing asked. "We're all friends. It's only right that friends help each other out, isn't it?" Lin Jin's answer was watertight. Bai Bing gave Lin Jin a deep look and said, "Li Ruoxi is the daughter of a wealthy family, and there's quite a gap in status between you two. As you know, in this society, I'm afraid that Ms. Li won't agree in the end." Bai Bing felt that since Li Ruoxi was going to such lengths to help Lin Jin, the two must have reached the stage of being in a relationship. However, she didn't think highly of this kind of cross-class relationship. "Minister Bai, you may have misunderstood, there is nothing between Ruoxi Li and me. I don't like that kind of spoiled brat, I just want to find someone who is virtuous, gentle, and can support the family," Lin Jin said with a smile. Bai Bing was stunned for a moment and said, "Tell me the truth, is there really nothing between you and Ruoxi Li?" "I don't mean anything else, I treat you like a younger brother, so I'm just reminding you from your point of view, I don't want to separate you two." "It's really nothing," Lin Jin said sternly, he really didn't have any bad intentions. Although this spoiled and willful young lady was indeed stunning in appearance and figure, she always loved to get into trouble, and that didn't quite fit with Lin Jin's nature, who craved for peace and comfort. "Okay, I understand," Bai Bing said, pushing up his glasses. "However, this appointment was made by the willful Li Zong, and when Li Zong returns, there may be adjustments, so you shouldn't worry about it." No, just pay me, I don't ask for much," Lin Jin said with a smile. He didn't care if he was promoted or demoted, but in the company, if Xia the Bald wanted to get him, then he would have to show him who was boss. He would make sure that he would let him know what it meant to offend someone. Bai Bing sighed and continued, "Old Xia may be useless, but his wife is no ordinary character. If you bully him too much, his wife may come looking for you, so you have to be careful." "Huh?" Lin Jin was stunned. This was really new. The husband was being bullied, and the wife came to his defense. Just who is this wife? Looking at Xia's bald, short, fat, and ugly appearance, his wife is probably also a shrew who is rough and cries when she sits down and rolls around. Lin Jin is not in the habit of indulging this kind of old woman. Even a gentleman has to consider the appearance of the other person. You will know when the time comes. In short, don't trust that woman. She is trouble. Bai Bing didn't go into detail, but just mentioned it. After Lin Jin returned to the office lobby, he was immediately surrounded by a group of colleagues, who came over to congratulate him. "Brother Jin, you're awesome. I've been working here for so long, and I've never seen anyone get promoted 3 times in a row. You're the first," Ding Sherwei said excitedly. I could see early on that Lin Jin was no ordinary person. He is a dragon in the making. "Minister Lin, you must remember us poor brothers. Lin Jin is a good person and gets along well with everyone, so although he has been promoted to minister, no one is overly formal with him, they are just much more enthusiastic." Bai Shanshan stood far away, not joining the crowd in congratulating him, but she was obviously very excited, her eyes red. With tears, her small hands clenched into fists at her plump chest. Her mood today had also been like a roller coaster. First she thought Lin Jin was going to be fixed by Xia Batu, and she felt that it was all because of her that he had been harmed, so she was constantly anxious. Unexpectedly, there was a twist in the road. Xia Batu hadn't been able to gloat for long before there was an instant super turnaround. Lin Jin had been promoted 3 levels, and he was now directly on top of Xia Batu. After work, Bai Shanshan took the initiative to ask Lin Jin to have dinner together, and Lin Jin did not refuse. After leaving the company building, Bai Shanshan silently followed Lin Jin's side, walking side by side on the bustling street with the crowd. Lin Jin did not say a word, but he could feel Bai Shanshan's gentle gaze and felt a little emotional. Chapter 16. There are two types of girls who drink, those who really can't drink, and those who can. Girls like Bai Shanshan are actually the dream of many men. Not only is she drop-dead gorgeous, she also has a simple and gentle personality, which is slightly weak, but can arouse a man's strong desire to protect her. Although this type of woman lacks character, every man craves her. The two walk side by side, the accidental touches of their bodies making the walk feel wonderful. It wasn't until nightfall that Bai Shanshan remembered her purpose. "Sorry, I've been thinking about something, so I forgot to find a place to eat," Bai Shanshan said apologetically. A burst of aroma drifted through the air. Lin Jin looked around and noticed that the two had arrived at a night market, where various food stalls selling barbecued food were bustling with activity. It had a very down-to-earth atmosphere. "I come here often, there is a barbecue place that is really good, if you don't mind, I'll buy you dinner," Lin Jin said. "But I thought I was treating you," Bai Shanshan said hurriedly. "Hey, I'll treat you once, and you can treat me once, that way we get to eat twice," Lin Jin said with a smile. "Ha ha." Bai Shanshan was amused by Lin Jin's teasing, and the beauty smile was like a blooming rose, making people reluctant to take their eyes off her. "Let's go, I'm starving, who can resist this delicious smell?" Lin Jin took Bai Shanshan's hand and walked towards the barbecue stall not far away. Bai Shanshan's face turned red, and she tried to break free, but Lin Jin held on to her hand and she let him lead the way. Lin Jin went to the familiar big barbecue stall, greeted the owner, and ordered dozens of skewers of lamb and beef, as well as some corn and eggplant for Bai Shanshan, and some beer. The night air was brisk, the aromas were intoxicating, and he was in the company of a beautiful woman, so Lin Jin was in a great mood. Bai Shanshan seemed to have become happy too, and she took the initiative to open a can of beer and clinked it with Lin Jin. "When I was little, my father often brought me to these night market stalls and bought me a few skewers to eat while I sat there with my mouth full of oil," Bai Shanshan said with some nostalgia, as she gently tousled her hair, which had been messed up by the night wind, and looked extremely charming. "Ha, I'm not your father," Lin Jin laughed. Bai Shanshan blushed all over and spat at Lin Jin, "Don't take advantage of me." The boss carried a large plate of skewers covered in oil and grease to the table and said, "Lin Jin, not bad, your girlfriend is really pretty." Colleague, don't joke around, girls have thin skin," Lin Jin hurriedly said. "I understand. These 2 skewers of grilled kidneys are for you, young man. Keep up the good work." The barbecue boss smiled, put down the plate and walked away. "Ha," Lin Jin said with a laugh, looking at Bai Shanshan, who was blushing. "The boss knows me well and made a few jokes, so don't mind it. It's fine." Bai Shanshan's voice was as small as a mosquito's. "Ha, don't think too much about it. Eat and drink as you should. Here, let's drink to celebrate my getting rid of Xiaobaldi," Lin Jin said. Bai Shanshan clinked her glass with Lin Jin, drank in one go, and burped. She seemed much more at ease. "This is incredible. How did you manage it, brother Jin? You were promoted 3 levels, and you even got rid of Xiaobaldi," Bai Shanshan said, her face flushed with excitement. "I helped General Manager Li a little, and in exchange, she helped me a little, too." "It's no big deal," Lin Jin said. "General Manager Li? I heard that she is now the Deputy General Manager. Alas, the daughter of a wealthy family was born to be rich, unlike us, working like a dog for a little pay." Bai Shanshan had a few drinks and became talkative. "Peace is happiness. I think these ordinary days are pretty good, I don't have such big ideals and ambitions." Lin Jin finished the drink in his glass and said, "How come? You're young and handsome, and your career is going well right now. In the future, there's no doubt that lots of pretty girls will want to marry you. Even Miss Li might fancy you," Bai Shanshan said. Lin Jin smiled. This sentence feels a little sour and vinegar-like. It seems that this little girl has a little interest in me. Hee hee, the days of a warm bed with a wife and children are not far off. I'm not that popular. I just want to marry a virtuous wife and live a plain and simple life." Lin Jin laughed. "That's strange, you're obviously so outstanding, why do you want to lie down so early?" Bai Shanshan asked. "Maybe it's laziness." Lin Jin took a big sip of wine, then ate the kebab in large bites, so happy. Bai Shanshan also relaxed, and she and Linjin drank glass after glass. There are two types of girls who drink, those who really can't drink, and those who can drink a lot. Anyone who dares to drink at the table belongs to the latter. Linjin and Bai Shanshan drank more than a case of beer between them, and both of them were red in the face. Looking closely at Bai Shanshan, you could only see her rosy cheeks and watery eyes, her face rippling like waves. When the two of them finished eating, it was already very late at night, and the surroundings had become a bit deserted. It's too late, there's no subway anymore, I'll take a taxi. Bai Shanshan staggered to her feet, a little dizzy and unsteady for a moment. Linjin quickly stepped forward and said, "It's so expensive to take a taxi. My home is nearby. Why don't you stay at my place for the night?" No, that's not going to work. You're just trying to take advantage of me." Bai Shanshan was clearly drunk and very excited. "Then let's go for a walk and have some tea to sober up before you go." Linjin used a delaying tactic. "Okay, but don't get any bad ideas." The tipsy Bai Shanshan leaned halfway against Linjin, letting him support her soft waist as they walked. The barbecue stall owner secretly gave Linjin a thumbs up. Linjin lived in a small apartment in a residential area, with just under 60 square meters of space. He led Bai Shanshan into the room, helped her sit on the small sofa, and then poured her a cup of warm water. "Thank you." Bai Shanshan took a sip of the warm water and then looked around the small apartment Linjin lived in curiously. "The house you live in is different from what I imagined," Bai Shanshan said. "What's different about it?" Linjin asked while brewing tea. "Single men's rooms seem to be quite messy, but your room is so tidy, and there are so few things, it's extremely simple," Bai Shanshan said. "This is called minimalist living, which is popular among old foreigners, so you're out of touch," Linjin said with a smile as he put the brewed black tea aside. "But it really feels so comfortable," Bai Shanshan said as she stretched. This movement revealed her infinitely beautiful curves, and her eyes, still in a drunken state, exuded a mesmerizing look, full of top-level seduction. Linjin felt his heartbeat accelerating, and the sound of thumping came from his chest, deafening. He leaned closer to Bai Shanshan and sat down. Bai Shanshan naturally leaned her head on his shoulder, and her soft, jade-like warm body also pressed against his body, as if she had lost her bones. Chapter 17, It's not over until the blood runs out. Just when Linjin felt that everything was falling into place, the sound of an unusually clear cell phone ringing came from Bai Shanshan's bag. This instantly woke Bai Shanshan up. She stood up, took the phone and walked a few steps away to answer it. Okay, I'll be right back." Bai Shanshan hung up the phone, gave Linjin an apologetic look and said, "Sorry, my sister has something to do and told me to hurry back." "It's okay." Linjin's face was smiling, but his heart was crying. However, he was not the type of person who would be desperate, there was still plenty of time, no rush. Linjin saw Bai Shanshan off to the ground floor, watched her get into a taxi and leave, before returning to his own house. The chance to get Bai Shanshan had flown away, and Linjin was a little depressed. He was sure he would not be able to sleep now, so he simply went out and found a bar to have a drink or two to help him sleep. He walked into a large bar with a nice decor, the lighting was intoxicating, and the young men and women dressed provocatively were exuding a pheromone-filled scent in the air. The dance floor was full of people frantically twisting their bodies, releasing their excess energy on this drunken night. Linjin walked to the bar, found an empty corner, and ordered a bottle of whiskey and an ice bucket, sipping alone. "Hey, handsome, can you buy me a drink?" A girl in sexy little suspenders and hot pants that hugged her but walked over to Linjin and sat down next to him. She had heavy makeup and her hair was dyed in all sorts of colors. Linjin glanced at her and wondered if kids these days were really that well developed. He poured half a glass of whiskey into the glass in front of him and said, "It's a little strong." The heavily made-up girl with the spirit smiled, gulped it down in one go, her eyes full of provocation, and said with a smile, "Thank you, uncle, have another one, fill it up." "Uncle?" Linjin frowned and said, "I'm only 26, and you're calling me uncle?" "I just turned 18 this year, so what are you if you're not an uncle?" The heavily made-up girl with the spirit was also very unceremonious, and she took the bottle herself and poured herself a full glass. Linjin smiled, and the youthful flesh and passion might be able to dispel the loneliness of the night. Xiaoyao, also young and beautiful, wearing a black V-shaped one-piece leotard, came up from behind and put her snow-white arms around the neck of the girl in heavy makeup and high spirits. "Good, secretly meeting a handsome guy here behind my back. Crazy, just having a drink." Xiaoyao slapped the girl in black on the butt and said angrily, "Let me introduce you, my best friend, resident DJ Xiao Duo Duo." Susu introduced her as a big internet celebrity with over 1 million followers. "Oh, you're embarrassing me. I'm not a big internet celebrity, I'm just your little Bao." Dodo cuddled up to Susu and said affectionately. The intimate actions of the two beauties really made people's adrenaline soar. Dodo was not the popular kind of white, young, and skinny girl, but was slightly plump, but with very attractive curves. Her slender waist suddenly expanded, like a full gourd, and this typical pear-shaped body was very voluptuous. "Let's drink together," Xiao Yao said. "I can't drink such strong alcohol, and I'm going on stage soon." "You're the dance king, hurry up and come over and let's party," Xiao Duo said with a smile. "Okay." Xiao Yao had drunk so much strong alcohol that she was feeling a bit tipsy, and she needed some loud music. "I'll go get ready to go on stage, I'll wait for you." Xiao Duo kissed Xiao Yao's cheek, then smiled at Linjin and hurriedly ran off stage. "Uncle, can you dance?" Xiao Yao asked. Linjin shook his head and said, "I can fight, but I can't dance." "It's okay, I'll teach you." Xiao Yao jumped off the high stool and, without further ado, dragged Linjin towards the dance floor. Linjin didn't refuse, either. He was here to relax, and there was no point in drinking alone. All the brothers and sisters got excited, welcoming our goddess, Xiao Duo, to bring us the most passionate night. The host suddenly shouted, "Mike!" The lights exploded. The music suddenly started blasting. Dodo the bunny started playing the disc with passion, twisting her sexy body to the beat of the explosive DJ. The crowd let out screams, and a large number of young people rushed to the stage. Xiao Yao took Linjin by the hand and danced passionately on the dance floor. She was like a flexible, beautiful snake, winding around him. A fiery feeling rose in Linjin's heart. Looking at the young, beautiful girl's body twisting and changing its curves, he couldn't help but feel a little dry in the mouth. Xiao Yao's hand rested on Linjin's shoulder, and under the explosive music, she passionately and wildly twisted her youthful and delicate body. The smell of whiskey filtered through her body and escaped through her pores. Xiao Yao used Linjin as a pole and danced intimately and passionately with him. This soft feeling made Linjin's heart race, and envious glances came from all around. As the DJ's music got more and more intense, the atmosphere in the venue reached a climax. Tonight, many people came for the internet celebrity DJ, Xiao Duo, and her beautiful photo was hanging on the poster at the entrance. Countless men were ogling her sexy figure and youthful, beautiful face, all hoping to get closer and get a taste. In the VIP booth area, a pair of eyes in the darkness were particularly fervent, like a beast in the forest staring intently at its prey. The host received a phone call and quickly picked up the microphone, shouting excitedly, "Thanks to Brother Shang, 100 flower baskets for Dodo the rabbit. One flower basket is 1,000 yuan, so 100 baskets is 100,000 yuan. This person called Brother Shang is really generous. In fact, this Brother Shang is indeed a presence that no one dares to provoke. He is the only son of Brother Fire Dragon, the second in command of the Yaoxing Gang, the city's largest underground force. Brother Fire Dragon has always been known for his ruthlessness and is notorious throughout the city. The leader of the Star Shining Gang, Chen Xingyao, has faded from the scene and is cultivating his character. In fact, Brother Fire Dragon, Brother Shang's father, calls the shots in the entire Star Shining Gang, which is why he has always been arrogant and no one dares to provoke him. Stimulated by alcohol and drugs, Brother Shang is already a little crazy. His whole body is covered with shiny ornaments, ear studs, lip studs, tongue studs, and nose studs. Everywhere that could be pierced had been adorned with shiny ornaments, looking a little scary. His gaze was fixed on the little rabbit Dodo, who kept jumping on the stage, and his eyes were full of extremely hot possessiveness. "Brother Shang, I'll call that chick over to drink with you." His henchmen knew their boss's character very well. Since the boss had sent a flower basket worth 100,000 yuan, he would definitely be the groom in the bridal chamber tonight. This young and beautiful little bunny has been noticed by Brother Shang, so her fate is already sealed. No, that's not exciting enough. Brother Shang is already rolling his eyes, and he's in a state of ecstasy. His subordinates, who know him well, understand that there will be bloodshed again tonight. Their boss is so excited that it won't end until there is bloodshed. "Follow me." Brother Shang staggered to his feet and waved his subordinates away. Chapter 18, Of course a bunny has to be cute when it's obedient. Brother Shang led his men strutting towards the stage, pushing the crowd out of the way. The group jumped directly onto the stage. The bar manager's sweat immediately began to drip, and he hurriedly led 7 or 8 security guards to meet them. The manager knew that Brother Shang was someone important, and he didn't dare to use force against him at all. He just bowed and said, "Brother Shang, if Brother Shang needs anything, just let us know. I want her." Brother Shang pointed directly at Xiaotu Dudu. Don't worry, Xiaotu is still playing the disc. After this performance, I will take her to toast to you. The manager hurriedly said. No need to go to all that trouble, young master. I'm here for something exciting today, to give you all a reality show. Brother Shang said with a hideous smile like a beast. The bar manager's mouth twitched and his heart almost stopped beating. This is the king of hell. Brother Shang, we're in business, this is going to be difficult for us, the manager said, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Difficult? If it's difficult, then fuck it. Brother Shang slapped the manager in the face, knocking him to the ground. The security guards rushed over to help him up. Brother Shang's men pounced on the security guards and, after a few blows and kicks, drove them and the manager off the DJ booth. Xiaotu Dudu's face turned pale and she was shaking all over. Of course she knew the fear of this fierce beast in front of her, but what could a little internet celebrity DJ like her do? Just now, Shanggu sent a 100,000 yuan flower basket, and her heart started pounding. She had a feeling that something might happen tonight, so she was going to sneak out the back door after this performance. She didn't dare to accept the 100,000 yuan flower basket. Unexpectedly, this Shanggu is actually a madman, and he rushed onto the stage before the end of this performance. She didn't dare to think about what reality TV was, and at this time, her heart was filled with despair. Little Rabbit, come to your brother. Shanggu walked smilingly towards Little Rabbit, except that his strange smile made him look like a demon. Brother Shang, please don't. Rabbit was now too afraid to play the disc, and slowly backed away, her eyes full of fear. Don't be afraid, you can play with your brother, and I'll give you 200,000 yuan, 200,000 yuan a night, isn't that more than you can earn playing the disc here? Brother Shang said with a sneer. The crowd on the dance floor of the bar also noticed the abnormality, but Brother Shang's men had already formed a line to block most of the view. Brother Shang, please don't do this to me. I'm still young and don't know any better. If I've done anything wrong, please forgive me. Please, let me go. Xiaotu was so scared that she couldn't speak, and she ran in panic backstage. However, she was caught by two of Brother Shang's men, who held her firmly in check. Brother Shang walked over, shaking his body, grabbed Xiaotu by the hair, and slapped her hard in the face. What are you running for? Do I really annoy you that much? The slap was so hard that blood immediately oozed from the corners of Xiaotu's mouth. Even the emperor can't save you today. You're a little rabbit, so you should be obedient to be cute. Shang brother pulled Xiaotu's hair hard and grinned evilly. Seeing her best friend being humiliated like this, Xiaotian couldn't hold back any longer. She picked up a bottle of wine and ran all the way from the backstage staff passage to the DJ stage. Shang's henchmen were all standing in front of the stage, blocking the audience's view, and did not pay attention to the backstage passage, so Xiaoyao rushed directly to Shang's front. Bang! A wine bottle smashed hard on Shang's head, and blood and wine flowed down at the same time. Shang was caught off guard by this sudden attack, and he was already unsteady, so he fell directly to the ground. Brother Shang! The surrounding brothers were dumbfounded, and they never expected anyone to be so bold as to rush in and attack Brother Shang. Lin Jin also looked at Xiaoyao with interest. There were too many refined egoists in society, and there were few brothers who were willing to risk it all for their friends, let alone sisters. Xiaoyao's rushing up with the bottle of wine could be said to have gambled with her own life. Although she was young and impulsive, it was still rare. Xiaoyao grabbed the bottle and ran, dragging Xiaotu with her. It was only then that the members of the Yaoxin gang, who had just come to their senses, gave chase, screaming. Get them! Damn it! Shang, covering his bleeding head, yelled furiously. The gangsters then reacted and rushed over. The two girls quickly ran out the back door through the staff passage, but Xiaotu was wearing high heels and couldn't run very fast. She accidentally sprained her ankle and fell directly to the ground on the street. Seeing that the vicious guys were about to catch up, the hideous expression was close at hand, and she was so scared that she turned pale, let out a scream of despair and closed her eyes. At this moment, Lin Jin's figure blocked the two women's path, and he directly gave a straight kick, sending the bald guy in the front flying, knocking over 3 or 4 people behind him. This kick stopped the attack of these gangsters. Brother Shang, covering his bleeding head, walked over with the help of his subordinates, his triangular eyes shining with the vicious light of a poisonous snake. Xiaoyao glared back at Brother Shang with a face of indifference and said, "You're so many people bullying a girl, have you no shame?" Good, very good. It's been a long time since I've been so excited. You've got guts, little girl, and I'll play with you until the end tonight. Tomorrow, if you can even stand up from your bed, I'll consider myself the loser. Brother Shang pointed at Xiaoyao and said. Let's talk it over, what's the point of getting so worked up? Lin Jin said with a smile. How dare you talk to Brother Shang like that? Daring to go against the Yaoxing gang, do you want to die? A horse next to Brother Shang, with a shaved porcupine head, snarled angrily. Lin Jin's kick had indeed temporarily silenced these people. He had directly kicked over the strongest fighter of the Yaoxing gang, Dasha. Now, Daxi is rolling his eyes, and foam is still coming out of his mouth. How can the Yaoxing gang have brutes like you? What is Brother Shang? Xiaotian said, with her hands on her hips. You little bitch, I'll rip your mouth apart. The porcupine-headed man charged towards Xiaotian with ferocity. Lin Jin took a step forward, twisted his waist, and swung his right arm like a steel whip, slamming it directly into the porcupine-headed man's face. This punch was extremely fierce. Just now, the arrowhead pig's head, which had been grinning, instantly spat out a mouthful of blood, and a few broken teeth popped out with the blood. His entire body rotated 180 degrees in place, and then he fell over with his eyes rolling in his head. Speak nicely, don't swear. Lin Jin said with a cold face. The people from the Yaoxing gang looked at each other, and their gazes finally landed on Xinga. The porcupine was Xinga's right-hand man and a red-belted enforcer in the gang, and yet he was just knocked out with a single punch? So far, Lin Jin has only made 2 moves, kicking the bald guy to the ground with 1 kick and knocking the porcupine out with a punch. These 2 are the 2 most capable fighters under Xinga. Chapter 19, This is how I do things, always. Kid, don't be arrogant. Do you know what the consequences are of offending the Yaoxing gang? Brother Shang didn't say anything, but the lackey next to him still blabbered on as usual. Brother Shang had bled quite a lot after taking a bottle to the head, but he had also come to his senses and wasn't as crazy as before. He stared at Lin Jin fiercely and said, Kid, none of you will get away tonight. I'll make sure you die a painful death. If you want us to die a horrible death, we'll see if you have what it takes. Xiaoyao, however, was not at all afraid, and stepped forward, rushing to the front of Lin Jin. She held the phone in one hand, which was ringing, and loudly asked, Who is Wang Disheng? Your boss wants to speak to you. Brother Shang was a little dazed. He had never imagined that a little girl in such a state of mind would know his real name, and that she would even let him answer the phone for her boss. Looking at the phone handed to him, he was a little suspicious, but he still took it and answered it. As soon as he put the phone to his ear, he heard his boss and his biological father yelling at him, You son of a bitch, don't you dare touch a single hair on that girl's head, or I'll break your legs and throw you into the river to feed the fish. Dad, what's going on? Brother Shang's momentum suddenly faded. What's going on? That girl is the daughter of the gang leader, she just came back from abroad, and you want to touch her? Do you want to die? What? What gang leader's daughter? Brother Shang looked up in surprise, looking at Xiao Xiao in front of him, who had an arrogant expression on her face. Who would have thought that this little girl with colorful hair and a cheerful spirit was actually the daughter of the legendary gang leader of the Yaoxing gang? Don't you fucking move, I'll be right there with the boss. Brother Shang's father, Brother Fire Dragon, hung up the phone. Shang listened to the long beep sound, a little confused. Did he go out today without checking the almanac? Is this an inauspicious year? Boss, I'll help you deal with these. Deal with you? What the hell, all of you stand properly, wait for my dad to come. Shang looked unconvinced but helplessly led his men to stand aside. Lin Jin was also quite surprised. It seemed that he didn't need to intervene. This little girl with spirit was quite well connected. In a short while, a dozen black Mercedes-Benz cars pulled up in a line along the street. The doors opened and dozens of young men in black suits and sunglasses got out and lined up neatly on both sides of the road. A middle-aged man with fiery red hair and an elderly man with graying temples got out of the lead business car. Dad! Xiao Yao saw the elderly man happily running over, taking his arm, beaming from ear to ear. You child, what are you messing around with? You're not at all well behaved when you come back. Look what you've done to your hair. Tomorrow, you'll fix it. Xiao Yao's father, Zhang Yaoxing, the leader of the Yaoxing gang, frowned and said. Although he was scolding, there was still a look of fondness in his eyes. Brother Huolong walked up to his son and slapped him directly, cursing, Little brat, did you take drugs again? If you keep this up, you'll die sooner than me. Do you want me to be the one to bury you? Brother Shang? Brother Shang bowed his head, not daring to argue. Brother Huolong glanced at the two men lying on the ground, his eyes sweeping past Linjin, cold and sinister. Linjin pretended not to see. Since everyone was safe now, there was no need for him to cause trouble. Taking advantage of the family's affection for each other, he quietly turned and left, disappearing into the dark night. Dad, thanks to a friend for helping me today. I'd like to introduce you. What? Xiaoya wanted to introduce Linjin, but when she turned around, she saw that only Xiao Tu was sitting there alone, and there was no sign of Linjin. Linjin returned home, fell asleep in a tipsy state, and pretended to be asleep. The next day, Linjin bought breakfast and still brought a copy to the pretty receptionist, Mo&I. Mo&I's eyes were sparkling and her face flushed. She of course knew that Linjin had been promoted 3 levels and was now AM 3-level minister, but he still brought her breakfast. This excited her greatly. Brother Jin, the construction team has arrived and has already started work as you requested. Ding Shiwei hurried over to report to work as soon as he saw Linjin. Linjin transferred Ding Shiwei to work as his assistant and promoted him 1 level, and Ding Shiwei immediately became devoted to him. Linjin nodded with satisfaction as he looked at the dusty office. At this time, Xia Tuzi ran over angrily, yelling, "Linjin, what the hell do you mean? Why did you smash up my vice minister's office as well?" Linjin gave him a sideways glance and said, "It's nothing. My office was too small, so I knocked through the wall and redecorated my office. In the future, the vice minister will not have an office, and you will be given a separate cubicle in the lobby." Xia Tuzi's face turned red. If looks could kill, he would have killed Linjin countless times already. I have never seen such a lack of courtesy. If you have a grudge in the office, you usually pretend to be on good terms on the surface, and then show your true colors behind each other's back. But Linjin didn't play by the rules at all, and started retaliating directly, without any acting at all. On his first day in office, he kicked Vice Minister Siebaldi out of the office, which was equivalent to slapping Vice Minister Siebaldi in the face in front of all his colleagues, and the kind that smacks the face with the sole of the shoe. Linjin, don't let your ego get the better of you and go too far. Xia was so angry that he was fuming, and if he had any cardiovascular disease, he might have died on the spot. I've always done things this way. Linjin shrugged his shoulders nonchalantly. Good, good, good. Xia's hands trembled as he said 3 times in a row, then turned around and left. He must have been too ashamed to stay, and must have gone to complain. Linjin didn't even bother with him. With the boss always away, his daughter was now in charge of the company, and no matter how capable Xia was, he couldn't make a ripple. Xiao Kong, if Minister Xia doesn't come back today, his attendance will be marked as absent. Linjin said to Xiao Kong, who was in charge of attendance. Okay. Xiao Kong agreed with a smile. Xia the Baldy was already harsh with his subordinates. He usually strutted around with his head held high, often verbally abusing and tormenting his subordinates. There were many people at the bottom who were dissatisfied with him. Now that they saw Xia the Baldy being messed with, they were all overjoyed inside, and their work became 100 times more energetic. Bai Shanshan was also smiling, but she didn't come to say hello to Linjin. Last night, she was called back home at the last minute by her family, and today she became a little shy, and she didn't dare to make eye contact with Linjin. Linjin liked the smell, and the shy look that resisted but welcomed him was just what he wanted. He was thinking about flirting with her when Li Xiaozong and Li Ruoshi came in, walking with a pace that showed no recognition of anyone. She was wearing an OL uniform today, with a perfect fit that showed off her perfect curves to the fullest. Black pantyhose hugged her plump long legs, making them look straight and slender. She wore 10-centimeter high heels, strutted along in a catwalk, wore rimless lotus glasses, and her long hair flowed elegantly. Chapter 20, It's good to look at. Love to look at. Want to look at it again. Hello, President Li. Good morning, President Li. President Li. Morning. Everywhere she passed, the employees bowed their heads and stood at attention, greeting her respectfully. After all, Li Longxiang was not around, and his daughter Li Ruoshi was now the most powerful person in the company. Li Ruoshi seemed to have long been accustomed to the scene of everyone bowing to her, and she just nodded slightly, as if she had greeted everyone. Linjin was a little surprised to see Li Ruoshi come to see him. Could it be that the bald Xia had done some good work by complaining? As it turned out, Linjin had thought too much. Li Ruoshi didn't even ask about the fact that Linjin was using public funds to decorate his office. She just said lightly, "Linjin, come with me, I have work arrangements for you." After saying that, she turned around and walked towards the door on her own. Lin Jun touched his nose. This chick really has the aura of a female CEO, but since it's work, he can't refuse. After all, the office hasn't been decorated yet, and he hasn't even sat in the ministerial chair for a day. If he angers this demon girl and gets fired by her again, he'll really lose out. Looking at the graceful and curvaceous back, Lin Jun still followed. This time, when Li Ruoxi called Lin Jun out, it really wasn't for shopping and fun, it was indeed for work. Li Ruoxi walked to the research and development department, where there was another guard, and it was completely separated from the outside of the company. You have to scan your face to get in. Stay close to me and don't run around, Li Ruoxi said. Lin Jun leaned close to Li Ruoxi, and a faint fragrance came from her. The perfume on that enchantress really smelled good, and with her full curves, it was very eye-catching to follow her. Once again, Lin Jun passed through a door that required a full body scan. Lin Jun was extremely surprised. This security check was a bit ridiculous, making him think that he had arrived at some kind of secret department. The business world is like a battlefield. Very often, the leakage of commercial information can determine the survival of a company. Therefore, the research and development department is the most secretive place in Tianhuan Company. Manager Li. When Li Ruoxi walked into the office of the research and development department, everyone inside stood up to greet him. Ariel, are we all set? Li Ruoxi asked Ariel, the head of the R&D department, who was dressed very fashionably and somewhat effeminately. We've been ready for a long time, just waiting for you to arrive, Mr. Li, Ariel said, twisting his body. His gaze fell on Lin Jun behind Li Ruoxi and he asked, who is this handsome guy? Lin Jun, my newly promoted head of planning. Li Ruoxi said. Oh, you're Lin Jun, I've heard a lot about you, and I see why, you're so handsome, and you've got such firm pecs. Ariel said, and then he reached out to touch Lin Jun's chest. Lin Jun subconsciously flinched back and said, a gentleman uses his mouth, not his hands. The handsome guy is blushing. Okay, I'm not going to tease you anymore, I can't wait for you to admire my masterpiece, it's going to be a feast for the eyes. Ariel said. Lin Jun shrugged, not sure what this sissy could possibly design. Ariel graduated from the world's top Sphinx Design Academy. He has an extraordinary talent for understanding women's psychology, and his design skills are also among the best in the fashion industry. Li Ruoxi gave a brief introduction. Mr. Li is too kind. I'm not that good either. I've only designed a few best-selling models, Ariel said with a smile, covering his mouth. He led the two of them into a hall. There was enough space for a 200-square-meter area, which had been designed as a small T-shaped catwalk, surrounded by soft leather sofas. Music. Lighting. After Ariel invited Li Ruoxi and Lin Jun to take their seats, he snapped his fingers to call for the lighting and music. On the catwalk, one long-legged model after another walked from behind the scenes to the catwalk. They had graceful figures, wore exquisite jewelry, and swayed and moved with charm as they walked on the stage in simple underwear or fashionable dresses. With long legs that seemed to go on forever, their snow-white skin shimmered in the light. It was beautiful, enjoyable, and I want to see more. This was the first time Lin Jun had been in such a perfect position and distance to so recklessly admire these top beauty models walking the runway. No wonder those old men like fashion so much, who doesn't like to see beautiful legs? This magnificent feast of female bodies left Lin Jun with only one word to describe it, vibrant and full of life. These top beauty models gently twisted their incredibly slender waists and crossed their legs as they walked, leaving Lin Jun so mesmerized that he could hardly tell which way was north or south. Even after the show was over, Lin Jun was still in a daze. What do you think? Does it look good? Li Ruoxi asked, glancing at Lin Jun. It looks good, really good, Lin Jun replied. Ha, Director Lin really has good taste, Ariel said with a smile. Li Ruoxi, however, still looked coldly at Lin Jun and asked, then can you tell me what's so good about the design of the jewelry? Jewelry? What jewelry? Lin Jun looked confused. Li Ruoxi's eyes were blazing with anger as she stared at Lin Jun in rage and said, the new season of our Angel series jewelry, all you just looked at are unreleased new products. What were you looking at? Were you looking at how long the model's legs were? Was her butt perky? Sorry, you know, men are visual creatures. Lin Jun explained with some trepidation. He had just taken over as head of the planning department and was also responsible for the promotion of new products. Li Ruoxi had really come to guide him at work, not to show him beautiful models. Oh, my God, Director Lin, you really disappoint me. Ariel said, stroking her forehead lightly, these are all designs that I have worked so hard on, and you haven't even noticed them. Li Ruoshi has been in charge of this fashion jewelry brand project, and it is also the project she has poured the most effort into. Lin Jin's mouth twitched slightly as he whispered, "You didn't say anything in advance, and I'm not prepared at all." "How do you need to say it in advance? Don't you know what you need to do yourself?" Li Ruoshi folded her arms across her chest, unrelenting. "Well, I'm a bit urgent to pee, I'll go to the bathroom first, and we'll talk when I get back." Lin Jin really had no choice but to escape by urinating. Humph. Looking at Lin Jin running away in defeat, Li Ruoshi proudly held her head high, finally feeling like she had her revenge. "Every time that brat acts like that, this time I'll show him." Lin Jin walked out of the runway show hall, took a moment to compose himself, and sensed that something was wrong. This little bitch definitely didn't tell him on purpose. Then she took the opportunity to make trouble and put him in a difficult position. How would a normal man pay attention to the jewelry on a model when they don't know anything about it? Even if they look at their clothes, they won't notice the jewelry they're wearing. And all men subconsciously definitely want to admire the figure first. Lin Jin shook his head. This little demon girl has run out of ideas and is playing mind games with him. Chapter 21, Promoted by Rocket. He really had to pee now, so he found a bathroom in the building and went in without thinking and let the water run. After peeing, he just finished zipping up, when the door to the toilet cubicle opened and a beautiful model locked eyes with Lin Jin. The two stood there for a few seconds before Lin Jin heard the beautiful female model scream at extremely high volume. "Ah! There's a pervert!" This scream attracted 7 or 8 models, who came over to Lin Jin in an agitated manner, grabbing him and tearing at his clothes. Lin Jin was completely dumbfounded. While protecting his face, his mind raced, and the corner of his eye caught sight of the urinal next to him. This is definitely the men's bathroom. He didn't mistakenly enter the women's bathroom. How did he become a pervert? "Stop!" Lin Jin roared, his voice directly causing people's heads to buzz. These beautiful female models were shocked by this loud yell, and subconsciously stopped tearing. "This is the men's room, right? How did I become a pervert?" Lin Jin pointed at the urinal and angrily questioned. The female models looked at each other, and realized that this floor was basically full of female employees, so the original men's room was almost useless. The female models had become accustomed to using both toilets for personal use. When the female model came out and saw Lin Jin, she screamed subconsciously, which caused the misunderstanding. Okay, girls, it was all a misunderstanding." Ariel, who had rushed over at the sound of the scream, clapped her hands and told the beautiful models to disperse. Lin Jin walked out with a black face, and when he saw Li Ruoshi, he couldn't help but laugh. She was leaning against the wall, unable to straighten up. He had been dealt a pretty bad blow this time. Although Li Ruoshi hadn't expected this scene in the toilet, it had indeed started because of her. "Okay, come back to the office with me." Li Ruoshi was satisfied. This time, she had recovered her face and reputation, and she felt that she had made Lin Jin proud in front of him. Li Ruoshi of course knew that Lin Jin had been temporarily promoted by herself. Previously, he was a complete lay when it came to product promotion, so how could she have handed him the promotion of a new hairstyle? It was just a deliberate tease, and she didn't expect there to be a happy accident. "Let's see what you look like. Come with me to the office." Li Ruoshi put on a cold and serious expression again, quite the air of a leader. Lin Jin followed him to the office of the deputy general manager. Li Ruoshi sat comfortably in the leather executive chair and turned halfway around, looking at Lin Jin with his pointed chin raised. "You've had a good look today, I can see your drool almost dripping. How were the female models' figures?" Li Ruoshi asked. "They were okay." Lin Jin had given up and answered casually. "Wow, I didn't realize you had quite a discerning eye. They're all professional top models, and you think they're just SOSO?" Li Ruoshi said disdainfully. "I'm looking at them with an artistic eye, you're thinking too much." Lin Jin said seriously. "Don't bullshit me, you know anything about art? All you think about is sex, right?" Li Ruoshi said with a sneer. Lin Jin didn't bother arguing with her, because today had indeed been a bit of a disaster. "Product promotion and publicity, I will set up a project team to follow up, but you were promoted by me, so if you don't achieve anything, it'll be a slap in the face for me, so you should be the leader of this project team and report directly to me," Li Ruoshi said. Lin Jin nodded. Li Ruoshi had done an excellent job, and he had given her a helping hand when she first started. Although he had done it to save face for her, she had done a decent job after all. Lin Jin didn't really care about this M3 level planning department head, because he actually had no experience in this area and was completely a big mess. As Bai Bing said, this is Li Ruoshi messing around. When President Li returns, he might right the wrongs and get rid of his own minister. So let's enjoy ourselves first. It's still unknown when President Li will return. This period of time must be seized, so that Xia Baldi is left wanting more? Lin Jun left Li Ruoshi's office and returned to his own territory, where construction was in full swing. Ding Shuwei was directing the construction site with great care. He followed Lin Jun's instructions and pressed ahead with the construction schedule to complete the renovation as soon as possible. Since it was a soft decoration, there was not much hard decoration to renovate, except for knocking down a wall. The main focus was a complete change of style, and to make Xia the Baldi feel sick. The planning department already had various design experts, so Lin Jun just gave the requirements, asked everyone to come up with a plan, and then picked the one that looked good, and got started. He specially separated a cubicle for Xia Tuzi, but Xia Tuzi never went in once. He didn't know what he was doing these days, and Lin Jun didn't bother with him either. After all, the company would still turn without anyone. In the afternoon, the company notified the department heads to have a meeting. Lin Jun arrived at the meeting room on time. All the managers of the company with a rank of M3 or above from various departments were already there. When Lin Jun entered, all eyes were focused on him. Lin Jun had been promoted rapidly and was not familiar with these people. He knew that these people were also curious about what methods he had used to go from a P4 level driver to the position of head of the planning department by taking a direct flight. You must be the newly appointed Minister Lin. Hello, I'm Cao Jia from the Overseas Operations Department. A friendly-looking older gentleman, over 185 centimeters tall and with a straight, handsome figure, stood up and shook Lin Jun's hand. Gao Jie's name was well known throughout Tianhuan. If he hadn't gotten old, he would definitely have been the #1 handsome guy at Tianhuan. Even though he was over 40 years old, he still looked the same. Gao Jia is definitely a godfather when it comes to women. He has been overseas for a long time and can be said to have brought back a lot of face for all Oriental men. Usually it is Westerners who prey on the girls in the East, spoiling the fresh young cabbages one after the other with their strong foreign odors. Domestic men all sigh with their feet. Gao Jia has killed many people abroad and passed on his advanced experience to the younger employees of the company, so that everyone worships him. Countless young employees hope to be transferred to the Overseas Operations Department, follow their godfather to the world, and win glory for Oriental men. Lin Jun has also long admired the godfather's reputation at Tianhuan Company, and today, seeing him in person, he is not disappointed. Gao Jie does not have the slightest bit of the airs of an old minister, and he enthusiastically pulls Lin Jun to sit next to him, which surprises Lin Jun a little. When Li Ruoshi enters, he glances at everyone, then his gaze falls on Lin Jun, and he introduces Lin Jun to everyone as usual. This meeting was a routine ministerial-level meeting, and Lin Jun didn't bother to listen to the content of the meeting, as he was only there to gain experience. Of course, not everyone was friendly towards Lin Jun. For a new minister like Lin Jun, who was suspected of being a soft touch and had been promoted by helicopter, although the old wizards in the workplace kept their smiles on their faces, their eyes were full of disdain. Especially Lao Huang from the Human Resources Department, everyone could see the contempt in his eyes. Chapter 22, A Woman of Many Charms. At the end of the regular meeting, Lao Huang did indeed make trouble. He directly accused Lin Jun of seriously violating the company's regulations by remodeling and annexing the office of the deputy minister, and the area exceeded the standard. This old man is the same as Xia the Bald, and Lin Jun made up his mind in his heart that after he finished with Xia the Bald, he definitely would not let him off easy. After Lao Huang finished speaking, the meeting room fell silent. No one spoke, and everyone knew that Lin Jun was promoted by Li Ruoshi. However, Lao Huang's public questioning was reasonable and in the company's interests, so no one could find fault with it. Everyone actually wanted to see how the future heir to the Tianhuan company would handle the situation. Although it was just a trivial matter, it was also a test of the young master by these arrogant and fierce generals, which would affect whether the young master could successfully ascend the throne in the future. Therefore, there was a short silence in the entire conference hall. Lin Jun's mouth curled up slightly. He was quite curious about how the barbaric and willful Tianhuan princess would react. He felt that Li Ruoshi's character was already quite restrained not to have directly smashed the teacup in Huang's face. Li Ruoshi wore rimless glasses and glanced at the crowd, her face expressionless. Minister Huang, the problem you have raised, the responsibility lies with me. Our Tianhuan company has been around for decades, and many of the rules and regulations are old rules from a few years or even a decade ago. Many of them are no longer suitable for the development of the company in the new era, but there has been no reform. Lee Ruwashi paused for a moment and continued. For example, the regulations on the size of office space are from the old charter from the early stages of the company's development 11 years ago. The offices of the department heads are too small. Now that Tianhuan has developed to the present, there are many things that need to be dealt with every day, and the offices of each department also represent the face of the company. You ministers are also heroes who have followed us Tianhuan in the business world and fought to the present, and deserve a better working environment and benefits. So I am going to comprehensively upgrade the offices of the department heads, including the areas where the staff work, and the old rules will be readjusted. I have already reported all this to my father, Li Longxian, the chairman of the company, and he is very supportive. You are all the backbone of the company. Tianhuan will not forget its heroes. Please continue to work hard. Good, thank you, President Li, for always remembering the old members of our company. All the department heads followed suit, and a genuine smile was on everyone's face. After all, this was an improvement in the benefits of middle management, and no one would be unhappy about it. And for a family-run company like Tianhuan, whether Li Ruwashi's words were sincere or not, they were a recognition of everyone's work and an encouragement. Lin Jin was a little surprised. He had never expected Li Ruwashi to be so sharp at work. It was a world of difference from her usual image of a spoiled, willful young lady, and she had a commanding presence. Her words not only reasonably responded to Lao Huang's provocation, but also improved the welfare benefits and won over a group of middle managers in the company, although it was only superficial. But the effect was good. The key is that Li Ruwashi proposed reforms, which also sounded an alarm bell in everyone's heart. Any company is apprehensive about reform because it will involve the interests of many people. As the heir to the future group, they cannot stop the reforms, which creates great uncertainty about the future. Most importantly, there was offer Li Ruwashi, the future heir, and no one wanted the butcher's knife of reform to fall on them. This perfect response of killing 3 birds with 1 stone made Lin Jin admire Li Ruwashi. This headstrong princess didn't just seem to know how to get drunk in a bar, after all, she was an heir trained by an elite education. Just this response to an emergency situation made people affirm that she definitely had the ability to inherit. In fact, Li Ruwashi is indeed quite accomplished. She graduated from Stanford University with a master's degree in business administration at the age of 20, and she is also the national champion in equestrianism among college students. She also works as a model part-time and has achieved great success, becoming a darling of the fashion world. Lin Jin continued to remodel his office, and all kinds of soft furnishings were soon in place. The leather executive chair is soft and comfortable, even softer than the bed in the apartment. The mahogany desk is dignified and imposing, and when you touch it, the fine wood grain feels very comfortable. The expanded office really makes one's heart and mind feel more open. The carpeting has an exotic flavor and is silent when walked on. Behind Lin Jin is a huge French window, from which you can get a bird's eye view of the entire city. He crosses his legs, lights a cigarette, and turns half a circle, looking out the glass. He really has the air of a boss in a new world. Even a small middle manager in a company gives people a sense of condescending pleasure. Sitting in his new office, especially since half of it was taken by force, made Lin Jin feel even better. He considered his next step, how to kick the old guy Xiabatzi out of the company, so that he wouldn't have to fight back and be retaliated against. At this time, the phone on the desk rang. It was an internal call, so it must be from another department. Lin Jin picked up the phone and Gao Jia's hearty laughter came from the other end. Lin, your office must be really cool, huh? I'm so jealous, I want to get one too. Ha, it's not bad, come for a coffee sometime, I just got a new coffee machine. Lin Jin said with a smile. Great, thanks. Gao Jia laughed twice and said, I'm having a dinner tonight, I was wondering if you're free for a drink? Gao Jia was the first person in the entire Tianhuan company to take the initiative to show Lin Jin goodwill in public, and he had a very high reputation, so Lin Jin did not refuse Gao Jia's invitation. Gao Jia was very enthusiastic and ran to Lin Jin's office before leaving work, saying that he wanted to learn from Lin Jin's experience. Lin Jin brewed him a cup of hand-ground coffee, which surprised him because he could tell that it was authentic Sumatra Kopi Luwak. Lin Jin could not afford such high-end coffee beans, so he stole them from Bai Bing's office. After work, Lin Jin rode in Gao Jia's Mercedes-Benz G-Class all the way to the city's famous private kitchen and restaurant. This private kitchen is very famous. It is built next to the mountains and water, and the entire private kitchen is landscaped with pavilions, towers, bridges, and flowing water. In the middle of the bustling city, it is quiet in the midst of the hustle and bustle. Sitting in the private room, you can see the beautiful scenery of the Jiangnan water town, which is high-end and elegant. Hifu Private Kitchen is a place where many bigwigs in the business world like to meet, and it is very famous in the city. Ordinary people can't afford it. Lin Jin has been here a few times when he drove Li Zong, so he is also familiar with it. Lin Jin followed Gao Jie all the way past the small bridges and flowing water to a luxurious private room. When he opened the door, a charming woman sitting inside stood up and gave a charming smile. Chapter 23, A faint fragrance lingers in the air. This woman was in her 30s, but she looked extremely well maintained. Her delicate and charming face was still fair and smooth, without a trace of age. She was wearing an ink-colored cheongsam. Her skin was fair, her figure was curvy, and she didn't have an ounce of extra fat on her. She was just slightly plump with maturity, but her waist was incredibly slender, accentuating her proud curves. She stood up and looked about 175 centimeters tall. Her cheepout revealed a pair of long, white, slender legs, which were pleasing to the eye as they moved and changed shape. This must be Director Lin. He is indeed handsome. Hello. I'm Zhang Yini from the finance department. Zhang Yini extended her slender, delicate hand in a friendly manner. Her eyes were beautiful, as if they were ripples on a pool, and there was a small mole next to her rosy lips, adding to her charm. This was a stunning young woman, and Lin Jin was at a loss as to her identity. Was she Gao Jie's old girlfriend, or was she a demon who was going to devour him in the night? Minister Lin may be unfamiliar with me, but if I tell you my other identity, you may not be surprised. I am Xie Zhengfu's wife, Zhang Yini said with a smile. Lin Jin suddenly realized that this seductive young woman had come to resolve the grudges for her husband. That was why Gao Jie had been so eager to invite him to dinner, and it was actually out of respect for this seductive young woman in front of him. Since he was already here, Lin Jin didn't want to pull a long face and turn around and leave. That would really be disrespectful to Gao Jie. Ha, Lin, it's not that I deliberately didn't say anything, it's just that I was entrusted by someone else and had no choice. I hope you can forgive me, and I'll punish myself by having 3 drinks. Gao Jie smiled and pulled over a chair, inviting Lin Jin to sit. Lin Jin also sat down without further hesitation. Zhang Yini sat elegantly on Lin Jin's right, and Gao Jie sat on his left. Lin Jin looked up and down at Zhang Yini, a little unable to believe that Xie would have such a beautiful wife. This was even more outrageous than a good cabbage being trampled by a pig. It was simply a waste of talent. Lin, are you curious as to why Xie married such a beautiful wife? Gao Jie actually called her husband Xie in front of Zhang Yini without any hesitation, which shows that Xie doesn't have much status in the family either. Xie is notoriously henpecked. Everyone knows that his wife can make him stand outside the door all night with just a word. There's nothing to be embarrassed about, Gao Jie said. Zhang Yini gave a shallow smile and didn't deny it. She said with a smile, my marriage to Xie Jingfu was also a coincidence. Although this man is not very capable, he still listens to me very much, so it's been like this all along. A woman, after all, marries the man and follows him wherever he goes. Lin Jin was a little suspicious. The bald Xie was not the wealthy and powerful second generation. His marriage to the seductive young woman in front of him was just like the marriage of Wu Daliang and Pan Jinlian. Could Gao Jie be that Shiman Qing? While he was daydreaming, Zhang Yini already raised her glass in a toast, and a faint fragrance lingered in the air. After a few glasses of wine, the atmosphere became more harmonious. Gao Jie was very eloquent and told some stories about his experiences abroad, and then told a dirty joke, which immediately made the mood in the private room very lively. After Zhang Yini had drunk the wine, her originally fair and pretty face became as rosy as the morning sun, her eyes were full of desire and incredibly seductive. Coupled with the faint fragrance, it really made people a little restless. She can hold her drink well, and whenever she raises her glass, she finishes it in one gulp, without any fuss. As they were toasting each other, Lin Jin felt someone brush against his leg under the table. He didn't mind and moved aside, but the foot followed, caressing the side of his calf with silky smoothness. This time, Lin Jin could clearly feel that the petite foot must be a woman's silk-stockinged foot. Lin Jin looked at Zhang Yini with some surprise, but the other party continued to chat and laugh, as if she was unaware of what was going on under the table. What a slut! Lin Jin now understood why so many people said that young people don't know the good of young wives. Mature women are simply not in the same league as those green young girls. It's a complete blow to their self-esteem. Before long, Zhang Yini withdrew her feet again, sitting upright and straight, a move that was both inviting and rejecting. Minister Lin, there are no outsiders in this box, so I will also speak a few words from the bottom of my heart to Minister Lin. My family Xia has a lot of bad habits. I heard before that he offended Minister Lin, so I would like to apologize to Minister Lin. After Zhang Yini finished speaking, she poured a cup of wine and drank it in one gulp. Good, Yini is still so straightforward. I will also save face and intercede with Lin Xiaodong. This Xia Baldi is indeed not a good guy, but he is not completely evil. It is true that he was blind and offended Lin Xiaodong. Cao Jie also toasted with a glass of wine and said. Lin Jin smiled slightly, but did not say a word. Xia Baldi dared to offend him and even tried to steal his woman. It was not easy to swallow that. If everything could be settled with an apology, then what was the point of going to court? Cao Jie and Zhang Yini exchanged another glance. Cao Jie smiled and said to Zhang Yini, if we're talking about this, it's all your fault. Why do you blame me? Am I not doing a good job of teaching you? Zhang Yini said. It has nothing to do with teaching. The main reason is that you have not let Xia Tuzi into your bed for so many years. Not to mention going to bed, you don't even let him touch you. Of course this guy is anxious to get into trouble outside. Cao Jie said with a smile. Zhang Yini's eyes shifted, and she spat out a mouthful and said, he and I are now just nominal husband and wife, so of course we have to treat each other with respect. What a respectful couple. I must toast to that. Cao Jie and Zhang Yini clinked glasses. Lin brother, I know you're annoyed by that bald Xia, so I've transferred him to a branch office as a manager, so you won't see him and he won't annoy you anymore. What do you think? From now on, you'll definitely be the one calling the shots in the planning department. Gao Jie finished his drink and smiled at Lin Jin. Lin Jin still smiled and said, Minister Gao, you know that I, the head of the planning department, was promoted 3 levels in a row. I personally don't have enough ability. Maybe when Mr. Li comes back, I'll be back to being a driver. So is it really necessary for you to be in such a hurry to resolve conflicts? Gao Jie paused for a moment, then said seriously, Brother Lin, Gao Jie, have not reached my current position because I am so capable, but because I think I have a knack for knowing people. I cannot say for sure about anything else, but I think you, Brother Lin, will definitely become a dragon among men in the future, with an immeasurable future. If Brother Lin doesn't mind, I will call you brother, because the capable person is the older brother. From now on, you will be my older brother. These words stunned Lin Jin. Gao Jie can be considered a veteran minister in the company, and is also in charge of an extremely important department, overseas operations. He can be said to have won the trust and respect of Li Longxiang, and his position in the company can rival by Bing. He actually lowered his stance so much to befriend him, which made Lin Jin feel a little unbelievable. Chapter 24, Beautiful Women in Fragrant Cars. No, Minister Gao, your hair is turning white, and calling me big brother, I can't take it. Lin Jin hurriedly waved his hands. Zhang Yini swept Lin Jin with 1,000 charming looks, and her soft body leaned over and said, then I'll be your sister? Sisters who are older take good care of their younger brothers. Haha, how can I? Gao Jie laughed. Then the 3 of them tacitly stopped talking about Xia Tuzi and just drank and talked about love. During the casual conversation, Lin Jin learned that Gao Jie and Zhang Yini were both top students at Tsinghua University, but Gao Jie was several years ahead of Zhang Yini, and the two had not met when they were students. Indeed, none of the leaders of major companies are simple people. As the head of the Overseas Operations Department, Gao Jie has received countless guests and has long since developed an unbreakable tolerance for alcohol. Zhang Yini's tolerance is even greater, and the 2 of them worked together to get Lin Jin drunk, so drunk that he didn't know where he was. The 3 of them drank a total of 4 bottles of baijiu during the meal, and Lin Jin was so drunk that he felt dizzy and his feet felt like they were walking on cotton. Gao Jie went to pay the bill, and Zhang Yini helped Lin Jin walk out of He Fu Si Fong Kai. A cool breeze blew, and the alcohol took effect, so Lin Jin leaned against Zhang Yini's soft body. Minister Lin, I can see that you've had quite a lot to drink. Why don't you go sit in my car for a while to sober up? Zhang Yini extended an invitation. Don't drink and drive, and don't drive and drink. You can't drive, Lin Jin said, shaking his head. I wouldn't dare drive. Let's just sit and chat for a while, and call a designated driver to take Minister Lin home later. Zhang Yini said with a smile. Although she could drink a lot, she had also drunk a bit too much today, and the 2 were now almost supporting each other. Walking all the way to the parking lot, Zhang Yini's car was a Maserati with a sleek design that was very fashionable. Zhang Yini did not open the front driver's door, but directly opened the back door, helped Lin Jun get in together. After getting in the car, Lin Jun smelled a refreshing and pleasant fragrance, which was very similar to the one on Zhang Yini. The fragrance was pleasant but not strong. A beautiful woman in a beautiful car, that might be what Lin Jun was facing right now. After getting in the car, Zhang Yini was limp and weak, leaning on Lin Jun's shoulder. The small, confined space was filled with the smell of Yini. Zhang Yini was like a ripe peach, sweet and delicious. Lin Jun knew that if he gave a casual signal, this mature woman, who was about to burst, would immediately ignite like a flame that would be uncontrollable. However, he sat there with his eyes slightly closed, but his hands did not move at all, simply resting against each other. After a long time, Zhang Yini opened her charming eyes and said, "Do you mind if I light a cigarette?" "Well, that's fine, go ahead," Lin Jun said. Zhang Yini opened the rear window a crack, then lit a slender Heineken and sat up slightly, smoking it slowly. The light smoke enveloped her charming profile, the cheongsam outlining her stunning curves, while her expression looked lonely and heartbreaking in the smoke. Between darkness and light, Zhang Yini was like a modern girl from old Shanghai, full of charm, and Lin Jun was left breathless. This woman is really something. For men, she can be described as a top predator. She doesn't need to say or do much to make a man fall head over heels in love. If a pure-hearted young boy were here, Lin Jun believes that this woman could treat him like a dog. "Minister Lin, it's really not unfair that our old Xia fell into your hands. Among the men I've seen, if you were to be scored, you'd be in the top 3. Zhang Yini exhaled a puff of smoke lightly and said, "You're too kind. I'm just a small driver with no big dreams. I want to buy a second-hand house, take a virtuous wife, and live a stable life." Lin Jun stretched and said, "Let's be honest. Although Xia is not a good person, he did do me a favor. I, Zhang Yini, have always been clear about what is right and wrong. So you name a condition, how can I let him go?" When Zhang Yini said this, she didn't look at Lin Jun, but at the dazzling neon lights outside the car. "This woman has a story." Lin Jun smiled. Which beautiful woman doesn't have a story? The more beautiful the woman, the more exciting the story. It's not a big grudge, but I just don't like people messing with me, so I'm not going to let him go easily. Lin Jun said with a smile. Zhang Yini put out the cigarette with her slender fingers, threw it out the window, casually placed her hand on Lin Jun's lap, and turned her head to look at Lin Jun with a smile. Minister Lin also said that it's not a big deal. "Of course I know that there is a price to pay to resolve the grudge, let's be straightforward. What price is needed, Minister Lin can tell me," Zhang Yini said coquettishly. Her fingers lightly slid across Lin Jun's legs, tickling, and very comfortable. "Price? Tell me, what price can you pay that I will be satisfied?" Lin Jun said without moving a muscle. "I can do my best to ensure that Minister Lin remains in his position, even if President Li returns, nothing will change. I heard that Minister Lin is still renting a place to live, and I happen to have a fully furnished apartment in the city center that I have never lived in since buying it. Minister Lin, if you don't mind, you can stay there for now." Zhang Yini's body became supple again, like a beautiful snake that had cultivated for 1,000 years. Once it had wrapped itself around you, you could never get free. She slowly moved closer to Lin Jun's ear, her slightly alcoholic breath spraying in his ear canal, and with a touch of charm she said, "I occasionally stay there too." Lin Jun felt like his hair was standing on end. This demoness really has cultivated deeply. "Why don't I take Minister Lin to see the house tonight? Will you be satisfied?" Zhang Yini added. "What happens in the quiet of the night in an unoccupied apartment?" This gives people unlimited room for imagination, but Zhang Yini didn't say it explicitly, fully arousing the desires of the fish. This woman really looks like the female demon in the spider cave on the journey to the west. Even if she were a highly enlightened monk, she could still charm him to distraction. "Ha, no thanks." Lin Jun laughed, but he was no saint. All men have needs, and if she continued to tease him like that, he didn't know if he could hold back anymore. Lin Jun didn't care so much about changing women, and he would just have a hearty battle, but when it came to this demon, Lin Jun felt that getting involved would be troublesome. He is a lazy person and doesn't like trouble. Lin Jun didn't want to fight with her anymore, so he laughed and said, "Let's do this. Xia Baldi will definitely have to disappear from my sight, but it's impossible for him to become a manager in a foreign place. I don't want him to continue to act domineeringly outside. If you don't want to be kicked out of the company, then transfer to a foreign place and start as an employee from P4. Lin Jun never easily let go of someone who offended him. He is not that soft-hearted. Chapter 25, A Complete Victory. Today, Gao Jie showed up, and he let Xie's wife go in person. This really took Lin Jin by surprise. Everyone eats from the same pot, and there is no need to smash the pot, but how to deal with it is up to him to decide. Isn't that too ruthless? Zhang Yini also didn't expect Lin Jin to be such a tough nut to crack. A young man in his early 20s, without a girlfriend, and having just been promoted, is at the peak of his career and full of ambition. Fame, fortune, and beautiful women are within his grasp, and few people can resist such temptations. However, this man named Lin Jin seems to have a unique level of determination, and he is actually unmoved. Zhang Yini's rating of Lin Jin's character has now increased by several notches, because she knows from experience that if a man can remain extremely rational even after getting drunk, then that means that he has an incredibly strong sense of self-discipline. This kind of man is definitely no ordinary person, without exception. You have 24 hours to think about it. Either you thank Baldy for volunteering to apply to work in a branch office elsewhere, or I'll have him kicked out of the company. Lin Jin said with a slight smile. After saying this, he opened the car door and walked out, ignoring Xie's wife, who was still in the back seat. Lin Jin didn't say these words lightly. Once he decided to take action against someone, he would definitely do it directly and not let the other person get back up. During this period of time, he had been collecting evidence of Xie's usual violations of the rules. By taking over Xie's office, he let everyone know that Xie's time had come. Then he asked Ding Shuai to secretly collect evidence of his crimes. Now Lin Jin has enough material in his hands, truly Ruwashi, to get Xie Baldi out of the company. It can be said that the dinner Zhang Yini invited tonight inadvertently saved her useless husband at a critical juncture. If she doesn't listen, then Lin Jin won't bother being polite to her. In the car, Zhang Yini watched the departing back of Lin Jin and lit another cigarette. Her original plan was to use her charms to tease this young bird in her eyes to the limit, and then reject him decisively. Refusing is the most clever way to seduce. In this way, the young Minister Lin will become a fish she has caught, completely unable to escape from her grasp. But she never expected that she would be rejected by this young man in the first place. And he gave her an ultimatum, leaving no face to save. How sharp. Am I getting old? Zhang Yini began to lose some confidence in herself. She looked out the window at the swaying neon lights and felt a sense of loneliness. The next day, there was breaking news in the company. Xia Tuzi had taken the initiative to report for transfer to the H-City branch. The company quickly approved it, and he was demoted 2 levels, directly assigned to the H-City branch as a P4 employee. Lin Jin didn't expect Xia Tuzi to admit defeat so quickly, which showed that Zhang Yini had a firm hold on him. With her abilities, Xia Tuzi would probably be promoted again, but as long as he was there, he would never be able to return to the head office. Out of sight, out of mind. Lin Jin won hands down. After Xia Tuzi left, Lin Jin's popularity in the company skyrocketed, and managers at all levels became visibly more polite to him. No matter what tactics were used, everyone only cared about the results. Lin Jin was able to gain a foothold in the company, which meant he was recognized by everyone. To be a leader, you must first be obeyed. If no one obeys you, you won't last long. Once Xia Tuzi left, the atmosphere in the entire department became extremely relaxed. Everyone had suffered under Xia Tuzi for a long time, and if they weren't at work, they would probably set off 10,000 firecrackers to celebrate. In the afternoon, Ding Shuai knocked on the door and asked on behalf of everyone in the planning department if they could have a dinner together. Lin Jin thought that since he had just taken up the position, it would be a bit embarrassing if he hadn't invited everyone to dinner yet, so he booked a restaurant and invited all the colleagues from all departments to dinner that night. Naturally, the mood was high that night, and Lin Jin was the center of attention, so his glass was basically never put down. At first, he drank glass after glass, but then he found it too slow and just took the wine cup and drank it directly, which immediately raised the atmosphere. Lin Jin can drink quite a lot, but he was outnumbered and outgunned. There were so many toasts, he couldn't remember how many times he went to the bathroom. This time, he drank even more than when he was with Zhang Yini, and he really felt dizzy. Bai Shanshan was also at the banquet. Her eyes never left Lin Jin, but she was concerned. However, there were so many people, and she was so thin-skinned, so she definitely didn't dare to go up to him. Lin Jin really had drunk too much, and his speech was beginning to slur. Indeed, drinking is an Oriental tradition, and the masters are still to be found in the common folk. Even a small company department is full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Although he had drunk too much, everyone's mood was still very high, so Lin Jin decided to go to a karaoke bar and sing together. So Lin Jin was carried by 2 colleagues and they went directly to a .kling.ktv. Lin Jin went into the KTV and immediately lay down on the sofa. He could feel a burst of coolness on his forehead. He opened his eyes and found that Bai Shanshan was wiping his cheeks and forehead with a wet tissue soaked in mineral water. His heart fluttered, and he grasped her hand, but she quickly pulled it back. "There are a lot of people here," Bai Shanshan said in a red face and with a small voice. Lin Jun looked around. In fact, all of his colleagues were also drunk, some were playing beer pong, some were screaming at the karaoke machine, and some, like Lin Jun, were lying on the sofa unable to move. Almost no one noticed Lin Jun's side, and coupled with the dim lighting in the karaoke bar, no one should have seen the scene of him holding Bai Shanshan's hand just now. "Water, get me some water." Lin Jun just felt his mouth and tongue dry up. Bai Shanshan hurriedly opened a bottle of mineral water and handed it to Lin Jun, who took it and drank the whole bottle in one go, which made him feel a little better. "Minister Lin is awake, come on, drink some more." Ding Shuiwei saw that Lin Jun had woken up, so he brought another bottle of beer over. "Hey, Minister Lin has drunk too much, let him slow down." Bai Shanshan also hurriedly stopped him, without caring about anything else. Ding Shuiwei froze for a moment, glanced at Bai Shanshan, gave a smile that only a man would understand, said nothing, and went to find someone else to drink with, carrying the bottle of beer. "I'm going to the bathroom, you guys go ahead." Lin Jun sobered up a bit, stood up, and walked towards the door. After going to the bathroom, Lin Jun started to induce vomiting on his own. After emptying his stomach, he washed his face with cold water at the sink, then lit a cigarette. After he finished smoking, his spirits returned quite a bit. Although his head was still dizzy, he had already sobered up more than half, and the feeling of nausea and retching had disappeared. It had been years since he had drunk so much, and today was considered an accident for Lin Jun. Walking slowly towards the box where he was, a waiter carrying drinks walked from the opposite direction. As they were about to pass each other, the waiter happened to push open the door of the box and walked in quietly. Lin Jun subconsciously glanced into the box and immediately frowned. Chapter 26. Are you saying you're in the personnel department? The middle-aged man in the box was a fat man with a big head, and he couldn't wait to corner a young girl on the sofa, grab her arms tightly, and thrust his head like a fat pig into her arms. The sight was a bit disturbing. The young girl struggled desperately, but she was too weak to stop him. "Damn it, what are you doing here? Get out!" The middle-aged man was in the middle of something, and was startled by the waiter who pushed open the door. He tensed up, and immediately turned his head and yelled angrily. The waiter was startled, and the drink in his hand fell to the ground. He hurriedly bent down to pick it up, apologizing frantically as he did so, and placed the drink on the table. Taking advantage of the situation, the young girl pushed the middle-aged man hard, stood up and tried to escape, but the fat pig grabbed her waist and she fell back into the man's arms. At this time, Lin Jun was surprised to see the faces of the man and the girl clearly. The fat, middle-aged man was the head of the Human Resources Department, Lao Huang, and the young girl was the company's beautiful receptionist, Moni. Lin Jun didn't expect to run into Lao Huang and Moni here. He felt a burst of anger in his stomach, and this anger ignited all the alcohol he had consumed. These old guys, with a little power, can't control their crotches, can they? Lin Jun walked silently to the door of the box and faintly heard the voices inside. "Minister Huang, please don't do this, I beg you, let me go." "Moni, you know I've liked you for a long time, I dream about you standing in the doorway every night, just do me the favor, I'll give you whatever you want, I'll promote you, you won't have to stand in the doorway anymore, come to Human Resources." "No, I don't want it, please, let me go, I don't want it." Moni's voice was full of sobs, like that of a small animal caught in the grip of a fierce beast, desperate and pitiful. "Moni, I'm sincere with you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have talked to you in private. Do you think you can find such a good job after leaving Tianhuan?" Lao Huang's voice carried a hint of coldness and threat. He must have something on Moni. Lin Jun pushed open the door of the private room expressionlessly. In the dim light, Lao Huang looked like a horny old bull, desperately pinning Moni to the sofa. His desperate face was indescribably disgusting and ugly. Moni's strength was almost exhausted. Her pair of snow-white legs under her short skirt kicked feebly about. Using her last ounce of strength, she put her hands on her chest to resist Lao Huang. "Damn it, didn't I tell you not to come in?" After pushing open the door to the private room, the bright light hurt Lao Huang's eyes. He looked up angrily, his ugly face red with rage. Lin Jun couldn't stand his temper and went straight up to him, grabbed him by the hair and slapped him hard across the face. Lao Huang let out a scream, and his entire obese body collapsed onto the carpet of the private room. His cheeks were visibly swollen. Moni was shocked. Seeing Lin Jun's figure, she couldn't hold back her tears and sobbed as she threw herself into Lin Jun's arms and burst into tears. Lin Jun patted her back comfortingly, helped her sit on the sofa, then crossed his legs, lit a cigarette, and looked at Lao Huang, who was lying on the ground. Lao Huang lay on the ground for a while before he recovered. He had drunk a lot before, and then was suddenly kicked from a high point of excitement to the abyss, and for a while he didn't react. Lin Jun didn't say anything either, puffing away at his cigarette. Lao Huang touched his piggy face and finally came to his senses. He turned his head and stared at Lin Jun with disbelief, saying, "You? How did you end up here?" "Lao Huang, we've been colleagues for a long time. Do you call what you're doing human resources?" Lin Jun said slowly. Lao Huang narrowed his eyes in anger, and with strength he didn't know where it came from, he stood up from the ground in one go, pointed at Lin Jun and said, "Lin Jun, others are afraid of you, but I, Huang Wenwei, am not afraid of you. Don't think that you're a big shot just because you got rid of Lao Xia. Let me tell you, the older's still the most experienced. If you want to fight me, we'll see about that. I don't care how you want to fight. You molested a woman. Do you want me to call the police now?" Lin Jun said indifferently. Lao Huang's mouth twitched a few times and said, "Do you have any evidence? If she didn't have any interest in me, why would she come to the karaoke box with me? We are mutually attracted. I have seen shameless people, but I have never seen someone as shameless as you. You think everyone is stupid? Huang Wenwei, I will send you to jail." Lin Jun said coldly as he stubbed out his cigarette directly in the wineglass. Lao Huang's face twitched a few times as he said, "Lin Jun, we'll see about this." He stamped his foot angrily and looked at Moni, who was snuggled up next to Lin Jun, unwillingly. If it weren't for Lin Jun's sudden appearance, this little beauty would definitely have been eaten today. Such tender and delicious swan meat was just ripped back from his mouth. He also got hit on the head with a bottle. Old Huang was so miserable that he wanted to die, but there was nothing he could do. He was indeed guilty, and if he went to the police, it would not look good for him. He had no choice but to scurry away, and since he had something on Money, she would not dare to sue him. Seeing old Huang go away in disgrace, Money cried out loud, hugging Lin Jun and feeling extremely aggrieved. Lin Jun waited quietly until her emotions had calmed down a little before handing her a tissue and asking her to wipe her tears away. Moni sat up a little shamefacedly and took the tissue Lin Jun handed her, wiping away her crying makeup. "What's going on?" Lin Jun asked. The fact that Lao Huang was able to ask Moni to meet him at the karaoke bar meant that Moni must have come here on her own, and as for why she came, she was the only one who could answer that. Moni shivered like a kitten, and it took a while for her emotions to calm down. She didn't hide anything and told Lin Jun the reason. Her education background was fake. Tianhuan Company required a minimum of a full-time undergraduate degree, but Moni had actually graduated from high school. She had borrowed her sister's diploma and infiltrated the company because she and her sister were twins. Unexpectedly, Lao Huang had accidentally discovered it and was ecstatic. He had already coveted the young and beautiful Moni at the reception desk. Once he got this leverage, he immediately began to threaten Moni, saying that he would fire her from the company. Moni didn't want to lose her job, but she didn't want to let Lao Huang get his way either, so she was torn between the two. Lao Huang took advantage of the situation and said that if she came to drink and sing with him, he would keep quiet about what had happened. Moni naively believed him and went to the karaoke box with him. At first, Lao Huang didn't go too far when they were drinking, but after a few drinks, he immediately revealed his true nature and couldn't resist touching her. He also threatened her that if she didn't agree, he would fire her from the company the next day. Chapter 27, You've practically thrown yourself at me. This old man is nothing but an animal. He and Baldy Xia are birds of a feather, no wonder they're friends. Rats make friends who can dig holes. Moni's family is not well off, and if she loses this job, it will be a huge blow to her. The fact that she's willing to tell Lin Jun this secret shows that she has a lot of trust in him. Moni asked Lin Jun to walk her home. Lin Jun said goodbye to his colleagues and left first. He definitely didn't want anyone else to see Moni, lest it lead to gossip. Moni rented a house quite far from the city center, an old-fashioned apartment building in a small community. It was already past 2 a.m. when they arrived. It was really late, and the cold wind had made the alcohol kick in. Lin Jun didn't leave, and fell asleep on the sofa in the living room. It was said to be the living room, but in fact there was only a glass sliding door separating it, and the sofa was less than a meter away from the bed. A lone man and woman are in the same room late at night. For whatever reason, there is always a sense of an unspoken chemistry, an indescribable atmosphere. The sofa was a bit small, and Lin Jin didn't sleep very comfortably. He turned over a few times and didn't fall asleep. "Brother Jin, you're still awake?" Moni asked in a low voice. "Maybe I drank too much and threw up once, my head hurts a bit." Lin Jin replied. "Brother Jin, is it because the sofa is too small and you're not comfortable sleeping? Why don't you come and sleep in the bed?" Moni whispered. In the darkness, he couldn't see Moni's expression, but he could imagine the shy look on her face. Any adult would understand what it meant when a girl invited a man to share her bed. Lin Jin was no saint, but he could not take advantage of a person in need. What would that make him? A fat, bald, yellow pig? Such things depended on mutual consent. No need. It will be light in 2 hours, so we'll just make do for the night. Lin Jin refused. After a moment of silence, Moni whispered, "I'll resign tomorrow. Even if I resign, I can't be threatened by that animal. Don't worry, if Lao Huang dares to fire you, I'll let him go and hire you back." Lin Jin said. "Really? Do I really still have a chance to get hired?" Moni asked, a little excited. "What does it matter? I only have a high school education too." Lin Jin said. Moni's emotions settled down, and she said slowly, "Brother Jin, thanks to you for rushing over in time today. I was too busy crying to say thank you." Lin Jin smiled slightly and said, "Don't think about it so much, just go to sleep. Everything will be better when you open your eyes tomorrow." Moni gave a soft Knock, knock, knock. Lin Jin was half asleep when the unexpected happened. There was a sudden loud knock on the door. "Moni, baby, I've come to see you. I know you're home, so open the door quickly. Little bunny, open the door, the uncle wants to come in and hug you." "Little girl, you know what will happen if you don't open the door. You don't want to lose this job, do you?" Huang Wenwei was so persistent that he came to harass Moni again. Today, Fat Huang suffered a setback at Lin Jin's place. Not only did he lose the plum in his mouth, he also got a beating. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. He went to a bar by himself to drink alone, but ended up drinking too much. Feeling that he really couldn't accept this, he took a taxi to Moni's house, hoping to get what he wanted. As the head of human resources, Huang was very easy to get Moni's address. To be honest, he had already come to scope out the place. Now, drunken with a mixture of anger and fantasy, he came over directly, reeking of alcohol. Lin Jin got up from the sofa and turned on the light. Moni was trembling with fear on the bed. Now the fat man seemed like a ghostly demon to her, causing her to shiver. "It's okay, I'm here." I didn't think he would actually come to the door. Lin Jin gave a small smile. "Brother Jin, be careful." Moni was scared, but she couldn't help reminding him. Knock, knock, knock. "Moni, little baby, open the door." The fat man was getting more and more reckless thanks to the alcohol. Lin Jin walked to the door and casually opened it. The drunken Huang Fatso opened the door and, ecstatic, prepared to rush in, only to discover with horror that it was Lin Jin standing there. You? Why are you here?" Huang Fatso's expression suddenly contorted, and his eyes instantly filled with bloodshot veins. The swan's meat that should have been his was now being scooped up by that bastard Lin Jin? "I'll fight you to the death." The drunken fat man pounced on Lin Jin with a ferocious face. Lin Jin gave a small smile, quickly turned sideways, and gave his foot a slight nudge. The fat man charged straight into the room, fell like a dog eating shit, and couldn't move on the ground. Lin Jin casually closed and locked the door behind him and said to the fat man, "Today is really a good day. I was just looking for you, and now my wish has come true." The fat man fell hard, hitting his chin on the floor, knocking out a chunk of flesh from his lower lip and filling his mouth with blood. The intense pain sobered him up a little, and he still yelled in his drunken rage, "Lin Jin, I haven't even had a taste yet, and you little bastard got the advantage." Moni watched the fat man with blood all over his mouth, screaming like a madman from alcohol poisoning, and she was so scared that she couldn't speak. "It's fine, you've come to me yourself, and you still have the energy to yell. You'll suffer later." Lin Jin walked over to him nonchalantly, grabbed the fat man by the hair, and dragged him directly towards the kitchen. The fat man grabbed Lin Jin's wrist with both hands and let out a miserable scream like a pig being slaughtered. "Lin Jin, what are you doing? How dare you touch me? Do you believe I'll let you go tomorrow?" Lin Jin ignored Huang Fanzi and just turned to Moni and said, "It's okay, it'll be over soon." He threw Huang Fanzi into the kitchen, then took off his socks and stuffed them in his mouth. He squatted down and said, I learned some interrogation techniques in the army. For example, I can separate your joints and then close them again, which won't cause too much damage to your bones, just some pain. Woo woo woo. Huang Fanzi was much more awake at this point. His bloodshot eyes had a look of fear in them, rather than anger. Snap. Huang's arm was dislocated and hung limply to the side. A piercing pain made his eyes bulge instantly, and the veins on his forehead stood out, while a whining sound came from his mouth, which was blocked tightly shut. I've never liked complicating simple things, and it's best to solve problems using the most direct method, Lin Jun said indifferently, his eyes showing no emotion. Snap. He casually connected Huang's dislocated joint again. Before Huang Fanzi could let out a sigh of relief, the joint of his left arm was dislocated again. I learned some skills from the veterans in the army, and although they are a bit rough, they are enough for you. Lin Jun's mouth revealed a slight smile. Chapter 28, Windy Talk. Don't believe it, I'm innocent. Oh. 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 The veins on Huang Fanzi's forehead bulged again. He was just a workplace manager. After a fight with someone in his teens, he had not used violence for decades. When had he experienced such inhumane torture? This damn thing is an interrogation method used against traitors in war, isn't it? The human body has 78 joints, but I'm not very skilled, so I can only disassemble 54. Tonight, I want to make a breakthrough. Minister Huang is blessed. Lin Jun said indifferently. Woo woo. Fat Huang desperately shook his head. He was already limp, and the only thing in his bulging pupils was deep fear. The wine had completely worn off, and a yellow liquid was flowing from his crotch. He was already scared and wet, and all he wanted to do now was beg for mercy. I need your cooperation to record a video. Are you willing? Lin Jun asked. Aha! Huang Fat Man nodded like a little chicken to agree. Lin Jun got up and went outside the kitchen, then sat down on the bed and said to the somewhat confused Mo&I, lend me your phone, I want to record a video. Oh. Mo&I subconsciously unlocked her phone and handed it over. Her heart was beating fast. Although she didn't know what Lin Jun had dragged Huang Fat Man into the kitchen to do, she always felt that it seemed incredible. Li Su took the phone, returned to the kitchen, pulled off the smelly sock stuffed in his mouth, and made him confess what he wanted to use the handle to coerce Moni, what he did in the KTV box, and what he did when he broke into her house after drinking. After recording, he returned the phone to the still dazed Moni and said, keep this video safe. If Fat Wang dares to blackmail you, just post it on the company intranet. Oh. Moni blinked, not at all expecting things to develop to this point. Lin Jun carried the limp Fat Wang, threw the man, who had urinated himself, out the door, and said, you have 1 minute to disappear from here, or we'll continue. Huang Fatso was so scared that he shivered all over and crawled towards the elevator. He slammed the door behind him and went back to the sofa, where he lay down and said, that's it, the matter is settled. Brother Jun, you're so sharp, what did you do before? Moni felt her head buzzing and she still hadn't fully understood. Lin Jun must have directly threatened Huang Fanzhong with violence and then recorded a video telling him to get lost. With this confession video, Moni also has Huang Fanzhong over a barrel, and no one can do anything to either of them. I may be a bit simple and rude, but sometimes the result is good, and the process doesn't matter. Lin Jun said with a smile. Moni was silent for a while, and then whispered, thank you, Brother Jun, you're so nice. Lin Jun didn't bother with the office politics of these people. The process doesn't matter, what matters is the result. There are many ways to solve problems, as long as they are simple and effective. High-end struggles are often also unadorned. On the third day, Lin Jun went to work at the company as usual. He hadn't slept very well last night, and he yawned as he walked into the elevator. Once inside, he leaned lazily against the side to rest. Just as the elevator door was about to close, a slender hand reached in, and the door opened again. Lin Jun's eyes twitched, and a faint fragrance hit him. It was none other than Xia's bald wife, Zhang Yini, who got into the elevator. Zhang Yini was wearing a slim-fitting dress today. Her long, slender legs were tightly wrapped in black stockings under the pleated skirt. She tied a white belt around her waist, looking charming and attractive. Oh, Minister Lin, what a coincidence. The flirtatious young woman immediately greeted Lin Jun as soon as she saw him, her flirtatious eyes sending out waves of electricity. Her husband had been forced out of his job by Lin Jun, but Zhang Yini didn't seem the least bit angry. Lin Jin sometimes thought, Baldy Xia is quite pitiful. Good morning, Zhang Jia. Lin Jin still greeted her with a smile. Minister Lin doesn't seem to have had a good night's rest, with dark circles under his eyes. Where did you spend the night again? Zhang Yini teased. No, I just had a bit too much to drink last night. Lin Jin said. I heard that Manager Li has a thing for Minister Lin. You can't tell that Minister Lin is still a Casanova. So in the future, won't Tianhuan still be under Minister Lin's control? Zhang Yini said. Rumors stop at the wise, don't believe those rumors, I'm innocent. Lin Jin said with a serious expression. Puff, Zhang Yini laughed out, her body shaking like a willow in the wind, which looked very good. Ding, the floor of the finance department has arrived. Zhang Yini leaned close to Lin Jin, lightly stroked his arm with her fingertips, then suddenly turned around and giggled. Looking at her seductive back, Lin Jin shook his head. No wonder they say young wives are good, they are charming. As soon as the elevator door closed, Lin Jin's phone rang. It was Zhang Yini, who had just left. Minister Lin, can I invite you to dinner tonight? The flirtatious young wife did not invite him in person, but after she had left, when he felt a twinge of regret in his heart, she sent the invitation. She was a master at manipulating people's hearts. Lin Jin resolutely refused, and having dinner with this young woman felt like the monk Tang Sing entering the spiderweb cave, and it was not even clear what he would be eating. Lin Jin arrived at his office, just made some coffee and sat down. Before his bottom had even warmed up, he received a call from Li Ruoshi, asking him to come over, not to the office but to the cafe downstairs. It was rare for her to sit still in the office during work, either shopping or drinking coffee. After all, the company was her family, and no one could control what she wanted. It's really hard to make a little money, and everyone is free to do whatever they want. Lin Jin had no choice but to go to the cafe downstairs. As soon as he walked in, he saw Li Ruoshi sitting at the window. She was wearing a white strapless blouse today, with denim shorts. Her snow-white thighs were proudly on display without stockings, full of youthful vitality. He had to admit that her fashion sense was still pretty good. She could master any style of clothing and match it well, always revealing her temperament just right. Li Ruoshi glanced at Lin Jin and frowned slightly, saying, What's taking you so long? I've already made the coffee, but you're too slow to drink it. Missy, I beg you, please work hard for your father's sake, Lin Jin said impatiently. Lin Jin, do you know why I called you out here? I've negotiated with the advertising agency to do the product planning and publicity plan, but it's all because you, the planning minister, are so incompetent. Li Ruoshi said angrily. Lin Jin shrugged. He knew that one of Li Ruoshi's shortcomings was that she was concerned about her face, and it was because she didn't want others to think that she had promoted the wrong person, but it was good to be able to keep this position for one more day, so he didn't say much. Let's go. Li Ruoshi didn't waste any words either, and she just stood up and walked out of the cafe. A bright red Ferrari was parked outside, and it looked very cool when the scissor doors opened. She drove herself, and let Lin Jin sit in the passenger seat. When she concentrated on driving, she looked gentle and quiet, with a touch of femininity. Lin Jin felt quite good about it. Li Ruoshi, who concentrated on her work without saying a word, was much cuter than the spoiled brat. Chapter 29, I Play the Trumpet. Li Ruoshi took Lin Jin to an advertising company that was a well-known joint venture between a Chinese and foreign company. Their main focus was cutting-edge fashion design, and they hired top foreign advertising designers, of course charging international prices. Lin Jin is the head of the planning department, and this is his area of work. The launch of the new jewelry collection is also part of his job performance. From this point of view, Li Ruoshi is indeed helping Lin Jin to secure his position as head of the department. She also knows that her father will not be happy with her rapid promotion of someone who has no qualifications. No one can do anything about her, but her father has absolute power, so Li Ruoshi can only do a good job at this press conference and give Lin Jin the qualifications. Lin Jin doesn't care about all this anyway. As long as he sits in this position for one more day, he will get a high salary for one more day. He has people working for him, so he doesn't care. A leader who doesn't get involved is a good leader. An amateur leader who leads the professionals around and gives blind commands is annoying and counterproductive. Li Ruoshi brought Lin Jin here as a formality. This spoiled brat is still quite capable at work. WK Advertising, the company's address is on the top floor of the tallest office building in the city. The red carpet has already been rolled out, and hostesses have been invited to welcome everyone. Li Ruoshi, with a smile on her face, raised her delicate chin and walked over with a catwalk, confident and powerful. Lin Jun followed her around like a bumpkin. "President Li, welcome." A young and beautiful woman came over and shook hands with Li Ruoxi. She was a typical Oriental beauty, with an elegant temperament, fair skin, a melon-shaped face, big eyes, and a small cherry mouth. Her straight black hair fell like a waterfall on both sides of her cheeks, beautiful and moving. "Who is this?" The Oriental beauty's gaze fell on Lin Jun. "This is Lin Jun, the newly appointed head of planning at our company, Tianhuan." Li Ruoxi officially introduced him. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Lin Jun. I'm the regional manager of WK. My name is Lu Xier. I hope we can work together." Lu Xier said with a smile. "Hello." Lin Jun shook the other person's hand symbolically, feeling that it was incredibly silky. He didn't expect the head of this top advertising company to be such a young and beautiful woman, which was a big surprise. Li Ruoxi and Lin Jun were taken to the meeting room of WK Advertising Company. It was a design with a 360-degree glass wall, which provided a bird's-eye view of the entire city, and it really was eye-catching. In the meeting room, there was already a middle-aged foreigner with blonde hair and a beard waiting. When he saw Li Ruoxi and the others enter, he extended his hand to greet Li Ruoxi in a friendly manner. "Bonjour. This is our French designer, Frank, who is in charge of your project," Lu Xier introduced. Li Ruoxi froze for a moment, mainly because she didn't know that the designer was French, so she didn't bring an interpreter at all. She studied in the beautiful country and doesn't understand French. When Frank took out the advertising design and introduced it to Li Ruoxi in French, Li Ruoxi was completely confused. Just as she was asking for help, Lin Jun walked up. "JEVN's communicator avec vous." He said fluently, "I'm here to communicate with you." Then he acted as Li Ruoxi's translator. Li Ruoxi's eyes revealed a look of surprise. She had never expected Lin Jun to actually understand French. How could an ordinary soldier who had retired from the army and had not undergone any higher education speak such fluent French? And it seemed that he had also brought some local accent. Frank was standing in front of the projection screen, talking non-stop, while Lin Jun sat next to Li Ruoxi, whispering her translation. Li Ruoxi supported her pretty chin with one hand, twirling the stylus with the other, sitting upright as she intently watched the projection screen, her brow slightly furrowed as she seemed to ponder the taste. Her profile was very good-looking, almost flawless, with long eyelashes curling slightly upwards like the wings of small butterflies, occasionally fluttering as they waved. Li Ruoxi gently lifted the hair at the side of her ear. Her skin was as delicate and white as white porcelain, and if you got close enough, you could see the faint blue veins under the skin. Lin Jun had to speak close to her ear because he had to translate, and small earrings hung from her ear lobes that were as translucent as jade. A faint fragrance came over him, refreshing and invigorating. Lin Jun calmed down and continued to translate. Li Ruoxi was quite satisfied with the advertising plan. The two sides had a friendly exchange and finally finalized the contract, which was signed on the spot. The contract was written in both French and Chinese. Lin Jun just reviewed it for errors and pointed out two minor problems. Frank seemed to really appreciate Lin Jun and happily hugged him. "Mr. Li, your subordinates are really talented. I was going to be your interpreter, but I didn't expect that Minister Lin speaks such fluent French. Did he study in France?" Lu Xier asked with a smile. Li Ruoxi smiled and said, "Yes, Lin Jun is a high-end talent we hired. Business is like a battlefield. If Lin Jun hadn't been our interpreter today, then when signing the contract, we would have been at the mercy of others. Many details and provisions could not be communicated properly, and we would have suffered." Li Ruoxi had reason to believe that Lu Xier had deliberately not informed him that she was bringing an interpreter. This woman is quite good-looking, but she's got a lot on her mind. But everyone is in business together, and there's nothing wrong with using a little ingenuity. Li Ruoxi had also experienced the business world. Lu Xier deliberately spent some time chatting with Lin Jun, saying that she would personally be responsible for liaising with the planning department on this project, and hoped that Lin Jun would take good care of her. After they left, the sky was already filled with evening clouds. Li Ruoxi declined Lu Xier's dinner arrangements and drove Lin Jun back to the company. On the way, Lin Jun rested his hands behind his head and leisurely watched the fiery clouds in the sky like the setting sun. He was in a good mood. "Why do you know French?" Li Ruoxi asked. "When I was a child, there was a French teacher living next door. He was very kind to people. I often helped him with his work, and he taught me French, and I studied it for a few years." Lin Jun said nonchalantly. "When you were a child, you studied for a few years?" Li Ruoshi looked suspiciously at Lin Jin and turned his head. He always felt that it was not quite believable. What kind of talent for languages is needed to be able to speak so fluently after only a few years of study? And how could someone who learned French as a child still remember it as an adult? What did you do in the army? Li Ruoshi asked. I played the trumpet, and then drove the leader's car for a while. The leader thought I was quite clever, so after I got out of the army, I used my connections to drive your father's car. Lin Jin answered. Play the trumpet? Li Ruoshi looked at the sunset's radiance reflecting on Lin Jin's side face, which was rosy and very good-looking. This man never tells the truth, but my father must know something about his background. I'll ask him when he gets back. I'm hungry. Buy me dinner. Li Ruoshi suddenly said. Chapter 30, People in the workplace are helpless. Ha? I'll treat you? Lin Jin said in surprise, stunned for a moment. That's not possible. You eat at high-end restaurants, and I'm saving my salary to get married. Put. Look at how little success you've had. I've helped you so much, what's wrong with you treating me to dinner? I didn't say I wanted to go to a high-end restaurant. How about this, let's just eat what you normally eat. Li Ruoshi said. Oh, that's fine. Lin Jin nodded, not refusing again. Li Ruoshi promoted him to minister, got rid of Xie the Bald, and even helped him plan the advertising for the new product, so there was indeed a debt of gratitude. Lin Jin took Li Ruoshi to the night market, where there were food stalls and barbecue stands on one side, and the crowd was bustling and the smoke was thick, making it a lively scene. Li Ruoshi frowned and said, Is this what you're treating me to? You said it yourself, just eat what I usually eat. I usually eat these things. If you don't think it's to your liking, I'm sorry. Lin Jin said with his arms spread out. Li Ruoshi pursed her lips like rose petals and said, Okay. She was born with a silver spoon in her mouth, and her diet was all matched by a nutritionist. Even if she didn't eat at home, she went to high-end hotel restaurants. She had never really eaten at these food stalls. She remembered when she was a child, she was curious about what these street food stalls tasted like, and secretly bought some to eat. However, she was discovered by her mother, scolded, and the nanny was fired. Since then, she has never eaten it again. The aroma of barbecued meat filled the air. Lin Jin took Li Ruoshi to a relatively quiet vacant spot on the roadside, and then ordered some beef skewers, lamb skewers, chicken wings, crispy bones, and grilled eggplant. Li Ruoshi's gaze fell on the barbecue grill and she asked in surprise, You can grill bananas too? You can grill anything, Lin Jin said with a smile. Do you want to try a skewer? Boss, a skewer of grilled bananas. Sure. The smiling barbecue owner agreed, and since there weren't many customers today, Lin Jin's order was quickly brought out, including the grilled bananas. It smells so good. The owner of this barbecue restaurant uses fresh meat every day, so the grilled food tastes especially delicious. Add a glass of draft beer to the mix, and it's the perfect life. Lin Jin dived in, shoving the freshly grilled, oily meat into his mouth, and then took a long, satisfying sip of ice-cold draft beer. Is it really that good? Li Ruoshi was also feeling hungry, and seeing Lin Jin enjoying his food so much, she picked up a skewer of barbecued lamb and, after a moment of hesitation, bit down. His eyes lit up immediately. It really smells good. Li Ruoshi is also a laid-back person. After taking the first bite, he let go and followed Lin Jin in drinking and eating meat with big bites. The two of them were having a great time eating. Sir, would you like to listen to some music? A girl who looked like a student came over, handed over a song list, and asked coquettishly. She carried a guitar on her back and had a live broadcast set up. This is a feature of roadside food stalls. There will be singers who come over to entertain the guests. They all have their own song lists, and it's not expensive to order a song, 10 to 20 yuan. This girl looked young, with her hair in a ponytail, no makeup, just a simple coat of lipstick. She must be a college student from the neighborhood, here to work part-time to earn money. Okay, let me see. Lin Jin casually took it and casually ordered a few songs for the girl to sing. Her singing voice was very clear, and even with a simple accompaniment, the pitch was very accurate and she sang very well. You went to a music college, didn't you? Li Ruoshi asked after listening to one song. Yes, sister, I went to Wujiang Music College and I'm earning some tuition fees. The girl replied a little shyly. Not bad, Lin Jin, give her 500. Li Ruoshi said. The girl blushed and hurriedly shook her hand, saying, No, that's not necessary. 10 yuan for one song. This gentleman ordered 5 songs, which is 30 yuan after discount. Lin Jun looked up at Li Ruoxi and said, people earn money within their abilities. You don't need to reward them like this even if you have money. I'm happy to do it. Li Ruoxi gave Lin Jun a white look and said, thank you brother and sister, I'm already very happy that you like my songs. My name is Zhang Yang. I'm very happy to meet you. Let me sing you another song, my specialty, Fairy Tale Town. Zhang Yang's melodious singing echoed through the night market, drifting away with the wind. Li Ruoxi's face was flushed. In this fireworks market, she felt a different kind of atmosphere, one she had never experienced before. After Zhang Yang finished singing, she bowed and left to find other customers. Li Ruoxi felt a little unsatisfied and asked, Lin Jun, is this how you used to live? I can't live this kind of good life. My family was very poor before, and usually we only ate rice and noodles, and a hard-boiled egg was considered a luxury. Lin Jun laughed and said that it was only when he got paid by Tianhuan Company that he could enjoy himself. He just likes to talk nonsense. Li Ruoxi didn't believe a word he said. This guy was full of nonsense and didn't tell the truth. At this time, a girl scream next to them attracted the attention of the people around them. Ha, what's the harm in a little beauty sitting with her brother and having a drink? You sing for 10 yuan, and I'll give you 100 yuan. A street punk smiled and pulled Zhang Yangwei into his arms. No. Get away, help. Zhang Yangwei's face turned white with fear as she desperately resisted, but how could the weak and fragile her be a match for the local thugs? She simply couldn't break free. Li Ruoxi couldn't stand the sight of injustice and angrily pointed at the local thugs and shouted, what are you doing? Bullying a girl is no big deal. The rowdy thugs at the table, who had carved dragons and phoenixes all over them, froze for a moment. All eyes were focused on Li Ruoxi, and they suddenly brightened. What a good day. He's got a pretty girl after another. I like this one, she's pretty, wild and feisty enough. The leader of the thugs, who had forcefully pulled and announced Guyer, turned around. He had a ferocious black wolf head tattooed on his chest. Trash, bunch of animals. Apologize and get lost. Li Ruoxi angrily shouted. Apologize? I've never known what an apology is. Since she won't keep you company, you can keep us company with a drink. The black wolf head stood up, and all of his 7 or 8 subordinates at the table stood up at the same time, walking menacingly towards Li Ruoxi. Li Ruoxi was a little nervous, and her gaze fell on Lin Jun's body. It was too late to call the police at this point, and only Lin Jun could block these thugs. Lin Jun was also a little speechless. This young lady had a strong sense of justice, but she was also the type to get into trouble. But this girl was now his bread and butter, and he didn't want to lose his job, so to speak. People in the workplace are helpless. Lin Jun's actions were simple and rude. He directly gave a straight kick, sending the black wolf at the front flying backwards, knocking over 2 tables before stopping. Chapter 31 Mr. Lin, hello. The thugs, who had been so aggressive a moment ago, all froze in place for more than 10 seconds before hastily rushing to help their boss, Black Wolf, who was lying on the ground unable to move and covered in vegetable broth, and who looked a mess. Li Ruoxi's pretty face, like a rose, broke into a wide smile. She had to admit that Lin Jun was really effective. His simple and rude actions made her heart race. The diners around them all avoided him, too afraid to go up to him, but unwilling to miss the fun, they all watched from a distance. Zhang Yang was quite quick-witted. Taking advantage of the gap, she quickly ran up behind Li Ruoxi. The thugs scrambled to help their boss up, concerned about his safety. The Black Wolf boss was quite tough. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, he said to Lin Jun with a hideous grin, "Kid, you've got guts. If I don't kill you today, I'll never show my face again." He is the local tyrant in this area. All the vendors who set up night markets here have to pay him protection money, otherwise he will either smash their stalls or seriously injure them. Therefore, no one who does business here dares to provoke him. Although they look at Lin Jun and Li Ruoxi with sympathy in their eyes, they are also helpless. After all, they still have to survive in this area. But it also supports the local thugs like Black Wolf Gang. Lin Jun looked at the situation in the square. There were only 7 or 8 thugs, so he could deal with them. As long as he acted quickly, they would not have a chance to harm their boss's daughter. However, in order to achieve a quick victory, he would have to use some heavy-handed tactics, which would probably result in some injuries. Just as Lin Jun was predicting the situation, something unexpected happened. 20 or so Volkswagen commercial vehicles drove up in a line, and the screeching of brakes caught everyone's attention. Amidst everyone's surprised looks, a group of thugs in black clothes and black trousers poured out of the commercial vehicles. Hundreds of people instantly surrounded Lin Jun and the Black Wolf thugs. Lin Jun was taken aback. Even if he was a good fighter, he could not fight against 100 people. Maybe he could fight his way out, but there was no way he could protect Li Ruoshi. Was he in big trouble this time? Lin Jun frowned, pondering his next move. Li Ruoshi was also stunned. She had never seen such a scene before. Surrounded by these fierce thugs, even the fearless Miss Tianhuan began to tremble slightly. Zhang Yanggua's face turned pale, and she clutched her guitar tightly, not knowing what to do. The thugs from the Black Wolf gang were also stunned. They hadn't called for reinforcements, so why had so many brothers from the gang suddenly rushed out? Obviously, these people were no ordinary thugs. Could it be that some good brothers from one of the gangs had come to their aid? The leader of the Black Wolf gang was about to speak when a burly man in a black suit and sunglasses walked up and waved, saying, "Say hello to Mr. Lin." "Hello, Mr. Lin." At the same time, all the black-clad thugs bowed towards Lin Jun, making a deafening noise in unison. The shocked onlookers were completely awestruck. Li Ruoshi was completely dumbfounded. Could it be that Lin Jun was the son of a major power? Then how could he stoop so low as to work as a chauffeur for his family? The Black Wolf boss felt his heart racing. The young man who had kicked him away had such a big reputation that he could easily break his bones. He walked forward trembling, plucking up the courage to ask, "Brother, where do you work?" "I'm your junior, I'll do whatever you say." The black-suited man waved impatiently and said, "Take these scum away who have offended Mr. Lin and teach them how to behave." A group of ferocious-looking thugs in black clothes pounced on them and dragged the black-suited man's thugs away. These people cried out for mercy, but it was useless. Lin Jun was also at a loss at this time. He had no idea who these people were or why they were helping him, but as long as they didn't start a fight, it was fine. This wasn't a game of cut the rope, where one person could defeat 100. A cackling, silver bell-like laugh came from the business car. Xiaoyao walked out of the car in her school uniform, a JK uniform. She beamed at Lin Jun and said, "Hee hee, you saved me once, I'll save you once, and we'll be even." Seeing Xiaoyao, all problems were solved. As the little princess of the Yaoxing gang, she could casually call on hundreds of brothers without any problem. Unexpectedly, she actually came here to help out, which was a bit of a surprise to Lin Jun. "I saved you once, don't you thank me?" Xiaoyao said to Lin Jun, while the corner of her eye swept past Li Ruoshi. "Thanks," Lin Jun said helplessly. Now that she has more people, of course whatever she says goes. "Humph." Xiaoyao slightly wrinkled her upturned nose, then closed the window. The black-clad thugs returned to the car one after the other, the engine roared, and soon they were gone. Peace returned to the area, and the night market soon bustled with activity again. Everyone talked about the thrilling scene just now, and dared not look over at Lin Jun. Zhang Yanggua bowed deeply to Li Ruoshi and Lin Jun and said, "Thank you brother and sister, if it weren't for you, I would definitely be alive. I definitely couldn't stand by and watch you get bullied. Now it's all over, and those bad guys are all taken care of, so you can rest assured." Li Ruoshi glanced at Lin Jun as he said this, and said, "Thanks to this unsung hero, I saw it just now, that little beauty in the car is really pretty." Cough cough. Lin Jun coughed twice and said, "She is the daughter of the leader of the Starlight Gang. I helped her out unintentionally last time, so she remembered this favor." "Wow, a hero saves a beauty. Come on, I'm all ears. How did Hero Lin save the beauty?" Li Ruoshi said. At this time, the old lady from the nearby fried stinky tofu shop came over and placed the fried stinky tofu on the table, saying, "Thank you for chasing away these bastards. This is on the house. Try our lobster, all live shrimp, freshly cooked, deveined." The owner of the lobster shop next door sent over a plate of shrimp. "This is our family's secret recipe for grilled fish, using fresh live black fish. Try it. And our family's floury clams." The owners of the night market stalls next to them sent over their best food one after the other, thanking Lin Jun and the others for eliminating the local tyrants and bullies. Although Lin Jun was not the one who took action, everyone saw the shocking scene of greetings just now, and put the credit on Lin Jun's head. The gratitude of the common people at the bottom is very simple, but there was just too much food to finish, so they had to take it all home with them. After taking the young lady home, she casually picked two of her favorite dishes and Lin Jun took the rest with him. Lin Jun carried a pile of food back to his apartment, happy that he had saved money on food for 2 days. It was already past 1 a.m., and most of the people in the apartment building had already gone to bed. It was very quiet, except for the sound of the old elevator. Chapter 32. You have the right not to use it, but it will expire if you don't. Lin Jin walked to his own door and saw his neighbor Lu Ruyan leaning against the door, resting. Her long hair fell over her shoulders, and she looked very tired. The people who live in this rental apartment are generally not wealthy people. Lu Ruyan lives next door to Lin Jin. She is about 27 or 28 years old, very pretty, with a curvy figure and a very charming beauty. Lu Ruyan had a short marriage. After she divorced her husband, she moved out and lives on her own. Because she is good-looking and single, she inevitably gets harassed by men with bad intentions. When she first moved in, Lin Jin helped her chase away some of the men who harassed her, so she trusted Lin Jin. "What's wrong?" Lin Jin asked. "The key was clearly in my bag, I don't know why it's gone." Lu Ruyan looked up and said with a bitter smile after seeing Lin Jin. "At this hour, I'm afraid we won't be able to find a locksmith, so we'll just have to wait until morning." Lin Jin looked at the old-fashioned apartment door and said. In fact, he could open it in a few seconds, but he definitely couldn't do it, because it would make the people next door feel very uneasy. "Yes, I already called a while ago and made an appointment for the morning," said Lu Ruyan. Lin Jin knew that Lu Ruyan was very short of money. She worked 3 jobs by herself, and had to work until after 12 o'clock at night before she could come back and rest. This is also the reason why Lin Jin has a better impression of Lu Ruyan. Because for a girl, especially a pretty girl, it is very easy to make money if she lowers her standards a little bit, and she doesn't need to work so hard. Lin Jin looked at the tired Lu Ruyan and knew that she wanted to save some money, so she didn't go to a hotel, but wanted to rest by the door for the night. Lin Jin didn't know why she was trying so hard to save money. This is everyone's privacy, and he didn't want to ask. "Why don't you come stay at my place for the night? I happen to have quite a bit of food today, so you can have some late-night snacks." Lin Jin extended an invitation. Lu Ruyan froze for a moment, her gaze uncertain. Out of an instinct of self-preservation, she froze there without speaking. "Well, good night then." Lin Jin didn't say much more, opened the door and walked in. At the moment Lin Jin was about to close the door, Lu Ruyan stood up and said, "Well, then, thank you for your trouble." Lin Jin reopened the door and let Lu Ruyan enter his room. Lu Ruyan pursed her lips and seemed a little nervous as she entered the room, then took off her shoes and surveyed Lin Jin's apartment room. "Mr. Lin's room is surprisingly clean and tidy." Lu Ruyan was surprised. She had thought that a single man's room might be very messy, but Lin Jin's living room was simple and clean to the extreme. "I don't like to pile too many things up, so the room is relatively simple and easy to clean," Lin Jin said with a smile as he placed the food on the table. "Let's eat something together." "There's too much food, I can't eat it all by myself and it'll go bad," Lin Jin invited, having heard the rumbling of hunger coming from Lu Ruyan's stomach. She must not have eaten much that evening. "Okay, thank you, Mr. Lin." Lu Ruyan had already come in, so she let her guard down a little. There was no need to be so formal. A cold beer would be nice if she could drink it, a little would help her feel better. Lin Jin opened the refrigerator and asked. "I can have one." Lu Ruyan smiled and said. Lin Jin placed a low table on the floor, piled all the food on it, took 2 cushions and sat on the floor with Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan's buttocks were full, like a full moon when she sat down, but her waistline was very slim, giving a thrilling visual effect. She really is a beauty. Although she is approaching her 30s, she has a charm that is more attractive than those young girls in their early 20s. Lin Jin took out 2 empty glasses of chilled beer and then filled one for Lu Ruyan. The two of them sat facing each other and ate their late-night snack. "These are really delicious, but there's too much, and we can't eat it all. It's a waste." Lu Ruyan was having a great time eating. When she ate the crayfish, she sucked her slender fingers, which were covered in sauce, like a little girl. Lin Jin smiled slightly, chatting with her casually for a while, before taking out a single mattress and spreading it on the floor for Lu Ruyan to rest on. He definitely wasn't going to give up his bed, as that would lead to misunderstandings. The next morning, at 6 o'clock, Lu Ruyan was already up, having folded the bedding and tidied up quietly before leaving for work. Lin Jin glanced at her as she continued to sleep. After all, he was now the minister, and he was in charge of attendance. He had the power not to use it, and it would expire. Xingyao Gang, Wangui KTV. Brother Fire Dragon, his son, and a few of his trusted subordinates were sitting in a private room drinking. The Yaoxing Gang is the most powerful underground force in W City. After decades of hard work by the legendary figure Chen Xingyao, it has gradually begun to go from its initial barbaric development and become legitimate. The main body of the Yao Xing gang is now the W City Xingyao United Company, and Chen Xingyao has also become a celebrity entrepreneur and philanthropist, beginning to wash his hands clean and move behind the scenes. Brother Fire Dragon was one of Chen Xingyao's brothers back in the day when they were conquering the world together. Now he is the second in command of the Yao Xing gang. After all these years of ups and downs, he is still very influential. Brother Fire Dragon is in charge of many shady businesses. Although the gang leader has long since told him to give up these gray industries, he is still secretly doing them himself. There is no particular reason for this, it's just because of the money. The bigger the storm, the more expensive the fish, the more profitable the illegitimate industry, and the harder it is to give it up all of a sudden, as if it were cutting flesh from your own body. Brother Fire Dragon has also been hesitating recently. He is getting old and no longer has the fiery temper and boundless energy he once had. It's just that his gang of brothers still refuse to give up, and he has actually already retired. Getting old is getting old. The spirit is gone. Watching the boss enjoy his retirement, traveling around the world happily, perhaps it's time to come ashore. Brother Fire Dragon smoked a cigar and looked at his only son, Wang Yusheng. He sighed inwardly. This kid has all the vices. Although he has the same viciousness as I did back then, he fails in both strength and intelligence. He is basically a good-for-nothing. If I'm not around anymore, no one will be able to keep him safe. He sighed inwardly, but still had to lend a hand. Who made him only have one son? He threw a bank card on the table and said, "Shang, go pick someone up tomorrow. My old buddy Ajun, he was just released after 9 years in prison. Back then, he went in for seriously injuring the other guy in a gang fight. After spending so much time in prison, he inevitably fell out of touch with society. You give him a welcome home, show him around, and give him this money as compensation. Arrange some things for your son to do, so he doesn't get into trouble every day." Chapter 33 Interest is not calculated like that. Oh. Xingzi took the card with little interest and threw it into his bag. Be polite to Brother Jun. He was a ruthless man back then and did a lot for the gang. We can't do things that will make our brothers feel cold, Brother Huolong said as he took a drag on his cigar. I got it. Xingzi didn't dare to be arrogant in front of his father. He swaggered outside, relying on his father's reputation, but in fact none of his father's old friends looked up to him, and he was very depressed inside. Xingzi dared not neglect the task his father had assigned him. The next day, he drove to the prison gate with 2 of his henchmen. Soon a strong and tall man walked out. He had a deep scar on his face, like a centipede crawling on it, hideous and terrifying. Brother Jun? I'm Brother Huolong's son, here to pick you up, Xingzi said, shaking his legs. Brother Jun looked at him coldly without saying anything, and got straight into the car. My dad said that since you've just got out, you should get used to it for a couple of days. Let's go take a bath to get rid of the bad luck. Xingzi sat in the passenger seat and nonchalantly threw a stack of money at Brother Jun. My father gave Jun Ge's card to him, and when he went to the ATM, he found that there were actually 2 million. He greedily took 1.8 million and only withdrew 200,000 for Jun Gu. Jun Gu just glanced at the money and didn't reach out to take it. He suddenly exploded and directly strangled Shang Zi's neck with one arm and said coldly, Brother Huolong has never owed his brothers anything. How much of this money did you embezzle? Shang Zi was choking so hard that his eyes rolled back and he had difficulty breathing. He desperately tried to break the thick arm with his hands, but it was as solid as steel and he couldn't move it at all. The driver of the car immediately slammed on the brakes, and Shang Zi's 2 subordinates in the car immediately swung their fists at Jun's head. However, Brother Jun was even faster, and he delivered a direct elbow strike that hit one of them hard in the cheekbone. The cheekbone cracked, blood gushed out, and the person fainted limp. The other guy wrapped his arms around Brother Jun's neck and tried to strangle him. Brother Jun directly slammed his head back, knocking him dizzy and causing stars to appear in front of his eyes. Before he could react, a large hand grabbed his head and smashed it against the car window, which shattered. In just a few seconds, Shang Zi's 2 henchmen had been disabled, and the driver was so scared that he trembled and dared not move. Shang Zi, whose face had turned a deep red from anger, was finally afraid, and fear made him apologize directly. Brother Jun loosened his strong arm and gently patted Shang Zi's face, saying, This is the money I saved for my retirement for the past 9 years, and you dared to be greedy for it. It seems that Brother Huolong doesn't know how to teach his son very well. Cough cough. Xingzai took a big breath to restore his oxygen-deprived brain. He was terrified. This brother Jun is really a ruthless person. He knows that he is the son of brother Huolong and dares to do it. He is simply a madman. Sorry, brother Chun, I ran out of money and took 1.8 million from you. Give me some time to make it up to you. Shengzi was scared out of his wits and dared not play any more tricks, so he hurriedly said, Are you really brother Huolong's son? How could you be short of money? Brother Chun asked with a squint. My old man didn't give me enough pocket money, and I also lost some money in the casino, Shengzi explained. He may have a swagger, but he is a good-for-nothing, and his father has not entrusted him with any of the gang's business. He has been spending recklessly and is already in a tight spot. Humph. Brother Fire Dragon knows you are useless, and you are greedy for my money. If your father finds out, I'm afraid he will look down on you even more, Brother Chun said with a smile. It doesn't matter, he never looked up to me anyway. I'm just a waste in his eyes. Shengzi said with gritted teeth. Men have no problem spending money, but the money is earned by yourself. Are you interested in earning some money with me? Pay back the money you owe me, Jun said coldly, or do you want to cheat me? You should know that my money is not that easy to come by. If you can show me how to make money, I'll hang out with you. Shengzi looked up and said. Jun's skills had deeply impressed him. For a young man, this tiger who had been in prison for 9 years was like the big brother he had longed for as a child. Brother Jun grinned, showing his white teeth like a fierce beast. He patted Shengzai on the shoulder and said, Let's take your little brother to the hospital first, and then go somewhere with me. Butterfly Orchid KTV is a medium-sized karaoke bar in City W. Because of its old-fashioned decor, the young and pretty hostesses have all been poached by other newly opened venues, and business is now a bit slow. The owner of Butterfly Orchid KTV is also a boss of a third-rate underground force, called Hua Zilong. He was cooing with his mistress in the office when suddenly the office door was kicked open and one of his men rolled in, covered in blood. Hua Zilong was startled and subconsciously reached under the table, where he had tied a machete with transparent tape. His mistress screamed in fear and crouched under the table. Hua Zilong, you're living the good life. Brother Jun burst in with Shengzai and 2 of his men, grinning from ear to ear. Brother Jun, you're out? Hua Zilong was shocked when he saw who had come, for it was none other than his former boss, the fierce beast Brother Jun. I just got out and came to see you. Seeing that you're doing well, I can rest easy. Brother Jun casually pulled up a chair and sat across from Hua Zilong. Hua Zilong looked through the crack in the door and saw that the younger brothers stationed outside his door were already lying on the ground, wailing in all directions. His heart sank. Brother Jun, if you had told me you were coming out, I could have come to greet you myself. Hua Zilong said with a forced smile. Forget it. You haven't visited me once in the past 9 years, so don't pretend to be nice. You know why I'm here. It's time to settle our score. Jun said with a smile. Of course, of course. Back then, thanks to Jun lending me 200,000 yuan, you definitely deserve it back now that you're out. It's just that I'm a bit short on cash recently, so I'll pay you back 100,000 yuan first, and I'll pay the other 100,000 yuan in a week. I promise to give it to you exactly as you requested. Hua Zilong nodded and said with a bow. Back then, when he was at his wits' end, Brother Jun lent him 200,000 yuan, and he was able to get rich again. Brother Jun sneered, his eyes flashing with cold light, and said, 200,000 yuan? Did you remember it wrong? No, I didn't. Hua Zilong blinked, then suddenly laughed again and said, interest. You definitely have to pay interest over the past 10 years. Don't worry, I've calculated the interest, not a penny less. Jun looked at Hua Zilong coldly and said, that's not how you calculate interest. I lent you 200,000 back then, and you only opened this karaoke bar. You must have made a lot of money over the years, right? I won't count this money with you. This karaoke bar was opened with my money, so shouldn't I be the boss? Chapter 34, Want to make more money, more power, more women. Hua Zilong's mouth twitched as he said, Brother Jun, you're joking, right? There's no way it's calculated like that. I'll calculate it according to the interest of the fund. Before he finished speaking, Brother Jun struck like thunder, grabbing Hua Zilong by the hair and slamming his head down onto the desk, his entire face distorted. Hua Zilong, you are not even worth mentioning in my eyes, and you dare to settle accounts with me? I think you are tired of living. He suddenly drew his dagger and stabbed it directly against the side of Hua Zilong's face. The cold blade pierced directly through the desk, only 0.1 centimeters from his eyeball. Hua Zilong was so scared that he almost peed on the spot. His legs trembled, and he begged for mercy, shivering and saying, "Brother Jun, spare my life, Brother Jun, spare my life, it's yours, it's all yours." Humph. Brother Chun tilted his head to the side and gave Xingzai, who was standing behind him, a wink. Xingzai took out the agreement that he had prepared long ago and placed it on the table. "Sign it." Brother Chun let go of his hand and patted Hua Zilong's cheek, saying. Hua Zilong struggled internally for a long time. The industry that he had worked so hard to build for 10 years had just been taken from him. He was very unwilling and wanted to reach out and grab the machete under the table to fight with Brother Chun. After hesitating for a while, he didn't have the courage to do it. After all, Brother Chun had a fearsome reputation, and it was a huge shadow in his heart. Although he was unwilling, Hua Zilong obediently signed the contract. He knew what would happen if he didn't listen, and he might not be able to leave this office today. "Ha, that's a good boy. In the future, you'd better stick with me, I never mistreat my brothers." Brother Chun cracked his mouth and grinned, saying. Xingzai followed Yunga, but felt like his eyes had been opened. Yunga had come from nothing, but instantly owned a karaoke bar. No matter how old it was still worth more than $1 million. Compared to Yunga, he felt really stupid. After signing the contract, Hua Zilong also accepted his fate. The karaoke business was slow anyway, and it would soon be unable to continue. He might as well pay off his debts. He knew that Brother Jun was a desperate criminal, and he himself had a small fortune now, so he dared not joke with his life. "Hua Zilong, it seems that business here is not very good." Brother Jun sat in Hua Zilong's place, and Hua Zilong's lover was scared and stood in the corner. Brother Jun glanced around. Although the figure was okay, the appearance was mediocre, and the skin was also dark. Hua Zilong's lover is of this rustic grade, which shows that there really isn't anything good in this KTV. Hua Zilong hurriedly lit a cigarette for Brother Jun and said, "Brother Jun, before, my Phalaenopsis Orchid KTV was also a well-known place in the area, but in recent years I haven't had much money to renovate, and the newly opened Imperial City KTV next door is completely renovated and pays well, so all the slightly good-looking ones here have jumped ship, and business is getting worse every day." "What a waste," Brother Jun commented. Yes. After you take over, if you spend some money on renovations and use your position in the underworld to recruit some famous mamas, you might be able to compete with that Imperial City KTV. Hua Zilong said. "What's the background of that Imperial City KTV?" Jun Gu asked. "The big boss of a Zhujiang business is very rich and has all the right connections in place, but I haven't heard of any background in the underworld." Hua Zilong said. "That's fine, what's the point of pretending in this shitty place? Where does he get off thinking that my money just grows on trees?" Jun said disdainfully. "Isn't his place nicely decorated? Just use it." "Jun, we don't have that kind of money to buy it, and they won't sell it anyway," Xingzi said doubtfully. Jun gave Xingzi a look and said, "Your father really didn't teach you anything. Just follow my lead and learn from me. I haven't been in there all these years for nothing." Brother Jun sold the Butterfly Orchid KTV for 860,000 yuan directly, and then the Huangcheng KTV started to have problems one after another. Drunk guests caused trouble, snakes and scorpions were found in the private rooms, and fights between small-time criminals often resulted in the police being called. In just over a week, it almost became semi-defunct. Brother Jun took someone to find the boss of the Zhejiang businessman and finally successfully acquired the Huangcheng KTV at a super low price of 500,000 yuan, becoming the boss of the top luxury KTV in the area. The business is booming every night and making a fortune. And all this happened just 2 weeks after Jun was released from prison. Xingzai was completely impressed by Jun, and this was the underground overlord he had in mind. He was not like those old-fashioned people who wanted to go legit every day and make themselves into businessmen. He followed Jun's instructions and recruited a large number of people, but these were not members of the Yaoxing gang, but Jun's personal forces. According to Brother Jun, in the past, he worked hard for the gang, but all that fame did him no good, and he ended up in prison for 9 years. Only those with money, power, and talent can truly succeed in the underworld. Brother Jun has quickly become popular in the area, like an underground new star. Every night is a party, and every day he is surrounded by beautiful women, drinking until the early hours of the morning. He has suffered so much in prison for so many years, and now he is indulging without restraint. In the early morning, June, reeking of alcohol, got out of the car, waved his little brother to drive back, and staggered towards the apartment where he lived. He lit a cigarette and felt invigorated. He felt his heart expanding infinitely, wanting to make more money, gain more power, and have more women. He wanted to make up for the past 10 years of misery, and defeat all those bullshit gangs. He wanted to trample everyone underfoot and trample them wantonly. Feeling a little dry and thirsty after drinking too much, he turned his head and saw a convenience store next to him, so he staggered in, ready to buy cigarettes and water. "Welcome." Lu Ruyun smiled and greeted the customer as she saw him come in. This was her third part-time job, and she had 20 minutes left before closing time. The customer who came in was a burly man with a fierce face and a strong smell of alcohol, which made Lu Ruyun slightly frown, but she still smiled and greeted him according to business etiquette. Brother Jun's eyes lit up. He never imagined that such a beauty would work in such a small convenience store, and his eyes instantly flashed with greed. A beauty like this would definitely be the #1 girl in his karaoke bar. She would make him a lot of money. He casually took some food and water and walked up to the counter, looking up and down at Lu Ruyun recklessly. Looking closely, he was even more impressed by the figure of this beauty. "Get some soft zhenghua," he said. "Okay, just a moment." Lu Ruyun turned around to get the soft zhenghua, her slender waist and graceful backside on full display. Brother Jun picked up the cigarette, unwrapped it and took a drag, leaning his body against the counter and saying, "Beauty, how much do you earn in a month here?" "Sir, you can't smoke here." Lu Ruyun ignored Brother Jun's question. Brother Jun ignored her and lit up the cigarette anyway, taking a deep drag and saying, "If you work for me, you can earn at least 30,000 a month." "Sorry, sir, I'm doing fine here and don't need to change jobs," Lu Ruyun said calmly. Chapter 35, Have you found the perfect beauty I told you to find? Ha, who wouldn't want more money? Women have a short shelf life. If you don't make more while you're young and beautiful, you'll be old and ugly when you're done. I said 30,000 is the minimum, and with your qualifications, you can make 100 or 2,000 a month. Brother Jun said. Thanks, I don't need it. Lu Ruyun refused without even asking. Oh, that's okay, you'll need it soon enough. Jungu laughed, didn't dwell on it, casually dropped 2 100 yuan bills, and without waiting for change, turned and left. Leaving the convenience store, Jun Ji's gaze became cold. He picked up his phone and called his underlings, saying, "There's a beautiful woman at the convenience store on Tuanjie Road. Find someone to follow her and find out her address, who lives at home, everything." After hanging up, he glanced back at the convenience store sign and left with a cold smile. As night fell, on the top floor of the karaoke bar in the Imperial City, Jun sat at his boss's table, while Xingzi and Wazalong sat on the sofa next to him. The door opened, and several fierce thugs led in 5 or 6 young women. "Jun, these are a few of Xiaodongbei's fellow villagers." "Have a look," said the thug with the ponytail respectfully. The young girls were obviously very scared, and some of them couldn't stop shaking. Brother Jun took a drag on his cigarette, looked around, waved his hand and said, "Damn, she brags a lot. These are the only goods you brought out. It's barely acceptable. Send them over to the flower girl to be trained. Make it clear to them that I have to pay for their food and accommodation here. If you want to make money, you have to work hard. If your performance is bad, don't blame Brother Jun for turning his back on you. If you dare to go out without permission, I'll break your legs." The young girls were scared by Brother Jun's last sentence. They all bowed their heads, and some had already started to cry quietly. They were all lured by their fellow villagers, who said that they could earn tens of thousands of yuan a month here and came here with dreams of getting rich. But it doesn't seem to be as good as the fellow villager said. This place will be a den of iniquity for them. After entering the dormitory to work together, the money they earn does not go directly into their pockets. Instead, the rent and utility bills, which are several times higher than those outside, are deducted. Even toilet paper and toothpaste, these daily necessities, have to be purchased at a high price. There are also miscellaneous fees for various reasons, and not much really goes to them. They are just Jun's money-making machines. Jun will exploit their value to the maximum. "Xingzai, have you found the superb beauties I asked you to find?" Jun asked, flicking the ashes from his cigarette. "I'm looking for them, but it's hard to find particularly good-looking ones," Xingzai said, turning to ask, "Jun, we're already making a lot of money, and those women all look similar with makeup on, so why do we need to find superb beauties?" Jun laughed and patted Xingzai on the shoulder, saying, "If you want to make money in the nightclub business, you can't rely on those local girls. Only real beauties can attract real big clients to spend money, and you can then have more connections and become bigger and stronger. How much money can a karaoke bar make? Without connections, anyone can close it down. I can steal the Zhejiang businessman's business, and someone else can steal mine. June said. I understand, I will look for her with all my heart. Xingzai nodded in admiration. At this time, one of Brother June's subordinates walked in and said, Boss, we've been following her for 2 days, and we've got a pretty good idea of her background. She works alone at 3 different places, in the morning at the Old Country Chicken, at the coffee shop at 3:30 p.m., and at the convenience store from 7 p.m. until the early morning. Wow! Working 3 jobs by herself, she's so dedicated. She's really talented. Brother June laughed. What do we do next? Xiao Di asked. That girl told me she doesn't need to work, so I'll make her need to work. June said leisurely with his hands behind his head. First, go threaten her bosses and get them to fire her. I don't think she'll be cocky anymore when she doesn't have a job. Okay, big brother. Xiao Di nodded and went to do his business. Is that girl pretty? Xingzi asked. She's got a lot of flavor, June said with a little reminiscence. She'll be our cash cow. The owner of the convenience store next door, with gauze wrapped around his head and a depressed look on his face, walked over to Lu Ruyun and said, Lu, go to the finance department to settle your wages. You're fired. Lu Ruyun pursed her lips, didn't say anything, silently put down the work in her hands, bowed her head, and a surge of grievances made her unable to hold back the tears that welled up in her eyes. Yes, I understand, boss. She didn't pursue why, because she had been fired from all 3 jobs today, and looking at the boss's injured appearance, she understood that it must have something to do with the fierce man from the other day. The boss sighed and said, Lu, have you offended someone outside? I actually don't have any complaints about you, but I also want to be safe. I know, boss, I don't blame you. Lu Ruyun held back her tears, took off her work clothes, and left the counter. She was just a weak woman, what was wrong with trying to earn money on her own? Why did these evil people have to treat her like this? Is a pretty woman only allowed to sell herself? Lu Ruyun left the convenience store where she worked in a dispirited mood. On the way back, she came across an advertisement for a supermarket sale. She slowed down, hesitated for a moment, and then turned around and went into the supermarket. Lin Xin had been busy with the fashion jewelry launch that Li Ruoxi had given him. As the head of the publicity department, he was still asked to sign off on many important and trivial matters. The life of a wage earner was indeed quite hard. Lin Xin even missed the life of a chauffeur. As long as he drove people around, he didn't have to deal with so much nonsense. When he returned home in the evening, Lin Xin had just finished taking a shower when he heard someone ring the doorbell. When he opened the door, he saw his beautiful neighbor, Lu Ruyun, from next door. She beamed and said, Mr. Lin, I was so grateful for your hospitality the last time. I've made some dishes today and would like to repay the favor. Are you free? Oh, sure, Lin Xin replied. He was a little hungry, so he didn't refuse, and besides, she was being sincere. He followed Lu Ruyun to her apartment. It was rented, but it was beautifully decorated, with careful attention to detail everywhere, and it looked very warm and inviting. After entering the house, there was a faint, pleasant fragrance, very similar to the smell of Lu Ruyun. Lu Ruyun served several dishes that had already been prepared from the kitchen, both meat and vegetables, all arranged in exquisite plates. Are you off today? You're so free and have made so much. Lin Xin said with a smile. I finished work early today, so I stopped by the supermarket and bought some groceries, thinking of treating Mr. Li once. Lu Ruyun said with a smile. You'll have a treat today, try the food the beautiful lady makes. Lin Xin was also unceremonious, and directly picked up a piece of braised chicken with his fingers and put it in his mouth. Mr. Li, I bought some red wine and beer, what would you like to drink? Lu Ruyun asked with a smile. Whatever, let's drink some red wine first. Lin Xin said. Chapter 36, The Beautiful Neighbor's Return Invitation. The dishes were indeed very rich, and there were even 2 small green dragons. The shrimp meat and shells had been carefully separated, and the taste and texture were excellent. Lin Xin had not had home-cooked food for a long time. Usually, he either ate out or simply fried some steak and eggs or something. It had really been a long time since he had eaten such home-cooked food. Plus, Lu Ruyun's cooking was really very good, and Lin Xin's appetite was wide open as he ate, and glass after glass of red wine was drunk. Lu Ruyun also seemed very at ease today, and since she felt very comfortable in her own room, she also joined Lin Xin in drinking glass after glass. Soon the two of them had finished 6 bottles of red wine, but they still weren't satisfied, so they opened some beer. Cheers to life. Lu Ruyun had drunk a bit too much, her face was flushed like a ripe apple, her eyes were sparkling, and she was charming. You'll get drunk if you drink anymore. Lin Jin could tell that Lu Ruyun had drunk a bit too much, so he reminded her. He was a bit dizzy himself. This red wine had quite an aftertaste. Lin Jin had drunk 3 bottles of red wine, and he was feeling a bit tipsy. It's okay, I can still drink. I'm not going to get drunk today. You won't be able to see me anymore, so you might as well drink with me properly. Lu Ruyun staggered to her feet, opened the refrigerator and took out 6 more cans of beer. What's wrong? Lin Jin asked. I'm leaving the city. Will you miss me? Mr. Lin? With a drunken gaze, Lu Ruyun propped herself up on her elbows on the table, propped her small head up, and looked at Lin Jin. Why do you have to leave? Lin Jin asked. Because. Lu Ruyun suddenly burst into tears, and her tears suddenly flowed like a raging brook that could not be stopped. When I was little, my mother told me that it was not a good thing for a poor family's daughter to be too good-looking. Now I finally understand why those people targeted me. Lu Ruyun let out all her grievances. Has someone been bullying you? Lin Jin asked. There was this really aggressive man who wanted me to work for him. I knew it wasn't a good job as soon as I heard about it, so I refused straight away. As a result, he forced those bosses to fire me. Lu Ruyun just wanted to live by her own hard work, but she never expected that her pretty face would cause trouble. Just ignore him. Are you going to leave because you want to avoid him? Lin Jin asked. Without a job, I can't even pay the rent. Even if I find another one, those people will mess it up. I have no choice but to leave. Lu Ruyun didn't really want to leave W City. After all, she was used to living here and it was more comfortable. But in this kind of situation, leaving might be the best solution. If you don't want to leave, do you want to work for Tianhuan Company? Lin Jin asked. Huh? Tianhuan Company? How is that possible? Tianhuan Company is such a big company, and they require at least a bachelor's degree for entry-level positions. And now I hear that they won't even look at a resume unless it comes from a 985 or 211 university. I only graduated from high school, so how can I possibly get in? Lu Ruyun wiped away her tears and said. Lin Jin knew that things were not going to be easy, because the head of human resources, Lao Huang, was now his sworn enemy. Although he had managed to get him to back off a little last time, there was no way he could get someone hired through human resources. Lin Jin thought for a moment and said, it may be difficult to officially join Tianhuan Company, but I am currently the head of the planning department, and there is just the right project with a vacancy for temporary external workers. I can make the decision, and the human resources department cannot interfere. You are the head of Tianhuan Company? Lu Ruyun forgot to cry and stared at Lin Jin with wide eyes in disbelief. Well, yes, Lin Jin nodded. How is that possible? The annual salary of a minister at Tianhuan Company is at least 600,000 to 700,000 yuan, so how can he live in such a cheap apartment? Lu Ruyun asked. I was just promoted not long ago, so I don't have much money. Lin Jin said with a smile, adding that he had only been promoted for less than a month and had not yet received his ministerial salary. However, even if he received a high salary, he had no intention of moving away, as this place was quite good. You really are a minister, can you let me work at Tianhuan? Lu Ruyun asked excitedly. Of course you can, but it's only a temporary job for an external hire, and you should only get 7,000 to 8,000 yuan a month, Lin Jin replied after a moment's thought. That's still very good. I'll be working 3 jobs, and the combined salary will be just that much. Lu Ruyun forgot to cry for the moment, her tears still hanging on her face, but she already had a sweet smile. Then it's settled, I'll send you the address, and you can come see me tomorrow. Lin Jin let out a breath. It's really great to have power, even a small temporary external hire can change a person's fate. From now on, you'll be my leader, and I'll have to toast you properly. I'll work hard in the future to live up to your expectations. Lu Ruyun straightened her posture and raised her glass in a toast with both hands. Cheers. Lin Jin laughed. He didn't have any special feelings for Lu Ruyun, but he felt that they were neighbors, and he could help out if he could. After all, it was quite annoying to see a weak woman trying to live her life being bullied by evil forces. Lu Ruyun drained the wine in her glass in one go, her upper body swaying slightly as her eyes closed. You've had too much, drink more slowly, don't drink it all in one go. Lin Jin didn't realize that this seemingly weak woman could actually drink quite a lot. They had already drunk 6 bottles of red wine, and they had now finished more than 10 cans of beer. Lu Ruyun must really like to drink, otherwise her family wouldn't have stocked up on so much alcohol. No, I'm in a good mood today, I must drink it all. Tomorrow you'll be my boss, and I won't be able to control you, but you must listen to me tonight. Lu Ruyun had indeed drunk too much, and was already in a state of excitement, her pretty face flushed and her eyes shining. Okay. Bottoms up. Lin Jin also rarely met a friend who could drink, so he also stopped being pretentious, and just drank. The two of them also drank openly, too lazy to count how many cans they had drunk. In the end, they both collapsed on the sofa. Lu Ruyun leaned softly in Lin Jin's arms, as if she had no bones left in her body. She was drunk, her small, white feet resting on the armrest of the sofa, her pale pink toes like flower buds. Long eyelashes covered her pretty face, and she muttered incomprehensible nonsense in her mouth, as cute as a sweet sleeping baby. The soft jade was very comfortable, and the wine was surging. Lin Jin also felt a little dizzy in his head. This dizziness made him feel very tired, and he wished he could just sleep comfortably like this forever. However, Lin Jin still shook his head vigorously, trying to pull himself together, then picked up Lu Ruyun's legs at the knees, put her in a horizontal position on the bed in the bedroom, and pulled the thin quilt over her. It was a simple relationship, and Lin Jin didn't want to complicate it. They were just neighbors, and he didn't want her to feel that all men in the world were bullying her. Chapter 37, Please, Let Me Go. Lu Ruyun woke up groggily and found that she was already in bed. Her head still ached from the hangover, and after a while, she slowly recalled that she had drunk with Lin Jin last night and eventually fell asleep. She subconsciously lifted the quilt and looked down, relieved to find that she was fully clothed and nothing was amiss. It seemed that Mr. Lin was indeed a gentleman and did not take advantage of her. But was it because she was no longer as attractive as before? Lu Ruyun got up from the bed, walked to the bathroom, and looked carefully at herself in the mirror. Time had not left many traces on her face. Although she was approaching her 30s, she was still full of collagen, and there were not even any fine lines around her eyes. Sighing, she thought, what's the use of being pretty? Pretty doesn't pay the bills, unless you have no bottom line. Yesterday, she was fired from 3 part-time jobs, and was disheartened and ready to return the favor to Lin Jin and leave this city where she had lived for so long. Unexpectedly, Lin Jin actually offered to hire her at Tianhuan Company. Although it was only an outsourced position, it was an opportunity that she, a high school graduate, could never have gotten on her own. But was it drunken ramblings or was it the truth? Lu Ruyun was a little unsure. At such a young age, living in a cheap apartment, could she really be the manager of a large group company like Tianhuan? This was something that people would have to doubt. But for some reason, Lu Ruyun had a hunch that Lin Jin wasn't lying. He wasn't the type to lie, and he had indeed sent her a location in the morning. After some hesitation, she washed up, put on some light makeup, and then put on a modest skirt suit before following the location to a large shopping mall. Sure enough, there was a Tianhuan Company site here, with booths being set up and many staff members bustling about. Lu Ruyun contacted the person in charge, Sister Ling, according to the information Lin Jin sent her. She was the deputy team leader of the project in the planning department and directly under the management of Lin Jin. Sister Ling was about 35 or 36 years old, tall and wore glasses. She was one of those elite professional white-collar workers, very capable and strong. Without any unnecessary nonsense, she directly asked Lu Ruyun to fill out a resume and then signed an external employment contract on the spot. Lu Ruyun felt incredibly lucky. She read the contract carefully and found that according to the contract, she should be able to get about 8,900 yuan per month, including a full attendance bonus and various subsidies. You have to understand that before, her income from part-time jobs was only about 2,000 yuan per job, and at most it was no more than 3,000 yuan. This was the income she earned from 6 a.m. to 12:30 a.m. Now she can work from 9 to 5 and earn the same salary as before, even though she only needs to work 8 hours a day. This makes Lu Ruyun extremely happy, and she immediately throws herself into her work with great enthusiasm. Her main tasks here are to set up the venue according to the requirements and plan the details of each promotional meeting, including the arrangement of personnel such as models and makeup artists. After a busy day, Lu Ruyun is quite tired, but she feels very fulfilled. She has absolutely no experience working in a big company, but she is particularly conscientious and responsible. Even though there were a few minor incidents, she still received praise from Ling. With a relaxed and happy mood, Lu Ruyun returned to her apartment. As soon as she got out of the elevator, her heart immediately sank to the bottom. At the entrance of her apartment, the fierce drunk man who had solicited her at the convenience store that night appeared again. Cigarette butts had fallen all over the floor, and it was obvious that this person had been waiting for her here for a long time. She never imagined that these people were really omnipotent and could find the address where she lived. Thinking about this, Lu Ruyun felt cold all over and her heart was restless. Oh, it's back. I thought you would stay at home if you didn't have a job. It seems you are not that obedient. Brother June casually threw the half-finished cigarette on the ground and then crushed it with the sole of his shoe. I warn you, there are surveillance cameras here. Don't do anything stupid, or I'll call the police. Lu Ruyun said with courage. Wow, call the police. I'm so scared. Brother June grinned and said, I haven't done anything illegal. I'm just here to recruit talent. How about it, have you considered working for me? I'm not going to work for you, no matter what industry you're in. Please leave now. Lu Ruyun said. TSK, really stubborn. As I said last time, with your qualifications, you could easily earn 100,000 yuan a month. Why are you so stubborn? Brother June said with a smile. There is no such good job, you must be up to no good. Lu Ruyun said nervously. Working as a princess in a karaoke bar is a legitimate industry. It means just drinking and singing with the big shots, and the money just comes into your pocket. You get to eat, drink, play, and make money. Isn't that better than being a slave? Brother June said with a smile. I'm not going. You can forget it, so please leave now. Lu Ruyun said firmly. Fine, June shrugged his shoulders, put his hands in his pockets, blew a whistle of indifference, and then walked swayingly towards the topic. As he passed Lu Ruyun, he suddenly attacked, reaching out lightning fast, grabbing her soft shoulders and slamming her against the wall. Yah! With a loud bang, Lu Ruyun's delicate body was pressed heavily against the wall. The sudden and violent impact made her chest feel stuffy and she almost couldn't breathe. Her bag fell to the ground. I hated when people reject me. Especially when they do it again and again. June's other hand pinched Lu Ruyun's cheeks and lifted her chin. A pair of fierce eyes like those of a wild animal fixed on Lu Ruyun's. Lu Ruyun trembled all over. She had never seen such fierce eyes before, and they made her heart beat so fast that she felt faint. Don't you dare to refuse me. No matter where you go to work, I can make you lose your job. You have no choice but to work for me. Brother June said. Why? Why do you have to find me? Lu Ruyun's tears flowed. Because I like you, and you can bring me a lot of money. So I will never let you go. I am still very gentlemanly in finding you to discuss this. If you dare to refuse again, I swear, your end will be miserable. Very miserable. June leaned close to Lu Ruyun's face, like a fierce beast choosing its prey. He had many methods, such as letting his subordinates rape this woman who was all alone, and then filming the video as blackmail. Or use violence to force her to sign a huge debt note, and then threaten her with this debt. Even. Brother June is a man who will stop at nothing. He can do anything without a bottom line in order to make money. This little prey in front of him is not likely to escape from his grasp. Please, let me go. Lu Ruyun was already crying her heart out. Chapter 38, This grudge must be avenged. Struggle, resist, all of this is useless, this is your fate. You must learn to accept your fate. Brother June said with a sneer, watching the little female struggle, which made him feel even more excited. This woman will become his cash cow, and he will not let her go until she is old and wrinkled and has been milked dry. The only one to blame is her bad luck, being targeted. Ding! The elevator door opened and Lin Jin walked out, a little shocked at the scene. These thugs are really arrogant. Help me, help me. Lu Ruyun heard the sound of the elevator door opening, but her vision was blocked and she didn't know who was coming, so she could only desperately call for help. Brother June obviously didn't care about Lin Jin and just turned his head and glared at Lin Jin and said, if you don't want to die, get out of the way. Gee, now even thugs are so arrogant, Lin Jin said with a smack of his lips. Brother June frowned and turned his head coldly again and said, are you tired of living? It's okay, after paying Social Security for so many years, I have to get some of my money back. I'm not greedy, I just want to live to be 120 years old, Lin Jin said. Ha, you're quite eloquent, Brother Jun slowly let go of Lu Ruyun, turned around, and twisted his neck, making a crunching sound. His muscular and bulging body was like that of a fierce brown bear, and he walked towards Lin Jun with a great sense of oppression. "Mr. Lin, run!" Lu Ruyun's body had no strength left, her legs were weak and she leaned against the wall, desperately shouting for Lin Jun to run. That criminal was so terrifying, how could Mr. Lin possibly be his match? These people were all vicious criminals, and she didn't want to get Lin Jun into trouble. Lin Jun stood there with a faint smile on his face, but his feet didn't move an inch. After Jun approached, he suddenly and without warning, threw a vicious swing with all his strength, slamming it with a fierce wind towards Lin Jun's temple. Boom! Lin Jun curled his arms, forming a triangle of defense around his head, and withstood Jun's punch. Brother Jun was a little surprised. He had started practicing martial arts at the age of 3, and at the age of 18 he had won the free fighting championship. Later, he had gone on to fight in underground boxing matches for 2 years, killing many people in the process. During his many years in prison, he had spent every day training and fighting, and his body had become as strong as steel. He had used 7 or 8 points of strength in that punch, and if it had connected, it would have killed an adult man instantly. But the seemingly ordinary man in front of him had caught it with one hand, and not moved an inch, which made Jun feel a little unbelievable. Practiced? Jun withdrew his fist and narrowed his eyes as he stared at Lin Jun and asked. I practiced with an old man exercising in the park when I was young for a few years. Lin Jun's face still had a carefree smile on it. Who? Without warning, Jun twisted his waist in fiercely and sharply kicked a small whip leg at Lin Jun's calf. He has used this move to secretly break the shins of many opponents. Although this leg move is not very big, the force is enough to bend steel bars. At this time, Lin Jun also moved. He took a quick sliding step to avoid the leg, then instead of retreating, he charged forward, his entire body crashing into Jun Ji's strong muscular body. Using his shoulders as a fulcrum, he slammed his body into the other person's with a powerful 8th-level body press. Boom! Jun was so knocked off balance that he lost his footing and fell to the ground. He was just about to get up and fight back when Lin Jun didn't give him the chance. He quickly stepped forward and kicked Jun in the head when he was down and defenseless. Jun's eyes rolled back in his head, he fainted on the ground, foaming at the mouth and unconscious. Ding! The elevator came up again. A young couple saw the scene after opening the elevator door and were so scared that they hurriedly left. He's not dead, is he? Lu Ruyun approached with trembling, and asked after taking a look at Jun, who looked like a dead pig. No, I was very measured in my actions, he's just fainted. Lin Jun said with a smile. Mr. Lin is so awesome. I thought you would be injured by him. Lu Ruyun said with a sigh of relief. That's impossible. Back then, Grandpa in the park said that my bones were exceptionally clear and that I was a once-in-a-century martial arts prodigy, and sold me a copy of Shaolin's untaught secret technique Yi Jin Jing for only 50 cents. Lin Jun's serious nonsense relieved Lu Ruyun's nervousness. Nonsense, how could it be sold for only 50 cents if it was an untaught secret technique? Lu Ruyun laughed a little and said. Yes. Lu Ruyun nodded and said, that's him, he wants to force me to go to the nightclub to work as a prostitute. Trash. Lin Jun shook his head. He knew that these dark sewer rats were annoying, but for ordinary people like Lu Ruyun, they were also a big problem. You can't beat them to death, but they just harass you. Even if you report them to the police, they will only be detained for a few days, and they will still come back like gum. This is why many people don't want to provoke the gangsters. Sister Yun, you'd better avoid them. How about this? Don't live here for now. Tianhuan Company has staff quarters, and external employees are also eligible to apply. I'll help you apply for one, and you can temporarily move in. Lin Jun said. Isn't that troublesome? Lu Ruyun asked gratefully. It's no big deal, I'll just make a phone call. The staff quarters of Tianhuan Company are managed by a security team, and outsiders cannot get in. These rascals cannot harass you. Lin Jun said. Okay, I'll pack up. Lu Ruyun had just got a satisfying job, and she didn't want her life ruined by these thugs. Lin Jun didn't bother with Jun Gu, who had fainted, and told Lu Ruyun to pack her things. He drove her to the staff dormitory and applied for a temporary lounge. Lin Jun applied for a separate one-bedroom apartment with independent bathroom and kitchen with the authority of a minister. The treatment was already quite good. Everything inside was new, and the decor was very good. The benefits of a large company were really unbeatable. Lu Ruyun was very satisfied and happily packed up. Although the problem of harassment by local thugs had not been completely solved, it was safe for the time being. It would be best if the guy gave up, but if he continued to harass, Lin Jun would have to find a way to solve the problem once and for all. When June woke up, it was already 3 hours later, lying in a hospital bed. His two underlings had been waiting downstairs for him, and when they came up to check, they found their boss passed out on the floor and hurriedly took him to the hospital. When he opened his eyes, his head was splitting, and his chest and stomach felt like vomiting. This was a side effect of a concussion. Big Brother, what happened to Big Brother? Several of his trusted subordinates gathered around the bed and asked with concern. Brother June gritted his teeth and didn't say why. It was indeed a bit too embarrassing to be knocked unconscious by an inexplicable passerby, and he still didn't want to believe it. He must find out who that man was, and he must take revenge. Chapter 39, She Can't Move, and Whoever Moves Dies. We can't handle it. The results of the examination showed some concussion. Although the doctor said it was recommended to rest for a few days and observe, June still left the hospital that day, with a fire inside him. The duck in his mouth flew away, and he was actually knocked unconscious, which was a disgrace. As soon as he returned to his place, Xingzi came over to report that a princess tried to escape and was caught. Escape? Ha ha. June's face was gloomy. He led his men to the office and saw the young girl, who was as thin as a stick, kneeling on the ground with her face swollen high from the beating. Bitch, you still want to run? Brother June was holding back a lot of anger and had nowhere to direct it, so he went straight up to the girl and kicked her in the face, sending her flying. Ah! The girl let out a scream. Her thin body could not withstand Brother June's kick, and her entire body flew like a broken sandbag, crashing straight into the wall. Brother June was not satisfied, and directly drew out his belt and then fiercely whipped the girl. Spare my life. Please spare me. I will never run again, I will do whatever you tell me to. The girl let out a miserable scream after another, as if she were in purgatory. Xingzi watched in horror next to him. Brother June's actions were truly inhumane. Brother June, that's enough, we still need to use her to make money. Xingzi said in a word of advice. Humph. Brother June ignored Xingzi and walked over, grabbed the girl's leg, and dragged her to the edge of the table, where he propped her up on the coffee table. Damn it, run! Do you really think I run a charity here? I feed and clothe you, and you want to run without earning any money for me? Brother June said with fierce eyes. Xingzi felt a chill run through his heart, and his heart started pounding. Crack! June directly and fiercely kicked the raised leg, directly breaking the girl's calf, exposing the white bone. She let out an incredibly hoarse and miserable scream. I'll show you. Let's take her to the dormitory and show them what happens when you run away. June spat on the unconscious girl. Xingzi's heart was beating violently. The strong Youngda in front of him was like a beast in human skin, fierce and vicious. This kind of person is a natural-born evil person, without the slightest bit of kindness. After ordering his men to carry away the unconscious girl, Youngda sat on the sofa, exhaled, lit a cigarette, and said, Xingzi, I'm in a bit of a bad mood today. Let's go out and have some fun. Which bar is popular these days? The hottest bar these days must be MJ Bar, newly opened and exploding with popularity. Xingzi thought for a moment and replied. Let's go, take a champagne bath tonight to soothe the fire. Youngda grinned and said, beckoning Xingzi and a few other henchmen such as Wazalong, and they drove 2 cars straight to MJ Bar. Amidst the loud music inside, Youngda felt that the pain in his head seemed to have eased a little. They chose a VIP booth near the stage, opened a few bottles of Black Ace and a bunch of champagne, called over the girls to serve drinks and dance, and took a champagne bath. The lights on the stage were flashing, and the sexy DJ Xiaotu was playing the music passionately. June's gaze was quickly attracted by Xiaotu's sexy figure. He put his arm around Xingzi, who was playing games with the beautiful women, and said, Xingzi, I let you find the ultimate beauty, and here she is right in front of you. This girl is so hot, I want her. Xingzi glanced at Xiaotu Dudu on the stage and said with a wry smile, Brother June, you can't touch this girl. Oh? Why not? Brother June asked. She is the best friend of the boss's daughter, and the two of them are very close. If you touch her, the boss's daughter definitely won't let it go. I warned my father, Xingzi replied. The boss's daughter? You mean the daughter of Chen Xingyao, the boss of the Yaoxing gang? Brother June felt a little surprised. Yes, the girl sitting in the booth closest to the stage is the boss's only daughter. Xingzi pointed to Xiao Yao, who was in the front row, waving her glow stick to cheer for her best friend Xiaotu. Huh, I didn't know the boss's daughter was so pretty. Is she married? June asked. She just came back from abroad, she's not married, but she has a bad temper and is very difficult to deal with. Shengzai said. After learning Xiaoyao's identity, he also had some thoughts, but his father had warned him that he didn't stand a chance. The boss was very concerned about his precious daughter and wanted her to marry into the political and business elite, not some loser. Take me to meet her. June's eyes lit up and he said. June can now be considered a member of the Yaoxing gang, or not. He used to be with brother Huolong and also contributed greatly to the gang. At that time, he was very famous as a double-flowered red stick. But after being in prison, he has not officially returned to the gang and is now a supernumerary. Jun Gu is very ambitious. He knows that although he is ruthless and has a good head on his shoulders, his background and connections are still lacking. He wants to gain a foothold in W City, but without a background, it is wishful thinking. Don't look at him now, but the real powerful people can destroy him, a sewer rat, with a word. That is why he is so eager to find a top beauty and curry favor with the powerful. In his heart, June still has some resentment towards the gang, feeling that the gang has let him down. These 9 years in prison have not earned him a promotion, but rather 2 million was paid to get rid of him, like a reward for a beggar. If he can woo the boss's daughter, not only will he get his revenge, but he will also be able to save 30 years of hard work. In the future, with his skills and abilities, he will definitely be able to take over the Yaoxing gang. That's why he is so eager to get to know and get close to Xiaoyao. Brother June, she really can't be touched. Anyone who touches Chen Xingyao's daughter dies. We can't handle it. Shengzi was so scared that he shivered. What are you thinking? Am I crazy? Touching Chen Xingyao's daughter? I'm not that stupid. I'm just going to say hello and get to know her. Brother June glared and said. Okay, let's go say hello. Shengzai also believed that Yunga didn't have the guts to touch Xiaotian. Although Yunga was very arrogant and had quickly become popular in a short period of time, he didn't have any foundation, and his identity was also the younger brother of his father, Huolong, so he would never seek death. Shengzai led Yunga to Xiaotian, who was excitedly waving a glow stick. Hey, Missy, let me introduce you to a friend. Shengzai said, greeting her friendly. Xiaotian turned her head and saw Shengzai. She wrinkled her nose and snorted, saying, Shengzai, what kind of good friends can you have? Stay away from me and don't ruin my mood. Ha, Missy has such a character. My name is Tang Jun. I used to work with Brother Fire Dragon, but now I'm on my own. The Imperial City Karaoke Bar is mine. Missy is welcome to come and play when you have time. Brother June said politely. Chapter 40, Brother June, let me buy you a drink. Although Brother June is in his 30s and has a rugged appearance, he also has a square face, deep-set eyes, and a high, straight nose, giving him a commanding air. Some girls also like this rugged type of guy. This also makes Brother June feel a sense of inflated self-importance about his attractiveness to girls. Perhaps the rebellious young lady likes this type of guy. Anyway, let's get to know each other and become friends, and then we can develop the relationship in the future. I'm busy, so leave me alone. What caught Brother June off guard was that Miss Xiaoyao's gaze did not linger on him for more than 3 seconds before she ignored him and turned to the DJ on stage, her best friend, Xiaotu, to enthusiastically cheer her on. Shengzai was a little embarrassed. He knew that because of the last incident, he had left a very bad impression on Missy. He didn't want to come over and cause trouble, but he didn't want to offend Yunga either, so he reluctantly came over. Yunga frowned. Xiaoyao's ignoring hurt his pride a little. He felt a sense of being despised, which made his dark heart, which had always felt inferior about his background, feel very uncomfortable. Young lady, I have come here in person to toast you, so why don't you have a drink with me? Without turning around and leaving, Brother June stood there and forcefully made the request again. Xiaoyao looked back again. She felt disgust for the tall, muscular man in front of her and said coldly, why should I drink with you? Get lost. Brother June, let's go. Shengzi hurriedly went up to hold Brother June back, afraid that he would do something impulsive. Brother Chun did not move. The dizziness and pain in his head seemed to be aggravated by the stimulation. The scene in front of his eyes was a bit double vision. He reached out with a ghostly hand and said, Miss, I admire you very much, so please have a drink with me and give me face. His hand had just reached halfway out when a hand shot out of the darkness like lightning, firmly grasping Brother Chun's wrist, cold and powerful. Get out. The man, who looked like an ice sculpture, spat out a single word coldly, causing Brother Chun to tremble all over. Brother Zuoyo, it was a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. He drank too much, he drank too much. Xingzi was shocked. He recognized the man as Brother Zuoyo, one of the close bodyguards of the gang leader Chen Xingyao. It seems that after the incident last time, Chen Xingyao has attached importance to the safety of his daughter and has even sent his own close bodyguards to protect her. Xingzi hurriedly pulled Brother Jun away. Brother Jun felt like his head was about to split open with pain, and he actually stumbled a bit, just as if he had drunk too much. I'm going to the toilet. Jun brother shook off Shangzai and went into the bar toilet alone, then leaned over the toilet and vomited hard. Almost vomiting all the stomach acid, Jun brother, who was in an extremely miserable state, became slightly sober. Fuck you all, what are you people? You all look down on me. You all treat me like a little punk. You will regret it one day. Jun brother looked up from the toilet with a vicious and cold stare. He was born into a poor family. His father was an alcoholic and a violent man who took it out on his wife and children when he drank. Since he was young, Jun has been beaten countless times. When he was 14, he fought back for the first time and sent his father to the hospital. Since then, his father has never dared to lay a hand on him again. After he started hanging out with the wrong crowd, he started from the bottom and worked his way up, hoping to make a name for himself and become successful, so that everyone would respect him and call him Big Brother. In prison, he was bullied by the prison boss at first, but then he met his master. Under the master's guidance, he gradually transformed and spent 9 years completely creating a brand new self, vowing to become a real powerful person. Today you ignore me, but in the future you will be unable to get close to me. Chen Yaoxing's daughter is nothing special, I will definitely make you my woman. Jun brother lay on the toilet and swore an oath. He knew that for now he could only endure. If he couldn't, then the consequences were simply not something he could bear. However, his character was not one that could tolerate, outwardly obedient, but inwardly full of twisted and vicious revenge. After leaving the toilet, Brother Jun acted as if nothing had happened, and followed his brothers drinking and dancing. He just told the manager to buy Xiaoyao's table bill, show her goodwill, and apologize. In the early morning, the bar show was over, and Xiao Tu came to Xiaoyao's booth. I'm so sleepy, I want to go home and rest, said Xiao Tu, taking Xiaoyao's arm. What are you sleepy for? I'm not sleepy at all. Let's go to Heide Leo for a late night snack. Xiaoyao said, still full of energy. No, I'm exhausted today. I don't want to move a step. I want to sleep. Xiao Tu refused. I'll take you home after we eat, okay? Xiaoyao took Xiao Tu's arm as well. Okay, after dinner you take me home to sleep, Rabbit said helplessly, and I'll go change. She went backstage, changed out of her sexy performance outfit and put on her youthful outfit of t-shirt and denim shorts, fixed her makeup a little, and just walked out the door of the dressing room when two dark figures suddenly darted out from the side and blocked her path. Brother Jun would like to buy you a drink, one of them said. What? I don't know this guy. If you don't move, I'll scream for help. Xiao Tu was startled and hurriedly said. The two men glanced at each other and suddenly struck quickly, covering Xiao Tu's nose and mouth directly with a handkerchief soaked in sleeping pills. In just 2 or 3 seconds, Xiao Tu passed out. One of them picked up Xiao Tu directly, quickly left the backstage area, and disappeared into the darkness of the street through the back door. Why isn't she coming out yet? This stupid girl is so slow. Xiaoyao waited for a long time but didn't see Xiao Tu. Stay unable to hold back any longer, she went directly to the backstage dressing room and searched the bathroom, but she didn't see Xiao Tu anywhere. She can't have snuck home and gone to bed by herself. This is too much. If I catch her, she's dead. Xiaoyao stamped her feet and muttered to herself. She dialed Xiao Tu's phone, but it was turned off. Frowning, Xiao Tian had a vague feeling that something was wrong, but there was no one in the background, and she didn't know who to ask. The back door was ajar, and there was a faint wind noise. It was dark outside on the street, and Xiao Tian felt a little panicky for some reason. She had a gut feeling that her best friend might be in danger. Left-hand brother, help me check the surveillance camera. Xiao Tian said with pursed lips. Lin Jin returned to the apartment. Instead of resting on the bed as usual, he took an old-looking mobile phone out of the drawer. The phone looked like an old Nokia from 20 years ago, without a touchscreen and with a small screen. However, most people did not know that the cost of this phone was more than 30,000 yuan, and it was not in circulation in the outside market. It could connect directly to communications satellites and had powerful anti-eavesdropping capabilities. After dialing a number, a voice quickly came on the other end, a pleasant female voice. Brother Jin, I'm a little surprised to get your call. Chapter 41, in the future, you can definitely help me a lot. Skylark, I need a favor. I want to check someone's information, Lin Jin said, referring to a small-time hoodlum named June in City W. A personal favor? Then you owe me a favor. Skylark said with a smile. No problem. Lin Jin agreed. Give me 10 minutes and I'll send the information to your private account. Lark replied contentedly. Lin Jin hung up the phone, turned off the phone, and threw it back into the drawer. Although he had wanted to live an ordinary life, it didn't mean that he would handle trouble in an ordinary way. Lin Jin took a shower and changed into a black outfit. At this time, his laptop computer lit up. He walked over and opened the email casually, scanning it. Then he casually took out an Ultraman mask he had bought at a night market from a drawer, turned around and left the house. He just wanted to live in peace and quiet, so he had to solve some problems. Boom! A loud thunderclap echoed through the darkness, lightning ripped through the dark sky, and raindrops the size of beans fell. What a terrible weather! June returned to the two-story villa he had just rented. He sat in the back seat of the car, with Daodu, who had been tied up with her hands behind her back and her mouth taped shut, lying at her feet. Daodu had now come round. The scene before her filled her with horror and despair. She could sense what would happen if she was taken by this seemingly ferocious man. It would surely be an abyss of hell that would make her feel unbearable pain. Fear made her tremble all over, like a young bird shivering in the cold. Woken up? Ha, the effect of the drug is not as powerful as he bragged. Brother June said, stepping on the little rabbit's snow-white, round shoulders with his foot. Brother June, will we get into trouble for messing with this girl? Little brother asked, a little apprehensive. After all, the little rabbit was the best friend of the Starry Night Gang's young lady, and she would definitely retaliate if she was bullied. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. I'm an expert at training women. I'll make her behave like my daughter, and she won't dare go against my wishes. Brother June said with a cold smile. While others were afraid to touch the best friend of the Starry Night Gang's young mistress, he did the opposite. Not only did he dare to touch her, but he was also confident that he could control her. I heard that you are good friends with the Starry Night Gang's young mistress, so you can definitely help me out a lot in the future, Brother June said with a smile. He has the means to turn this young and beautiful girl under his feet into an obedient little bitch, and when the time comes, she will do whatever he tells her to do, just like a good dog. With the help of the girlfriend of the young lady of the Xingyao gang, he will be able to create all kinds of opportunities in the future, slowly manipulate this arrogant and stupid woman, and eventually use her as a stepping stone for his own upward climb. Brother June even fantasized about how, after he marries the young lady of the Xingyao gang, he will humiliate this spoiled young lady who made him look bad today on their wedding night. This made Brother June feel great, and the recent unpleasantness was swept away. He looked down at the rabbit, who could not speak but was crying uncontrollably, and reached out his finger to wipe away the tears from the corner of her eyes. He said, "Don't be nervous, no man but me will touch you. It's a nice night, with thunder and rain, so we can open the windows and play. No matter how much you scream, no one will hear you." The car pulled into the private garage of June's small two-story villa. Two of his men opened the car door, and June himself carried Xiaotu out and put her directly on his shoulders, like a victor returning from the hunt. Xiaoqi and Aqiang, you will stay on the first floor tonight, take turns sleeping, and be on your guard. June carried Xiaotu up the spiral staircase and said to his two bodyguards as he made his way to the second floor. Understood, boss. The two subordinates replied. June always acted cautiously. He knew that if you keep walking by the river, sooner or later you will get your shoes wet. He carried Xiaotu to the second floor and threw her onto the bed. The sexy girl bounced a few times on the mattress, which made June's eyes shine. This beautiful meat can be enjoyed tonight. Beauty, you just wait here, I'm going to take a shower first, and I'll make you feel like you're in heaven. June smiled and then took off his shirt, revealing his bulging muscles, before heading straight for the bathroom. Listening to the sound of the rushing water in the bathroom, Xiaowu's heart sank to the bottom of the valley. She desperately struggled to get up and escape, but her hands and feet were firmly trapped, and she couldn't move at all. Closing her eyes, tears flowed uncontrollably down her face again. She didn't want to be raped like this by this beast. Time passed by minute, and June Go walked out humming a little tune, with a bath towel wrapped around his waist, revealing his incredibly strong upper body. His bulging muscles were covered in centipede-like wounds, all left from the days of licking blood from the tip of the knife. Instead of going straight to bed to enjoy his beautiful meat, Jungo walked over to the bed, turned on the recording equipment that had already been set up, and adjusted the position a little. He grinned and said, self-directed and self-acted, I've also joined the film and television industry. You have to perform well later, and I'll let your parents and all your relatives and friends enjoy it together. Oh, Little Rabbit struggled violently, but to no avail. At this time, Lin Jun arrived silently at the bottom of Jun Ji's villa. He was wrapped in a black raincoat and wearing a mask of Ultraman. He looked up at the lights on the second floor. He suddenly gave his feet a boost, and with a cat-like agility, he made several leaps and landed on the second floor balcony. The glass door of the balcony was unlocked and a gap was exposed. Lin Jun extended 2 fingers and gently pushed open the curtain to see that Jungo was adjusting the camera with a smug look, while the helpless little rabbit was struggling on the bed. Jungo adjusted the camera, walked smugly over, grabbed the rabbit by the hair and pulled her the whole way in front of the camera. Then he tore off the tape in her mouth and said, let's have a close-up first, so everyone can see you clearly. Please, let me go, please. The rabbit could only beg for mercy now. She was just a weak woman, and she was completely unable to resist. Ha 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 ha. Jungo let out a triumphant laugh and said, don't say that. We are in a free relationship. Don't worry, you will definitely treat me as your only master in the future. He casually threw the rabbit back onto the bed, and was about to pounce on her like a hungry tiger. At this time, there was a loud thunder in the sky, and a dazzling flash of lightning split the sky outside the window. Jun was momentarily stunned, and suddenly felt a cold breeze behind him, his hair standing on end. He had spent many years living on the edge, and his instincts were formidable. He turned around abruptly and was horrified to discover that, at some unknown time, there was a man wearing a black raincoat and an Ultraman mask standing behind him. Jun reacted extremely quickly. The moment he turned around and saw Lin Jun, without saying a word, he immediately charged at Lin Jun like a cheetah. Chapter 42, I will repay the favor of saving my life. This punch was not fancy, and it went straight for Lin Jun's side, which is one of the weakest parts of the human body. It is not protected by any bones and can directly cause serious injury or death. Lin Jun, who was wearing the Ultraman mask, did not hold back this time. He lightning fast grabbed Jun's wrist, and then used the momentum to flip him over onto the ground. Just as Jun was about to get up, Lin Jun already kicked him in the arm, and that thick arm snapped directly in two. Ah! Jun let out a scream, and his broken bone poked out of the skin, white and horrifying. Jun was already dazed. He never expected that with his own skills, he would have his arm broken in one shot. Just how terrifying was this man wearing the Ultraman mask? Big brother, what's wrong? The 2 young men downstairs, who were taking a break, immediately realized something was wrong when they heard the screams from upstairs and hurriedly rushed up. Lin Jun walked to the door without any haste, unscrewed the door lock to a crack, and hid himself behind the door. Chauffeur, who was loyal and devoted, was the first to rush in. As soon as he poked his head in, Lin Jun delivered a swift and fierce hand chop that directly struck him on the back of the neck. Chi didn't say a word, and this blow directly made him faint and fall to the ground. Ah Chang was shocked to see Chi being knocked unconscious and fell to the ground. Instinctively, he kicked fiercely in Lin Jun's direction. Lin Jun didn't even look, and directly used his arm to block Ah Chang's kick. His body was like a charging tiger, directly knocking his entire body backwards, and his back hit the wall of the corridor heavily. Ah Chang felt a blackout and was about to fight back when Lin Jun's arm was already around his neck. In the next few seconds, Ah Chang felt a blackout and fainted, his body collapsing to the ground. From the time the door opened to the end, it was only a matter of 3 or 5 breaths, and the 2 most capable bodyguards under Brother Jun had already been defeated. At that moment, Brother Jun thought he was seeing things, his heart was shaken, and even the sharp pain in his arm temporarily disappeared. Could this guy in the Ultraman mask really be Superman? He had practiced martial arts since childhood and had never seen such good skills before. He also had a fierce streak in him. Without a second's hesitation, he rushed directly to the balcony, somersaulted and jumped off, rolled on the ground, and ran desperately into the darkness. Just at this moment, the engine roared outside the villa, and 7 or 8 cars stopped at the door. Xiao Yao rushed over with the people from the Yaoxing gang. When Xiao Yao couldn't find Xiao Tu behind the bar and her phone was turned off, she realized something had happened. She checked the surveillance cameras first and found that Xiao Tu had indeed been drugged and kidnapped, which made her extremely anxious. Xiao Yao was no fool and immediately suspected the man Jun that Shang Zai had introduced that night. She directly called Brother Fire Dragon and asked him to ask Shang Zai about the background and address of that man Jun. At the same time, she located Xiaotu's iPhone and gathered her men to chase after it. At this time, brother Jun happened to jump from the second floor of the villa to escape. He hid in the bushes of the green belt and watched Xiaotu appear at the door of the villa with a group of Yaoxing gangsters. Could the masked man be a Yaoxing gang assassin? He underestimated the first underground force in W City, and now he had ended up like this. Jun was filled with resentment and anger. He had transformed from a sewer rat into a feared gangster in no time at all, and now he had been reduced to his former state in an instant. With one hand severed, he was hiding in the bushes of the greenbelt, like a dog without a master. Heaven and hell, in the space of just one night, he had truly been reduced to nothing, like an ant that can be stepped on at will. Jun's eyes turned red. After so many years of suffering and humiliation, and being despised since childhood, he had worked hard to become someone important. Now, just one night was enough to reduce him to his former state. He absolutely could not accept such an ending. At this moment, Jun discovered that heaven seemed to have given him another chance. The place where Xiaoyao got out of the car was very close to the bushes where he was hiding. Xiaoyao was completely unaware that a man-eating beast was hiding in the nearby bushes, with its red eyes fixed on her. Anxious as she was, Xiaoyao's attention was focused entirely on the villa, fearing for her best friend Xiaotu's safety. Just as she was about to order her men to charge in, Jun suddenly attacked. Like a wild wolf, he pounced out of the bushes and grabbed Xiaoyao by the neck with his thick arms. "No one come over, or I'll strangle her!" Jun roared furiously, shocking everyone around him. No one could have imagined that this guy would be lurking in the bushes of the greenbelt in advance. It was unbelievable. Coincidence? That's probably what happened. The people around were dumbfounded, and they were afraid to get close to the rat for fear of damaging the equipment. They just watched as Jun forced Xiaoyao into the car. "Drive, or I'll kill you!" Jun roared. He was a little scared inside now, too, because he could only use one hand. In the dark, he tried his best to hide his broken hand from the other person, so that they wouldn't notice. The driver was already stunned. He didn't expect that the young lady would be taken hostage, and at the moment, he didn't think much about it. Silly, he directly started the car and drove away as Jun had requested. Lin Jun saw through the curtains upstairs as Jun took Xiaoyao hostage. He was also a little speechless inside. What he could have easily solved on his own seemed to have become complicated again. He looked back at Xiaotu, who was lying on the bed, also looking shocked, and said in a low voice, "Don't be afraid, it's all right now, the person coming downstairs is here to save you." Xiaotu nodded with tears in her eyes and asked, "Who are you? Do you know me?" At the time when she was most helpless and desperate, a man wearing an Ultraman mask fell from the sky and saved her as if he were a god. In Xiaotu's heart, even if the man in front of her said he was a god from heaven, she would believe him. Lin Jun did not answer Xiaobai, but said, "Your best friend was taken by that guy, but don't worry, I will save her back, I always finish what I start." "Who are you?" "I will definitely repay you for saving my life," Xiaobai said. Lin Jun still did not answer. He jumped directly from the second floor balcony, rushing towards the nearest car. Before the driver could react, Lin Jun opened the car door and pulled him out and threw him to the side. "Don't worry, I'll go save your big sister." Lin Jun left a sentence in the darkness, started the car directly, made a U-turn in place, and went after brother Jun. "What are you all standing around for? Get in the car and go after him. If my big sister loses a hair, I'll break your legs." Brother Zhuayo roared. He was farther away and got out of the car last, so in the flash of lightning, there was no way for him to react or rescue him. Chapter 43, You met me because the heavens want to collect you. In the dark of night, Jun was frantically pushing the driver to drive faster. He was now a crazed beast, his eyes bloodshot. "You won't get away with this. If you let me go now, you can still save your life," Xiaoyao said calmly. "Shut up, bitch, it's all because of you that I'm in this situation. I've fought for the Yaoxing gang my whole life, what's wrong with getting some benefits? Why treat me like this?" Jun roared at the top of his lungs. Xiaoyao knew that she could not provoke the other person at this time, as his emotions were extremely unstable. The car was filled with the smell of blood, and she sensitively noticed that one of Jun's arms had been broken off, but she remained expressionless, because even with only one arm, this humanoid beast was more than capable of killing everyone in the car in an instant. "I know you don't want to die, so let's make a deal. I'll give you 10 million and send you away from W City, if you let us go," Xiaoyao said. "Oh, young lady, don't try to be clever. I've been around for so long, would I be fooled by a few words from a little girl like you? The only thing that can keep me alive is your life. Although June was crazy, he was still very clear-headed. His suspicious nature meant that he didn't believe anything. He suddenly tightened the arm that was around Xiaoyao's neck and said, "Don't try anything funny. If I die, I promise you'll die." First. Xiaoyao painfully pursed her lips and stopped talking. She saw in the corner of her eye in the rearview mirror that a car was rapidly catching up. In the darkness, the car silently caught up, and after just a few turns, it was already tailing June's car. June also noticed the car behind him and hurriedly told the driver, "Accelerate and shake off the car behind you. Hurry! Otherwise, I'll kill you." "I'm already going as fast as I can, any faster and it'll be dangerous," said the driver, sweating nervously. "Cut the crap." June let go of Xiao Zhao's arm and grabbed the driver by the neck, stepping on the gas. "Yes, yes." The driver shivered with fear and hurriedly agreed. At that split second, the car behind suddenly accelerated and caught up, then pressed its front end against June's car, preventing him from speeding up. Crash into him. June was completely mad. Xiaoyao seized this fleeting opportunity and used all her strength to slam into June go beside her, directly crashing his body, along with his seriously injured broken arm, into the car door. Ah! The intense pain caused June Go to let out a scream. "Brake!" Xiaoyao roared with all her strength. The driver subconsciously slammed on the brakes, and the car came to a sudden stop, slamming diagonally into the railing next to it. Xiaoyao suddenly opened the car door and ran out. June didn't catch Xiaoyao, and in a fit of rage, he rushed out as well. But as soon as he stepped out of the car, his whole body went rigid. On the dark highway, the man wearing the Ultraman mask was standing there, staring at him coldly. Although Xiaoyao didn't know who this masked man was, she knew that he must have come to save her, and subconsciously hid behind Linjin. June stared at the man who had broken his arm, snarling like a wounded beast, "Who the hell are you? What grudge do you have with me?" Linjin walked towards June step by step in the night wind, his voice cold as he said, "There's an old saying in the East, evil deeds come to a head. You met me, perhaps because the heavens want to punish you. Bullshit, I'm the villain. It's because they owe me. God owes me. I just want to get back what I've lost. I'm going to be the most evil and ruthless person. You can all go to hell." Brother June charged at Linjin like crazy, raising his only arm and slamming it into Linjin. Click. Linjin grabbed Brother June's wrist with one hand, then twisted his arm with a forceful backhand, snapping his arm like a twig. Plop. Linjin's knee slammed into June's stomach, and under the severe impact, his whole body went limp, and he fell to his knees. His arms, twisted and broken, hung limply at his sides, only the skin and flesh attached, swaying slightly in the dark wind. "I'm not willing to accept this." June's eyes were vacant, as he looked up at the dark sky, his expression blank. Linjin looked at the distant headlights coming at high speed, and turned to Xiao Xiao, saying, "Your Yaoxing gang people are here, you're safe now." "Who are you? Why did you save me?" Xiao Yao asked excitedly, looking at the mysterious man wearing the Ultraman mask. "I didn't save you, I just happened to help you while I was solving a problem, so don't worry about it." Linjin said casually, turned around and left. "My name is Xiao Yao, I'm Chen Xingyao's daughter, leave your name, I will definitely repay you," Xiao Yao shouted hurriedly. Linjin waved his hand with his back to her and said, "No need." Without the slightest hesitation, he got into his car and the taillights quickly disappeared into the night sky. Xiao Yao stood there, watching the car leave, but she felt a strange sense of familiarity. This man seemed to know her. Although there was no evidence, her intuition as a woman was very strong. "No matter who you are, I will definitely find you," Xiao Yao muttered as she watched the tail lights disappear into the night. Linjin returned to his apartment, casually threw the Ultraman mask back into the drawer, then took off his raincoat and went to the bathroom to take a shower. After coming out, he poured himself a glass of whiskey and gulped it down comfortably. Although there were some minor incidents, life was still relatively stable. Such troubles wouldn't last forever, and they would just have to be solved. Linjin was still the same happy white-collar worker who just went along with the flow in a big company. Bai Shanshan had called in sick and had not been to work for several days. Linjin found a moment in the afternoon to give her a call. When the call connected, a somewhat hoarse voice came through, seemingly tinged with sadness. "Have you caught a cold? Why didn't you tell me?" Linjin asked with concern. "It's nothing, probably the flu. The fever has already subsided, I'm feeling better now, except that my whole body aches a bit. I still need to rest for a couple of days." Bai Shanshan said with a hoarse voice, unable to stop herself from coughing softly a few times. Have you gone to the hospital? Lin Jin asked. No need, it's just a minor illness. I'll be fine after taking some medicine and resting for a few days. There's no need to go to the hospital. Bai Shanshan coughed a few times again. Lin Jin felt that her speech was very weak, not like a minor cold. He knew that Bai Shanshan had come from another city, and he wondered if she had someone around to fetch her tea and water. Rest well, I'll go see you after work. Lin Jin said with reluctance. Fighting alone in an unfamiliar city, being sick is the most helpless, not to mention a girl. After hanging up the phone, Lin Jin was a little restless. He knew that Bai Shanshan was a girl who could endure more, and she liked to silently bear everything on her own. Such a girl made people feel a little sad. Chapter 44, like a classical beauty in an ink-wash painting. He felt that he still didn't know Bai Shanshan very well, and he wondered what kind of past she had and what kind of things were bothering her. After work, Lin Jin set off for Bai Shanshan's house. Although he was now a department head, the car assigned by the company could not be used privately, and the car he had driven when he was a driver had been returned. So now Lin Jin didn't have his own car, and he had to rely on the subway and taxis when going out. This makes him feel a little uncomfortable. He recalls the time when he helped Li Ruoshi fight in a karaoke bar, and the little princess said that if she won, she could choose the first letter of the name of a car. But then she didn't mention it again. Indeed, you can't believe a word a capitalist says, and Li Ruoshi is also the daughter of a capitalist. Lin Jin can't go empty-handed when visiting patients, and after thinking about it, he doesn't know what Bai Shanshan likes to eat, so he just goes with the flow and buys a fresh fruit basket. It's definitely true that eating more fruit is a good way to get vitamins. He then found a florist, but Lin Jin didn't know what flowers were appropriate for visiting a patient. The florist's owner was a gentle and quiet young woman, who recommended a bouquet consisting mainly of gypsophila, carnations, violets, and 24 perfume lilies. Holding the bouquet in his arms, Lin Jin now looked a bit more like a person visiting a patient. Afraid of crushing the fruit and flowers in the subway, Lin Jin luxuriously took a taxi straight to Bai Shanshan's home. On the way, the sky was not favorable, dark clouds covered the sky, and it started raining heavily. The whole world was enveloped in a water curtain. Bai Shanshan sent a message saying that the rain was too heavy and asked Lin Jin to come back another day so as not to get wet. Lin Jin lied and said that he had an umbrella and had taken a taxi, so she didn't have to worry. When he arrived at the residential community where Bai Shanshan lived, the rain had eased a little. Lin Jin paid the fare and, with no other choice, dashed into the residential community braving the rain. Just as he reached the gate of the community, a large European-style iron gate, he saw Bai Shanshan in a white dress and an umbrella, standing in the rain, waiting expectantly. She stood in the rain, surrounded by a curtain of water, the only person standing there gracefully, like a classical beauty in an ink painting, so beautiful it was hard to believe. Bai Shanshan saw Lin Jin running in the rain and quickly came over, completely ignoring the water splashing up around her feet and staining her white dress. You still have a cold, why did you come out? Lin Jin hurriedly said. Bai Shanshan used her umbrella to cover Lin Jin, and said with some pride, I knew you definitely didn't bring an umbrella. The rain came down so suddenly, and you're a big man, so where's the sensitivity? Bai Shanshan didn't know how long she had been standing in the rain. Her little face was a little pale from the cold, her arms wrapped around her chest, and her body couldn't help but tremble slightly. It's for me? Thank you, it's so beautiful, isn't it? She saw the bouquet of flowers that Lin Jin was holding, and excitedly took it over. Lin Jin took the umbrella and held it for her. Let's go, don't talk here, don't catch a cold. Lin Jin said and walked with Bai Shanshan into the community. Looking at Bai Shanshan, who was obviously cold, Lin Jin wanted to hug her to keep her warm, but he was afraid of being too abrupt and scaring her, so he tried to stick close to her and walk side by side. After entering the community, Lin Jin and Bai Shanshan walked along the path. The green landscaping in this community was quite good, and it should be a relatively high-end community. Bai Shanshan's home was a large 150 square meter 3-bedroom, 2-living room apartment with European-style decor that was luxurious and elegant. The oak floors were spotless and almost reflected a shadow. Lin Jin was a little surprised. He had previously thought that Bai Shanshan's family conditions were average, but now he realized that her family should be quite wealthy. My sister came to stay with me for a while during the summer holidays, but she's gone back home now, so I'm the only one living here, Bai Shanshan said, putting away her umbrella. Lin Jin's shoes, clothes and trousers were soaked through, and water was still dripping off them, collecting in a small puddle on the floor by the door. Minister Lin, you're soaked through, so go take a hot shower quickly. I'll put your clothes in the dryer, and they'll be dry in no time, Bai Shanshan said. This is embarrassing. I came to visit you, but instead I'm causing you trouble. Lin Jin said, feeling a little embarrassed. Oh, don't say such polite things. Hurry up and go inside. Put all your clothes in the laundry basket by the door, and I'll collect them later. Bai Shanshan said. Lin Jin looked at himself. He was indeed soaked through, and in that state he couldn't even sit down. Since he was already here, there was no need to be so coy. Okay, thanks. Lin Jin also stopped being polite, went into the bathroom, and took off his clothes and pants, putting them in the laundry basket by the door. The bathroom was very spacious, with a separate bathtub, which was filled with a faint, very pleasant fragrance. Waterproof oil paintings hung on the walls, which were very tasteful. Of course, Lin Jin wasn't going to take a bath. He turned on the shower and took a hot shower, which made him feel much better. Minister Lin, I have a hotel bathrobe here. It's a bit small, so you'll have to make do with it for now. It will take a while to dry. The bathroom door opened a crack, and a pale, slender hand pushed a clothes basket in, containing a brand new white bathrobe. It was the standard type of bathrobe you'd find in a 5-star hotel, pure white. Lin Jin tried it on, and it was indeed a bit small, so it wasn't meant for a man, but fortunately the robe was loose-fitting, so he could just about manage to wear it. After Lin Jin finished showering, he found Bai Shanshan busily working in the kitchen. Minister Lin, please sit down for a while I prepare some dishes. It won't take long, Bai Shanshan said. You shouldn't have bothered. I'm here to visit you, and you're the one having to entertain me. Lin Jin did feel a little bad. He had come to visit out of goodwill, but had inadvertently made the patient even less able to rest. He walked into the kitchen and said, My cooking is still pretty good, so leave it to me. You should also go take a hot bath. If your condition worsens, it'll be my fault. Lin Jin said, You're the guest, how can I let you do that? Lin Jin saw that there was fine sweat on her pale forehead. She was still very weak, and her head was covered in sweat. She had also caught a cold earlier, and if she didn't take a hot bath, she might really catch a fever. Lin Jin immediately reached out and unfastened Bai Shanshan's apron, tying it around himself and saying, Don't worry about it, just go. If you keep calling in sick, it'll be a problem for me as the manager. Okay then. Bai Shanshan did feel a bit weak, so she didn't insist. Lin Jin opened the refrigerator and selected a few dishes, then began to chop the vegetables with swift movements. The knife was so fast that it was almost invisible, and he really did have the bearing of a chef. Bai Shanshan took a hot bath to make her body sweat slightly, and she felt much better. She dried her hair, changed her clothes, and as soon as she walked out, she smelled the aroma wafting from the kitchen. She didn't really expect Lin Jin to be a good cook. After all, what kind of delicious food could a man make? But the aroma was incredibly tempting, making her mouth water. Chapter 45, Leaving so soon? Drink a bowl of ginger water with red soup first to get rid of the cold. When I was little, my grandmother would always make it for me after I got caught in the rain. Lin Jin brought a bowl of ginger water with red soup and placed it in front of Bai Shanshan. Thank you. Bai Shanshan was a little moved. This man is really considerate. She took a small sip. It was spicy with a hint of sweetness, and it was indescribably delicious. I know that people who have just had a fever are not very hungry, so I made some rice porridge and a few light dishes, Lin Jin said. He ladled a bowl of thick rice porridge and then served a plate of cold-seasoned lettuce, a plate of stir-fried pork, a plate of stir-fried broccoli, and a plate of shredded potatoes in vinegar. These side dishes were full of color, aroma, and flavor. The rice porridge was especially enticing, and Bai Shanshan felt her appetite grow. She ate 2 bowls in one go and still felt like eating more. The way she gently stuck out her tongue and licked her lips looked just like a greedy little girl. Lin Jin let out a sigh of relief. He felt that he had come to the right place. Bai Shanshan seemed to be in a much better state, and the trip had not been in vain. Your home is nicely decorated, Lin Jin said, looking around. Because I came here to work, the rental was never to my liking. I happened to meet this family moving abroad, and I really liked the house, so I bought it. Bai Shanshan said. You have quite good conditions at home, and you bought it as soon as you said so, Lin Jin said with a smile. Bai Shanshan smiled slightly and said, After the divorce, I did have some money on hand, and I also wanted to leave the original city, so I bought it. In fact, the money I had on hand was not quite enough, and I made a little payment on the mortgage. Now I am also a house slave. Ha, you are better off than me. I'm still living in an apartment, and the soundproofing is very poor. Lin Jin said that this was also the first time he had heard that Bai Shanshan had been divorced. This should be a relatively private matter, and she probably hadn't even told anyone else about it, but today she told Linjin, which shows that she must really trust him. Minister Lin is young and promising, and in the future, he will definitely be able to buy a villa, Bai Shanshan said. The dryer beeped, indicating that Linjin's clothes had been dried. I'm leaving, you're the patient, and it will disturb your rest if I stay too long, Linjin said. Ah, you're leaving so soon? But Bai Shanshan turned her head and looked out the window. She was going to say that it was still raining, but she noticed that the rain had stopped at some point, and her expression was a little despondent. Bai Shanshan stood up, took the clothes out of the dryer and handed them to Linjin, who went to the bathroom to change again. The clothes were warm and had a light floral fragrance. When he returned to the living room, he noticed that there was a bucket of mineral water next to the water dispenser that had not been installed. After all, Bai Shanshan was a girl with little strength, and she definitely didn't have the strength to get it when she was sick. So he went over and installed the bottled water. Thank you, I didn't have any water to drink before. Bai Shanshan said with a smile, I washed the fruit you delivered, have some fruit before you leave. Bai Shanshan had said that, so Linjin didn't show any signs of hurrying to leave, so he sat back down on the sofa. Bai Shanshan carried a delicate and transparent fruit plate with cut cantaloupe, cherries, grapes, etc., and leaned over to place it on the coffee table in front of him. She was wearing a loose nightgown, but it was difficult to hide her superb figure, and her full curves were still faintly visible. Bai Shanshan sat down next to Linjin and casually picked up a grape and put it in her mouth. The sight of her red lips gently biting through the grape skin was heart-stopping. Linjin felt a little sorry for her, wondering why her husband would let go of such a beautiful and gentle girl. The two chatted for a while longer, and Linjin formally bid his farewells and left. It was already dark, and staying any longer would be a bit much. Night had fallen by the time Linjin left Bai Shanshan's house. The air after the rain carried a light fragrance, and the breeze felt comfortable against his skin. This area belonged to the southern city district, and Linjin did not often come here, across the river bridge. Bai Shanshan's apartment complex was very close to the river, just a few hundred meters away, and the area had been developed into a riverside park, where many people came to walk their dogs. Linjin didn't have anything to do when he got back, so he wasn't in a hurry. He walked to the riverside for a stroll and enjoyed the river breeze. It might have just rained heavily, so there weren't many people by the river. The lights of the city in the distance were dazzling, and the lights of the ships on the river were also dotted here and there. The river breeze was gentle, and the full moon was lonely. Linjin unexpectedly saw an acquaintance leaning against the railing by the river, gazing out at the river's surface. This person was Xia's wife Zhang Yini. The Zhang Yini in front of him was very different from the one Linjin remembered. She was completely devoid of that air of seductive charm. Her profile was very calm, and her eyes were full of a quiet charm. Everyone has a different side. Wearing a mask all day long, sometimes you can't even tell what your true face is. The mask seems to have become one with the face. Zhang Yini seemed to want to smoke, but after taking a cigarette, she couldn't find a lighter. Pop! A small flame ignited in front of her, and Linjin volunteered to light her cigarette for her. Thanks, Zhang Yini looked at Linjin in surprise. She had never expected to run into Linjin here either. After exhaling a puff of smoke, she said, Minister Lin, what are you doing here? Just hanging out. I ran into him by chance, Linjin said with a smile, leaning against the railing. Minister Lin is a big celebrity these days. It's hard to even see him, and today I'm so lucky. After meeting Linjin, Zhang Yini's entire aura changed instantly. Just leaning against the railing, she had a feeling of being full of charm. This made Linjin feel that the Zhang Yini he had just seen, with her somewhat literary temperament, seemed to have been just an illusion. A melodious whistle sounded from the Wujiang River. The sound was long and distant, and it made people feel very novel. Zhang Yini turned her head and looked at the lights of the huge cargo ship. Her expression returned to the loneliness she had just felt. My father is a chief engineer and is always drifting on the river. Since I was very young, I have rarely seen him. Sometimes I only see him once a year, at New Year's. My mother often takes me to the river to watch these cargo ships and tells me that my father is on them and that the sound of the whistle is my father saying hello to me. So when I'm in a bad mood, I like to come to the river alone. Linjin seemed to see a little girl, carrying a school bag, standing by the riverbank, waving her young arms and jumping excitedly when she saw a passing ship. The river breeze blew the little girl's hair, and the whole world was filled with a sense of sadness at parting. Linjin opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say, so he didn't make a sound. Zhang Yini smiled, but said, Minister Lin, you must not have thought that I have such a sentimental side, right? In the eyes of many people, I'm just a slut. Not at all, Lin Jin replied. It's okay to think that way. I do use my charm to achieve my goals, but I'm not selling myself out, I'm just playing with those greedy hearts. Zhang Yini said, they think they can get me easily, but I make sure they can't touch me, and they're obsessed with me instead. Chapter 46, The brothers timed it outside, 27 minutes and 39 seconds. Everyone has their own way of life, there is no right or wrong. Lin Jin said after a moment of contemplation. Thank you, Zhang Yini said with a smile, but Minister Lin is different. What's different about me? I'm a man too. Lin Jin said. No, women's intuition is very accurate. Minister Lin is different from us. You seem like someone from another world, although you've disguised yourself very well. Zhang Yini said with a smile. Lin Jin glanced at Zhang Yini and said, Am I an alien? A professor from Mars? No, Minister Lin is really funny, Zhang Yini said with a smile, extinguished the cigarette but instead, I'm leaving, I'm very happy to have met Minister Lin today. Oh yes, I heard that Lao Huang in the personnel department seems to be a bit restless and wants to deal with Minister Lin, so be careful recently. Zhang Yini lightly twisted her waist, gracefully left, got into the Maserati parked next to her, and drove off into the distance. Interesting. Lin Jin smiled, turned around, and continued to enjoy the breeze. Lao Huang seemed to have some kind of plan, which made life interesting. Lin Jin stretched, feeling in a good mood. He didn't take a taxi, but jogged all the way back, which wasn't far, just about 20 kilometers. The next day at work, Lin Jin sat leisurely in his office, drinking cat shit coffee. There was a light knock on the door. Come in. Lin Jin sat up straight, not continuing to slump in the boss chair. Now that he was a department head, he had the burden of leadership. Entering was a petite and pretty young girl, a flower in the secretary's office, Jiang Xuejia. Minister Lin, I'm here to inform you that the department head meeting will be held at 2 p.m. in conference room 1. Please attend on time. Jiang Xuejiao's voice was so sweet that it seemed like it would melt. Okay, got it. Lin Jin nodded in reply. This Jiang Xuejia is also a figurehead at Tianhuan Company. But she didn't leave. She smiled sweetly at Lin Jin and said, Minister Lin, I rushed over in a hurry, and my mouth is so thirsty. Can I have a cup of coffee? Her speech is always with a lisp, somewhat like the voice of Lin Qiling. She is also very sweet-looking, with fair skin and big eyes. Although she is already in her 20s, her face looks somewhat youthful and beautiful. Although Jiang Xuejiao is petite, her figure is very explosive and very well proportioned. She also likes to wear tight little suspenders, which makes the young single guys in the company unable to take their eyes off her. There have been more than enough incidents of single men in the company fighting over her, and even some who are married have been enchanted. Behind her back, she has been given the title of innate enchantress and holy body. Lin Jin had seen her a few times before, but at that time he was just a driver, so naturally Jiang Xuejiao would not have much contact with him. Now that Lin Jin is a minister, Jiang Xuejiao naturally exudes her charm like a peacock spreading its tail. Oh, there's a coffee machine over there, help yourself. Lin Jin said casually, he's not so stingy as to be reluctant to even a cup of coffee, although what this girl might be interested in is not coffee. Okay, thanks Minister Lin, at first I thought Minister Lin would be very fierce, I didn't expect him to be so approachable. Jiang Xuejiao twisted her slender waist and came to the coffee machine. With her back to Lin Jin, she bent slightly. She was wearing denim hot pants and a small suspender top today, and a slight bend revealed her snow-white, slender waist. The posture gave a visual impact. Hey, this coffee machine is so high-end, do I still need to grind the coffee beans? Oops, I don't know how to operate it, Jiang Xuejiao said with a hint of embarrassment. Oh, let me help you. Lin Jin walked over and skillfully operated the machine, quickly brewing a cup of coffee for Jiang Xuejiao. Thank you, Minister Lin, you are so considerate. Jiang Xuejiao excitedly took the coffee in both hands, and her long fingernails lightly grazed the back of Lin Jin's hand. She sat down on the sofa and started drinking it, chatting with Lin Jin about how handsome he was and how a certain girl in the department secretly had a crush on him. Lin Jin snorted, thinking to himself, when I used to drive, no one ever said I was handsome. Does becoming a minister have a plastic surgery effect? Jiang Xuejiao's voice was sweet and syrupy, and her big watery eyes were full of adoring glances, shining brightly as she looked at Lin Jin. To be honest, most men really can't resist this kind of thing. It's so good at satisfying a man's sense of vanity. Every man secretly hopes to be admired by pretty young girls. Jiang Shuajiao chatted on and on for about 20 minutes, finishing the coffee in her hand before twisting her waist and walking out of Lin Jin's office. She had not been out for 2 minutes when Ding Shuai sneaked in and, with a mysterious air, leaned over to Lin Jin and said, "Brother Jin, did you get her?" "Get her for what?" Lin Jin asked, puzzled. "Hey, the guys are timing it outside, 27 minutes and 39 seconds. What's not enough time to do?" Ding Shuai said. "Get lost, am I that kind of person?" Lin Jin scolded impatiently. This bunch of sons of bitches like to gossip when they go to work, making themselves seem like Casanovas. However, it can only be said that the influence of this innate charm Saint body is too great, and every move can sway the hearts of his male colleagues. Lin Jin doesn't really have any interest in Jiang Shuejiao. This kind of girl has no money and should be avoided, and she can give away 8 out of 10 cuckolds for free. But power is power, and even the power of a small company leader can attract the opposite sex. After kicking Ding Shuai out, Lin Jin took a nap after lunch. One flaw of this office is that there is no bed. It would be perfect if there was a bed, and work would not be so tiring. In the afternoon, Lin Jin set an alarm and arrived at the first conference room at 1:55. Strangely, there was no one in it. Usually, the meeting room would be almost full at this time. What was going on today? Lin Jin was a little puzzled. This was indeed the first meeting room. Just as he was wondering, the door to the meeting room was pushed open and Jiang Shuejiu ran in, panting. She said with a rosy face, "I'm sorry, Minister Lin, I got the time wrong. The meeting is tomorrow afternoon at 2 o'clock. "Oh." Lin Jin gave a flat O without any expression on his face. Jiang Shuejiao, however, almost burst into tears and said, "I'm really very sorry. It's all my mistake at work. I beg Minister Lin not to tell our leader." "No, it's inevitable for people to make mistakes," Lin Jin replied. "Minister Lin, you really don't blame me? Will you keep my secret?" Jiang Shuejiao's eyes widened in surprise. Lin Jin touched his nose. "This is no secret. It's just a small mistake at work. If I don't care about it, it's over, isn't it? Minister Lin, you're so good." I. Jiang Shuejiao's chest heaved sharply, her face flushed, and she suddenly collapsed backwards. "Hey!" Lin Jin stepped forward and put a hand on her waist to support her. "Sorry, I'm a little hypoglycemic, I ran too fast just now, I have some candy in my pocket, Minister Lin, can you hold it for me?" Jiang Shuejiao said weakly. Chapter 47, What a show of strength with a green onion up your nose. Lin Jin lowered his head and reached into the pocket of Jiang Shuejiao's shorts, but didn't find any candy. Just as he was about to withdraw his hand, Jiang Shuejiao pushed Lin Jin hard. The ripped denim shorts actually ripped open and were in Lin Jin's hand. "Help, help, help!" At the same time, Jiang Shuejiao rushed to the door of the meeting room, pulled it open, and yelled for help. At this time, Lao Huang from the Human Resources Department was walking with several department heads to the second meeting room next door. He happened to pass by and saw Jiang Shuejiao rushing out of the first meeting room, her clothes disheveled, crying on the ground. "Lin Jin, are you still a human being? How could you do such a beastly thing?" Lao Huang immediately angrily rebuked Lin Jin. Lin Jin stood there with Jiang Shuejiao's torn denim shorts in his hand, and the situation looked like he had been caught red-handed. Ouch, a beauty trap. Lin Jin looked at the provocative denim shorts in his hand and threw them away like a rag, disgusted. "Is this your plan? I thought there would be some kind of surprise, but it turns out that your brain full of shit can only come up with such a wretched plan," Lin Jin said calmly. "What are you talking about? Have you been promoted too quickly and become arrogant? Do you think you have the ability to bully and harass a female employee? Let me tell you, as long as I, Huang Wenwei, am around, I will make sure that scum like you are punished. Call the police," Huang said with righteous indignation. The few leaders around him also looked at each other and whispered. After all, Lin Jin was a young man who had risen to prominence in a short period of time. When he had power, he was faced with a young and beautiful female employee, and it was indeed possible that he would make the same mistake that any man would make. "Don't rush to call the police, investigate first." Gao Jia walked up and pressed Lao Huang's hand. He vaguely sensed that there was a problem, because this afternoon's meeting was called by the Human Resources Department on short notice, which was a bit unusual. "I don't want to live anymore. What face do I have to work in the company?" Jiang Shuejiao cried heartrendingly. Just then, the sound of high heels came, and General Manager Li Ruoshi, accompanied by Bai Bing and others, hurried over.
What's going on?
Bai Bing asked Jiang Shuijia icily. Jiang Shuijia worked in her office. Today, Minister Lin asked me to use conference room 1 and told me to set it up. I hurried over, but I didn't expect that Minister Lin was here too. He kept hugging me, trying to kiss me, saying that if he liked me, he would treat me well. I refused, and he forced himself on me. He tore my pants. I'm so humiliated, I don't know how to face people anymore, Jiang Shuijia cried. Li Ruoshi looked at Lin Jin expressionlessly and didn't say anything. Are you sure that's true? Bai Bing asked. Who would a girl joke about her reputation? I know that Minister Lin is a popular and powerful person now, and I'm just a small P3 employee, but why can't we girls, especially pretty girls, work based on our abilities and keep being harassed in the workplace? Jiang Shuijia cried over and over again while accusing. Bai Bing's face turned pale, and she pursed her lips without saying anything. We can't get involved in this matter, it has already violated the law, so I suggest reporting it to the police. Lao Huang asked Li Ruoshi in a low voice. Lao Huang's meaning was very simple, that is, to let the police come and open a case, then this matter will be settled once and for all. After all, there is no surveillance in the meeting room, and whatever Jiang Shuijia says is what it is. He is very proficient in the law, and from the perspective of protecting women, whenever a woman files a complaint, even if there is not enough evidence, a case will be opened for investigation first. Moreover, everyone saw Jiang Shuijia running out of the meeting room in disarray, and Lin Jin was clutching her denim shorts in his hand. With the evidence certified, there is no way Lin Jin can get away with this, no matter how hard he tries. I think we should solve things that happen within the company internally. Making a big deal out of it is not good for the company's reputation. How will the outside world view us? Tianhuan's middle-level leader Gao Jia held a dissenting opinion. He still wanted to protect Lin Jin. Even if Lin Jin really couldn't control his impulses, it was possible that Jiang Shuijia had seduced him first. After all, he knew very well what kind of person this innate demon saint was. Li Ruoshi had not spoken until both sides had expressed their opinions. She looked up, fixed her gaze on Lin Jin, and asked, "What do you say?" It didn't matter what the others had said, Li Ruoshi only wanted an explanation from Lin Jin. Lin Jin smiled slightly and said, "Do you believe me when I say that I didn't do anything to her and that she deliberately set me up? Do you think I would believe that? Why were your hands grabbing someone else's pants when they were framing you? Pants have hands, but they don't grab yours." Lao Huang scolded loudly. Regarding this issue, I can only say that the idea is quite ingenious. Although it is full of loopholes, it is not bad for you amateurs to have come this far. Lin Jin shrugged nonchalantly and helped to say, "Humph. You're as stubborn as a dead duck. Go argue with the police." Lao Huang said disdainfully. Now that he was in control of the situation, he didn't need to pay any attention to what Lin Jin said. The only thing to guard against was the guy getting angry and hitting himself. But that didn't matter. If he got hit, it would just add to his crimes and make him die a horrible death. Huang was now feeling immensely relieved. Not only had he won, but he had also humiliated the young man. When Manny found out, she would be extremely disappointed. He had lost his position as the head of the Tianhuan company. This kind of small nobody with no education and no ability should go out and sweep the streets. So, the old are still the most experienced, and young people are still a bit tender, not knowing the dangers of the workplace. Lin Jin ignored Huang and looked at Jiang Shuijia and said, "Are you sure you want to call the police?" Jiang Shuijia didn't dare to look up, crying and saying, "I already said I don't like you, and you still forced yourself on me. If it weren't for your leaders, I would rather jump off a building than deal with this. Forget it, I'm not playing anymore." Minister Gao is right, causing trouble at the police station won't do Tianhuan any good, and you can't force a girl to jump off a building. I think we should handle this internally, Lin Jin said slowly. Haha, you think you can handle it internally? You've got a big onion up your nose, what are you pretending to be? Lao Huang said arrogantly. Lin Jin snorted, took out a voice recorder from his pocket, and casually pressed the button to turn it on. I'm sorry, I have a habit of bringing a voice recorder to meetings to record the leaders' speeches, so I can study them back home. It's also a good way to record some interesting things. The voice recorder then played back the conversation between Lin Jin and Jiang Shuijia just now. Sorry, Minister Lin, I got the time wrong. The meeting is tomorrow at 2 p.m. I'm really very sorry. It's all my mistake. I beg Minister Lin not to tell our leaders.
Sorry, I'm a little hypoglycemic. I ran too fast just now. I have some candy in my pocket. Minister Lin, could you hold it for me?
Help, help. Sexual assault. Jiang Xuejiao's face gradually turned pale. Her lips trembled, and she collapsed on the ground, completely unable to move. The lie had been completely exposed.
Lao Huang's face was ashen.
He had never expected this young man to be so alert.
He had indeed underestimated him. Chapter 48, The World of the Rich, I don't quite understand.
Li Ruoxi let out a breath and glanced at Bai Bing, saying, "You know what to do with your people." After she finished speaking, she turned around without looking back and left. "Yes, General Manager Li, I will take care of it," Bai Bing replied to Li Ruoxi's back.
"No.
Don't fire me, I worked hard to get this job, please don't fire me." Jiang Xuejia suddenly regained her strength and went up to hug Bai Bing's legs and cry, saying, "Who told you to do this?"
Bai Bing asked coldly.
Jiang Xuejiao glanced at Lao Huang out of the corner of her eye and said, "No one told me.
I just don't like Linjin.
If you don't tell the truth, I can't help you.
Come with me to the office."
Bai Bing said, "Everyone else can go home." She looked up at Lin Jin and said, "Minister Lin, don't worry, I will give you an explanation."
"That's good, I believe you."
Lin Jin gave a slight smile, glanced at Lao Huang, whose face was as yellow as lus, put his hands in his pockets, and left with an easy pace. From the beginning, he had noticed that Jiang Xuejia was not quite right. She deliberately stayed in his office, wanting people outside to think that he was interested in her. Plus, when he met Zhang Yini yesterday, she also kindly reminded Lin Jin, so Lin Jin would definitely be on his guard. Although the method was a bit crude, this kind of behavior of splashing dirty water on people was very effective. As the saying goes, if yellow mud falls into your crotch, it's not S or not.
It's simple and effective. If you're not careful, it's really easy to fall for it.
So to say, high-end business warfare may be a radish chapter, simple and straightforward, rude and effective. Lin Jin cracked this conspiracy of Lao Huang's, which was also a huge blow to him. Besides, Bai Bing is also a very crafty person. Even if Lao Huang promises Jiang Xuejiao a big pie, it is hard to guarantee that this green tea saint will not betray Lao Huang. By getting rid of Lao Huang, Lin Jin can say that he is completely safe in the company. Except for President Li Dai, who has returned to China, no one will touch him again.
This matter has not spread, and most employees don't know about it.
Lin Jin didn't say anything either, and he is still just going with the flow. After a hard week, Lin Jin hummed a tune as he prepared to go home after work to cook a few dishes and have a drink to welcome the relaxing weekend. He was still on his way home when he received a call from Li Ruoxi. Lin Jin instinctively frowned. The most annoying thing about working for a company is getting calls from your boss on the weekend, especially from this unreliable female CEO. He didn't answer and stuffed his phone back into his pants pocket. Less than 10 seconds later, the phone rang again, sounding urgent.
Lin Jin connected reluctantly, and Li Ruoxi's scolding came over the phone. "Why didn't you answer the phone? You're getting more and more impudent."
"It's my freedom not to answer the phone after work."
"Why should I answer it?"
Lin Jin shot back unceremoniously. "Lin Jin, don't blame me for not reminding you that you need to be polite when talking to me. And company cadres at the M3 level and above are on call 24 hours a day, and there is no strict off-duty time.
This is written into the company system,"
Li Ruoxi said with righteous indignation. Lin Jin shrugged, "This evil capitalist.
Be at the airport at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning for a business trip with me. If you're even 1 minute late, your full attendance bonus for next month will be deducted."
Li Ruoxi gave the order directly. Lin Jin gritted his teeth. If only his salary would be paid soon, he wouldn't care about this demoness arrangements.
What business trip? Has she ever gone on a proper business trip?
She's just taking company money for a vacation.
But since it's company money, Lin Jin doesn't care if he can grab some, it's all their family's money anyway, so why not?
This little princess from Tianhuan Company just has a bit of a temper, which makes Lin Jin very unhappy. The next morning at 8 o'clock, Lin Jin appeared punctually at the airport and met Li Ruoxi. She was not dressed at all like someone going on a business trip. A long, casual sundress revealed her snow-white shoulders and beautifully defined collarbone.
A sparkling diamond necklace hung around her snow-white neck.
She wore a wide-brimmed sun hat, cuckle sunglasses, and a self-propelled suitcase that followed her around like a pet.
This was a vacation outfit.
When Lin Jin walked over, she was proudly raising her delicate chin, looking impatient.
Why are you so late? Why didn't you bring anything? Li Ruoshi asked. What do I need to bring? Lin Jin asked back. Forget it, just buy it there.
Hurry up, the plane is about to take off.
Li Ruoshi rarely didn't argue with Li Su, probably because the flight time was really running out.
Lin Jin looked at the plane ticket that Li Ruoshi handed him.
The flight was at 8:30, but they didn't even arrive at the airport until 8 o'clock? How was it possible to make it? This young lady's procrastination was really too serious. However, Lin Jin was quickly slapped in the face. Li Ruoshi was personally led by the staff, walked through the VLP boarding channel, and was directly sent to the boarding gate by car. The whole process did not take more than 10 minutes.
After taking her seat, there was still a 20-minute waiting time. No wonder she dared to arrive at the airport on time.
It is indeed different for the rich to fly than for the common people. This was Lin Jin's first time in first class.
The luxurious treatment, the friendly smiles of the flight attendants, and the soft whispers were all things that could not be felt in economy class. As soon as she boarded the plane, Li Ruoshi asked for a blanket, then put on her headphones and eye mask, and directly switched to catch-up sleep mode. She had no idea what time it was when she was partying last night.
Lin Jin realized from the plane ticket that the place he was going on business was the resort city of Sanya.
It really was a business trip at public expense, without a hint of surprise. After getting off the plane, a hotel car was already waiting at the airport to take them directly to the 5-star luxury hotel by the beach. Lin Jin's room was next to Li Ruoshi's, and they were both luxurious hotel suites. Li Ruoshi was not stingy about this, which made Lin Jin feel a little better. After taking a shower at the hotel, the waiter brought a brand new set of beachwear, saying that Li Ruoshi had ordered it by phone and the money had already been paid. Lin Jin changed into the beachwear and stood on the balcony, looking out at the white sandy beach and the azure sea in the distance. He felt much happier. He had heard a saying before, and Lin Jin felt that it made a lot of sense. Earn money from hard work as a reward for your work, but only money earned by doing nothing is truly your own. Although Li Ruoshi was difficult to get along with, the benefits were tangible and visible, and Lin Jin was still satisfied at this point. In the evening, it was natural to accompany the beautiful and charming female CEO for dinner. The dinner was on a private beach by the sea. Li Ruoshi was wearing a white bikini, which gave her a sense of elegance and purity. The design gathered her breasts, decorated with a metal chain, and her full, moon-like buttocks were slung diagonally with a scarf, creating a hazy and beautiful look. The booth by the beach also had a very atmospheric feel. An exquisite night light was placed on the table, next to the chef's cart. A lot of seafood was prepared on site to ensure a fresh taste and deliciousness. Lin Jin even saw the tentacles of the octopus sashimi moving a few times.
Not far away, a handsome British hunk was playing the violin melodiously. This is exclusive service. I said, it's just a meal, do you need to make such a big deal? Lin Jin asked while shoving salmon into his mouth. Li Ruoshi gave him a blank look and said, Hillbilly, can't you be a little romantic?
Lin Jin was a little speechless.
Romance is only between lovers, right? We are superior and inferior, do we need to be so romantic?
Anyway, there is food and drink, and he doesn't bother to argue.
He doesn't understand the world of the rich. Chapter 49, Do you believe I said I was the reincarnation of Wu Zetian?
Lin Jin grabbed the pliers and bit into the king crab, which was about the same thickness as his arm, without any regard for his appearance. Li Ruoshi looked at him with some contempt and said, Jiang Shuajia confessed that Huang Wenwei instructed her.
Oh.
Lin Jin mumbled an O with his mouth full of crab meat.
You should have guessed it a long time ago.
He didn't expect to make a mistake with a young rookie like you, Li Ruoshi asked Lin Jin, what's your problem with him?
I don't know, probably to avenge his good friend Siebaldi.
You can't hurt one without hurting the other, Lin Jin said with a smile.
Li Ruoshi also approved of this statement. Lin Jin of course couldn't talk about Moni's business, that would affect her instead.
Huang Wenwei was at fault, but after all, he has been with my father since the beginning of the business. I can't just fire him either, so I'll wait for my father to return and make a decision. For now, he'll be demoted to M1 and removed from his position as department head.
Li Ruoshi said. Should we keep this kind of person for the new year? Lin Jin asked in return.
Although his character is not good, the Human Resources Department is a place that offends people.
Sometimes, we need people who are hated.
Anyway, I've already talked to my father, and he said he'll deal with it when he returns.
Li Ruoshi said. Do whatever you want. The company belongs to your family, not mine.
Lin Jun said casually.
But you're pretty impressive. You've eliminated 2 department heads in a short time. Are you going to get rid of the vice president next? Li Ruoshi said jokingly.
Although Lin Jun was also forced to do it, he did manage to bring down 2 department heads, which had never happened before in the company. Especially Lao Huan, a veteran employee who had been with Li Longxiang since the company was founded.
Do you believe me when I say I'm a victim?
Lin Jun stopped nibbling on the claws of the hairy crab and looked at Li Ruoshi and asked.
Do you believe that I said I was the reincarnation of Wu Zetian?
Li Ruoshi asked in return. Lin Jun shrugged his shoulders. In fact, he had indeed been persecuted all along, but he was just helplessly fighting back.
Believe it or not.
The two continued to eat their seafood feast to the sound of violin music by the sea. Lin Jun felt that if there wasn't the violinist next to him, he could have eaten more, and it had somewhat affected his appetite. There was an open-air music bar by the seaside pool, and after dinner, Lin Jun accompanied Li Ruoshi for a few drinks. Perhaps it was the fatigue of the journey, Li Ruoshi was in a bad mood and went back to her room early to rest. After a full night's rest, Li Ruoshi was full of energy at 8 a.m. However, she started knocking on Lin Jun's door with her boundless energy, and the whole hotel was probably awakened by her noise. Lin Jun wanted to pretend he didn't hear it, but it was impossible. After eating some breakfast at the hotel, Lin Jun accompanied Li Ruoshi to the beach outside the hotel. The endless sea, like an incredibly huge sapphire, was set between the sky and the earth. The white beach, the azure sea, the transparent sky, and the just right sunshine made it even more pleasing to the eye. Li Ruoshi was wearing a bikini, and her figure was naturally extremely eye-catching. Her body curves were close to perfect, truly attractive and heart-stopping, especially her snow-white skin, which was dazzling in the sun like fresh snow. With her fair skin, beautiful face and long legs, she could attract countless stares wherever she went, like a top model, with every move of hers graceful and exquisite. The sea breeze blew, and there was a slight unique smell of the sea in the air, which instantly made people feel open-minded. Li Ruoshi did not go straight to the sea to swim, but instead lay down on the beach under the rented deck chair and parasol, lazily telling Lin Jun, "Apply some sunscreen to me." Lin Jun looked at her speechlessly and asked, "Lin Zone, didn't we come here on business? What work have you not arranged for us so far?" "Oh, the content of the work is to relax and enjoy the vacation," Li Ruoshi said nonchalantly. "What's the point of all that nonsense? Just hurry up and apply it to me." Lin Jun had already guessed the result, so he said, "This is why many family businesses are ruined at the hands of the second generation. These guys don't work hard enough. After you're done, you can do me." Lin Jun gritted his teeth and said, Okay, hurry up." Li Ruoshi was already lying on her back on the white recliner, her curves really exquisitely undulating, with a thin waist, perky buttocks, supple shoulders and long limbs that made people marvel at the craftsmanship of the creator. Lin Jun was now under the eaves and had to bow his head. He could only pick up the sunscreen and start applying it to Li Ruoshi's back. If you don't think about the identity of the girl lying on the chair, it is indeed a good job. Lin Jun squeezed the sunscreen into the palm of his hand, and then started from the neck and applied it evenly to Li Ruoshi's back, as if he was spreading cheese on bread. Not bad. Li Ruoshi closed her eyes and seemed to be enjoying it. Li Ruoshi's skin was smooth and delicate, like the finest silk satin. Lin Jun didn't have any thoughts of taking advantage of the situation, as work was work. "Lin Jun, you have quite the professional touch. Have you applied sunscreen to other girls before?" Li Ruoshi asked with her eyes closed, her long eyelashes covering her pretty face, which was slightly flushed in the sun. "Well, I don't think so, but I have applied insect repellent." Lin Jun answered honestly. "Insect repellent? What the hell? I've also applied makeup, the full body kind." "Fine, forget I asked." After Lin Jun had finished applying sunscreen all over Li Ruoshi's body, Li Ruoshi stood up, took a few steps, swayed her waist, and walked towards the sea with long, straight legs and light steps. "Didn't you say you were going to help me apply sunscreen?" Lin Jun looked at her beautiful back and asked with reluctance. Li Ruoshi didn't even turn her head, as if she hadn't heard Lin Jun shouting behind her at all. "So, capitalists like to cheat people, free labor." Lin Jun shook his head. Sure enough, the more beautiful the woman, the more likely she is to cheat. He looked down at the sunscreen in his hand, there was still a large portion left. Although he didn't know which brand it was, Li Ruoshi definitely wouldn't buy anything cheap, it would only refresh his knowledge. "It's free, so I might as well use it." Lin Jun unceremoniously applied a generous amount of sunscreen to his body. No matter how strong your body is, it can't resist ultraviolet rays. He didn't want to peel off his skin at night after getting sunburned. After applying the sunscreen, Lin Jin also went to the beach. The sea was very calm today, and it was very comfortable to soak his feet in the clear seawater. Li Ruoshi stood in the shallow seawater, but did not jump into the sea. She just used her feet to play with the small shells on the beach. Lin Jin mischievously suddenly picked her up from behind and hugged her from the waist. "Ya!" Li Ruoshi was startled, and when she realized it was Lin Jin, she said angrily, "Lin Jin, what are you doing? You want to die? Put me down." "Okay, no problem." Lin Jin carried Li Ruoshi horizontally and strode towards the deep water. No, I can't swim." Li Ruoshi screamed in fear. She had just been struggling to get down, but now she instead clung tightly to Lin Jin's neck. Chapter 50, I'll give you a pay rise when we get back. Swimming is so easy, you just need to take a few gulps of water. What's the point of going to the beach and not swimming? Lin Jin smiled and threw Li Ruoshi hard into the sea. Aha! Help! Help! Li Ruoshi fell into the sea and cried out for help. Phew, it's okay, the water is only up to your waist, just stand up. Lin Jin watched Li Ruoshi flop around, feeling immensely happy. The displeasure he had felt at being made to work so hard by her had completely disappeared. Li Ruoshi stood up, drenched to the skin. She glared at Lin Jin and said, "Lin Jin, you're dead, I'll fire you as soon as I get back." "If you say that, then I won't have any scruples." Lin Jin smiled and continued walking towards Li Ruoshi. Li Ruoshi was obviously scared, and she hurriedly said, "Don't come over. I really can't swim, and I won't fire you." "Well, that's fine, keep your word." Lin Jin stopped satisfied. Li Ruoshi bit her red lower lip. She had never suffered such a loss at Lin Jin's hands before, and she was so angry that she gnashed her teeth. She took advantage of the fact that Lin Jin wasn't paying attention and splashed water at him wildly. Lin Jin knew that she was taking revenge, but this kind of petty revenge was not worth fighting back against. After all, Li Ruoshi was his direct superior, the company's little Li's own. If she really got angry with him, he would lose his position as a minister without her father's help. So Lin Jin wisely did not choose to fight back, but retreated back to the beach while fighting. Li Ruoshi chased him all the way to the beach. After a while of arguing, she got tired and sat down to rest on the beach. Her eyes were soon drawn to the beach volleyball next to her. A beach volleyball challenge was being held here, with strong young men and slender bikini-clad beauties joining forces to become a beautiful sight on the beach. Beach volleyball originated in the United States and is now an extremely popular sport on the beach among young men and women. It is a 2v2 volleyball competition in which young men and women jump and stretch to the limit in the sun. Laughter and cheers mingle with the sound of the waves, and the air is filled with the fresh scent of sea salt. The girls run nimbly across the beach, their skin glowing with a healthy radiance in the sun. They catch, serve, and spike the ball quickly and precisely, every movement full of power and vitality. Registration is simple. 2 people can participate together by paying the registration fee. The competition is a knockout system. There is a prize for those who can win 3 games in a row. The more games you win, the more generous the prize. During the competition, a team from abroad attracted a lot of attention. They were all young, blonde, white people. The man was tall and handsome, at least 190 centimeters tall, with double-door pectoral muscles and a perfect 8-pack. They had deep blue eyes, high noses, and when they smiled, they showed off their white, straight teeth. Their dashing spike actions made the girls watching scream with excitement, comparable to that of a celebrity. The blonde girl also has a very high appearance value, with delicate and 3-dimensional facial features. She has the round buttocks and long legs that are characteristic of Westerners, and her proud curves instantly kill those flat Eastern girls. Her already tanned skin is full of healthy vitality. The 2 of them are quite professional and work well together. They have won 5 or 6 games in a row and have become the undefeated champions of the entire competition. They are cheered as soon as they appear. Do you know how to play beach volleyball? Li Ruoshi asked Lin Jin after she had defeated him in the water fight, her mood much improved. I know a little. Lin Jin said, looking at the competition. I used to be a member of the university beach volleyball team. You just need to help me catch the ball. If we win 3 games in a row, I'll give you a pay rise. Li Ruoshi said excitedly. She had gone to university abroad, so she was familiar with these sports. You can't lie to me. Lin Jun said sternly.
Oh, you're so narrow-minded. I said a pay rise and I definitely mean it.
Li Ruoshi said discontentedly.
Fine.
Lin Jun didn't waste any words, and had to admit that a pay rise was very attractive to him, which would bring him one step closer to his dream.
Let's go and sign up.
Like a happy little deer, Li Ruoshi even took Lin Jun's hand directly and skipped off to sign up. After paying the registration fee, the organizer arranged the first competition.
Opposite them was a college student couple. The girl seemed to have some sporting talent, and the guy looked refined. Li Ruoshi looked at Lin Jun, who was still wearing a beachwear, and said, "Why are you wearing a jacket? Aren't you hot?"
Lin Jun made a small slip of the foot without saying a word, avoiding Li Ruoshi's pull, and said, "I've had surgery before, and I have scars on my body, which are not good looking."
"Cut it out, you're still worried about this." Li Ruoshi said, "You're just inferior because you have a bad body figure, aren't you?"
After saying this, she didn't insist. After the match started, she really showed her overwhelming strength. Like a mermaid on the beach, she was as smooth as a flowing cloud when she jumped to spike the ball or block a shot, whether it was a jump spike or a block. Lin Jun had an easier time, just need to set for Li Ruoshi, occasionally jump up to block the net. Even if you don't know beach volleyball, you can still do it. The other team was obviously too amateur, and they were almost beaten by Li Ruoshi alone, so they gave up in the middle of the game. Li Ruoshi's beautiful moments attracted the attention of the people around her, and the number of spectators doubled. Li Ruoshi, dressed in a bikini, shined in the sun.
The second team to go on the court were two young men.
These two were obviously much stronger than the amateur college couple, and men have an inherent advantage. However, these two were not professional players either. Although they had strong arms and were good jumpers, their beach volleyball movements were very amateurish, and they often hit the ball out of bounds with too much force. Li Ruoshi had, after all, been a member of the varsity team in college volleyball in the United States, so she was no match for these two amateurs. Every time she hit a good ball, she would be greeted with a burst of cheers from the crowd around her. On the beach, Li Ruoshi really looked like a mermaid from a fairy tale who had washed ashore with a pair of beautiful legs. Every jump made her curves ripple, full of beauty.
Lin Jun knew that many people were attracted by Li Ruoshi's beauty.
At the end of the competition, Li Ruoshi was still far ahead with a large lead. She easily won 2 more rounds in a row, obviously overjoyed, and patted Lin Jun on the shoulder and said, "What do you think?"
"Easy."
Lin Jun laughed and pointed across the way, saying, "Don't get too cocky, there's a formidable opponent coming." The blonde-haired and blue-eyed male-female team that had just won 6 consecutive rounds seemed to have been ignited by Li Ruoshi's excellence and competitiveness, and they stepped back into the arena. The appearance of this blonde and blue-eyed undefeated duo immediately raised the entire competition to a high level. The surrounding onlookers had already gathered in a circle, jeering. On one side were the internationally renowned handsome man and beautiful woman, who had won every battle, and on the other side was the Oriental mermaid duo, both of whom were extremely popular. The organizers obviously also knew the heat of this competition, and not only had they sent 2 referees, but they had also set up an additional prize for this competition alone. It had become today's final.
Chapter 51, a showdown between 2 bikini beauties from the East and the West.
This final match is obviously very difficult.
Li Ruoshi also frowned slightly.
She had just watched this young blonde couple play. Their movements were very professional, they were tall, and they were very strong.
"You play the ball well, don't hold me back, they are very strong."
Li Ruoshi is also a headstrong person who doesn't like to lose. She reminded Lin Jun, afraid that the other party would drop the ball and let her lose the final match.
"I'll do my best."
Lin Jun smiled slightly. Before the match began, the young blonde man and woman on the other side took the initiative to come over and say hello, with a warm and friendly smile on their faces.
"Hi, I just watched your match, you were really great, I'm looking forward to playing against you."
The handsome blonde guy took the initiative to extend his hand to Li Ruoshi.
The same goes for each other. Li Ruoshi shook his hand with a friendly smile.
"My name is Ryder, this is my sister Alice, we are from England and are here on holiday in Sanya, nice to meet you."
Ryder continued. "Hi, handsome guy from the East."
Alice extended her hand to Lin Jun. This blonde girl was also very tall, about 175 centimeters or more, and was also wearing a bikini, but it looked very tight because it was too full. Western girls have very impressive body proportions, especially Alice in front of her, with her plump figure and slender waist, forming a gourd shape that instantly kills many Eastern girls. Her blue eyes seem to emit electricity, and there is always a hint of teasing when she looks at people.
My name is Linjin, and this is my boss Lee Ruwashi. Linjin said. Boss? I thought you were a couple, you look very compatible. Alice smiled. I thought you were a couple too. Linjin smiled and replied. Ha, many people say that, but Ryder is my real brother. Alice smiled. Can we start the competition? I can't wait to get my third win in a row. Lee Ruwashi seemed to have a slight hostility towards the buxom blonde in front of her. Perhaps beautiful women are natural enemies. I'm sorry, I may disappoint you. Alice puffed out her chest and replied with the same kind of fire. Friendship comes first, competition second. I'm glad to have the chance to fight you guys, and we'll do our best. Ryder replied very gentlemanly. Lee Ruwashi pursed her lips and pulled Linjin aside and whispered, You're not falling for the other side's beauty trap, are you? If you don't do your best, I'll cut your salary when I get back. How could that be? I want a pay rise, but it looks like it's going to be difficult, Linjin replied. Humph. Give it your best shot. Lee Ruwashi said imperiously, at which point she looked like a queen on the battlefield. On the white sand, the match began. Lee Ruwashi won the right to serve by guessing the coin toss, and she walked to the service point to feel the wind direction. The wind was blowing in her favor, so she didn't hesitate and jumped up, sending a beautiful jump serve. With a professional technique of hitting the ball with the palm of her hand, she sent out her most skilled spinning ball. With the help of the wind, the ball was powerful yet unpredictable. Ryder and Alice's eyes revealed a look of surprise. They didn't expect Lee Ruwashi's strength to exceed their expectations, and she was really professional. Alice froze for a moment, and when she reached out to catch the ball, she missed, and the spinning volleyball was directly set out of bounds. Lee Ruwashi scored first. The whole stadium erupted with whistles and cheers. What could be more exciting than a showdown between two bikini beauties from the East and the West? Lee Ruwashi, who had scored a hit, was even more confident, but she soon encountered a powerful sniper from the opposite side. Ryder was tall and strong, and Alice was agile and quick. The two had a great rapport. Every time Ryder jumped up to spike the ball, it was full of power and extremely lethal, putting a lot of pressure on Linjin's side. Alice and Ryder's cross-court exchanges were also extremely swift and tacit, often catching Lee Ruwashi and Linjin off guard. The score was rising, and overall, Ryder and Alice were still dominant. The score reached 18-20, and Ryder's side only needed to win one more point to win. Lee Ruwashi was already soaked in sweat, which kept dripping into the white sand even in the sunlight. Alice's mouth curled up as she came to the service line, jumped high, and returned a perfect full palm hit. Her serve was swift and accurate, and the volleyball raced through the air, straight to the opponent's court. Lee Ruwashi's movements were distorted due to her severe physical exertion when she received the ball, and the volleyball flew directly out of bounds, and a sigh of regret broke out around her. Just when everyone thought the game was over, a dark figure flew out like lightning. Linjin made a diving leap, his body almost parallel to the ground, and like a cannonball, he cushioned the ball with one hand the moment it hit the ground. It was almost a certain death blow, but he miraculously saved it. Lee Ruwashi was overjoyed. She quickly assessed the defensive position of her opponent, quickly adjusted her position, and with all her strength, slammed the ball. The volleyball cut a perfect arc through the air, but a tall black shadow blocked in front of the net. Lyda jumped high, using his height to his advantage to firmly block the ball, which fell towards an unoccupied area. The corner of his mouth curled up slightly, revealing a smile of victory. However, in the flash of lightning, Linjin's figure once again appeared incredibly below, once again perfectly saving the ball, and precisely delivering it to Lee Ruwashi's front. Lee Ruwashi did not hesitate, and once again jumped up to spike the ball. This time, Alice also relaxed, thinking that her brother had already scored. She was a second too slow to react, and her sexy body completely collapsed onto the sand, unable to save the ball. Come on. Linjin walked up to Lee Ruwashi's front and encouraged her with a smile. Lee Ruwashi was also shocked. She had just given up and was about to admit defeat, but somehow she won the point. But this miraculous escape had also fully inspired her unyielding character. The next point was won with Linjin's full cooperation and almost perfect volley. The score of the game had even reached a tie of 20-20. At this time, Lee Ruwashi realized that Linjin's expression had been calm and collected the whole time, without a hint of nervousness, and he had not even broken a sweat. The atmosphere was reaching a climax, and the crowd outside was already packed, cheering and whistling in unison. Ryder wiped the sweat from his face. For the final 2 points, he had to do his best. The rules of the game were that he had to be 2 points ahead,
and he was prepared to take the game in one fell swoop, without any hesitation. The ball was once again lofted high into the air, and Ryder was already at the net ready to intercept it. He knew that the main attacker, Lee Ruwashi, was running out of steam, and with his height advantage, he could easily intercept her smash and score this crucial point. However, he was wrong. Before his eyes, a huge dark shadow leapt up, like a giant fighter jet, dropping an unstoppable tomahawk missile. This time, it wasn't Lee Ruwashi who jumped up to spike the ball, but Linjin. Linjin's jump was far higher than Ryder's 190 centimeters limit. The spike, like a shooting star, passed through Ryder's fingertips, whistling sharply as it slammed into the sand in the backcourt. Alice didn't even react. Chapter 52, I'll dance for you at the beach in victory. This was a completely crushing smash. When Ryder fell and saw Linjin's indifferent expression, he suddenly understood inside. This Oriental man has always had the strength to crush everyone. Without any accidents, Linjin once again ended the game with a powerful jump smash. Ryder and Alice looked at each other. These two shots were already the strength of a professional player. Even if they were in peak condition, they could not have caught them. This man is simply a hidden talent. Yes. We won. We won. Lee Ruwashi was overjoyed, jumping up high. In her extreme excitement, she hugged Linjin tightly and jumped around happily, completely forgetting about modesty. There was also an outburst of cheers from the sidelines. After all, this was the East, and everyone naturally hoped that an Easterner would win. Ryder and Alice walked over and looked at Linjin and said, "You're very strong. You fooled us." What's the saying in the East? Play the part of the pig to eat the tiger. Linjin smiled and said, "I don't know much about volleyball. I just played a few games and picked up a few tips. I may jump higher and have more strength." Just learned? Ha, you got me again. Ryder laughed. There's a really fun pool party by the beach tonight. I'm hosting it, and I'd love for you to come. Okay, see you tonight. Lee Ruwashi was in a great mood after winning, and without hesitation, he agreed. Great, I look forward to seeing you tonight. Ryder said with a smile. Looking forward to it, handsome Oriental guy. Alice twisted her waist and gave Linjin a flirtatious wink with her blue eyes. As the blonde siblings left, Lee Ruwashi glanced at Linjin and suddenly asked without thinking, "Is she a bit older?" Ha! Linjin was stunned for a moment before he reacted and laughed, saying, "General Manager Lee, do you care about these things? She seems very open-minded. You might have a fling tonight. Aren't you excited?" She's got a great body, Lee Ruwashi continued. What? I'm not interested in foreign women. Besides, these two are strangers from unknown backgrounds. We should be careful, Linjin reminded her. Men. They're all hypocrites. Lee Ruwashi turned around and said, I'm tired. I'm going back to the hotel to rest. Linjin shook his head helplessly. Accompanying the female CEO on vacation was actually quite a difficult task. Fortunately, I've already got the promise of a pay rise, so I'll have to keep an eye on it when I get back, to make sure it doesn't just disappear like a fancy car. So the boss's promises are hard to keep, even if she is a young and pretty woman. Lee Ruwashi didn't go to bed when she got back to the hotel. She took a shower to wash off the sand, put on some makeup, changed into a bohemian-style long dress, and dragged Linjin to the beach to watch the sunset. In the distance, the sun was slowly setting on the horizon. It felt as if the entire sea and sky were burning at that moment, with the intense flames filling the sky. The sunset spread across the sky, creating a dazzling picture scroll. The sun slowly sank below the horizon, and the surrounding clouds were dyed in orange-red, as if burning flames were dancing in the sky. The sea's surface shimmers with golden light in the afterglow, rippling like countless sparkling gems. The salty sea breeze fills the air, caressing your face and filling you with a sense of endless tranquility and vastness. Linjin walks slowly with Lee Ruwashi on the beach. The sand beneath their feet is warm. The sea breeze blows up the hem of Lee Ruwashi's long skirt, like a butterfly dancing by the sea. The sound of the waves and the faint cries of seagulls in the distance filled his ears, making him feel very peaceful. Lee Ruwashi had not spoken a word, so Linjin quietly enjoyed the sunset on the beach. He had to admit that this peace was something he had longed for a long time. Lee Ruwashi had brought him here on vacation, and Linjin really felt quite comfortable. Leaving the army, coming to the city, and immersing oneself in the world of mortals, isn't it all about finding that inner peace? Linjin, do you have a goal in life? Lee Ruwashi asked. Yes, make money, buy a house, buy a car, and marry a wife.
Lin Jin answered quickly. Is that all you want to achieve? Li Ruoshi stopped in her tracks and looked at Lin Jin with sparkling eyes. Isn't it good to be ordinary? I've already made a mess of things, so lying down and being flat is also an attitude towards life. I can be a slave, but I don't want to be a slave for the rest of my life. Lin Jin said with a smile. Li Ruoshi shook his head and said, I always feel that you are not an ordinary person. I asked my father, but he wouldn't say. In fact, my father is not very dissatisfied with my promotion of you to minister, and he will not remove you. Thank you for your leadership and cultivation. Lin Jin said something that sounded good. I can't read you, there seem to be many secrets hidden in you, Li Ruoshi said. My lady, you've read too many novels. There are no such things as secrets. We just need to live our own lives and play our parts. Life is like a stage. Once the show starts, you have to keep dancing, keep going, until you've won everyone over. Lin Jin said. Well, to thank you for helping me win, I'll dance for you here by the sea. Li Ruoshi suddenly took off her shoes, ran quickly forward, and then her supple body began to dance. The sea breeze was gentle, and the sparkling sea surface reflected the afterglow of the setting sun. Soft light spilled onto the white beach, dyeing it a dazzling golden color. The young girl wore a long, light dress and danced merrily. Her long, beautiful black hair fluttered lightly with her steps, like a black waterfall flowing in the sea breeze. The skirt and dance movements reflected pink and orange in the setting sun. Every movement was like an elf in the clouds. Her dance moves were light and fluid, and her pale bare feet left a series of light footprints on the beach. That pure smile, in the setting sun, reflected a kind of pure beauty and moving freedom. When she's not throwing a tantrum, this spoiled brat is actually quite good-looking, Lin Jin had to admit to himself. On the hotel's private beach, Ryder was arranging a pool party, with dozens of service staff bustling about. The dinner arrangements by the pool looked like a dreamlike event. The water shimmered in the afterglow of the sunset, while the surroundings were bathed in a warm glow by the soft lighting. The exquisite long tables were covered with white tablecloths, and set with silverware that sparkled in crystal glasses. The centerpieces were decorated with vibrant flowers and twinkling candles. Fringed light strings hang above each table, and when the breeze blows, the lights seem to sprinkle a blanket of stars. The chairs and sofas surrounding the pool are decorated with soft cushions and cushions for comfort and elegance, and are surrounded by exquisite lanterns and hanging flower baskets, creating a romantic and luxurious atmosphere. The sea breeze brings a touch of coolness, and the whole venue is filled with a pleasant atmosphere, adding a unique charm to the dinner party. Chapter 53, Let's go somewhere quiet and talk. My dear Piaget, is it worth all this trouble for an Oriental girl? Alice said, smiling, as she walked over to Ryder, who was busy giving instructions. It's only a small expense, and I can tell that she's pure. This is the most delicious gift God has ever given me, Ryder said, smiling. She is indeed very beautiful, and her figure is well kept, but I'm not so sure about her purity. Isn't there a handsome subordinate by her side? Alice said. I trust my instincts, dear sister. I believe that Oriental maiden is as pure as an angel, and I will have a delightful evening. Ryder said. An Oriental girl disappears, she won't get into trouble, will she? Alice asked. Ryder shrugged and said, no trouble at all. We have distinguished status and diplomatic immunity. What can they do to us? Let's start the fun game. Okay, I wish you a pleasant evening, and of course, I wish me a pleasant evening too. Alice said. You can handle that Oriental guy, right? Ryder asked. Of course, he's already under my spell. I can feel that he can't wait to have me. Believe me, I can make him my loyal little puppy that will even die for me. Alice said confidently. She has a beautiful face and perfect curves, which are her magic weapons that never fail. He's a bit different, Ryder said with a slight frown. The moment I spike the ball, I see his eyes directly in the face. To be honest, it gives me a great sense of oppression, just like a real beast. Beasts are even more crazy when they are in love. Alice laughed and said, don't worry too much. Even if he is a beast, he is a male beast, and there is no way to control the primitive desire in his body. It's better to be careful. You take this 1 GHB, and be careful with the dosage. Ryder handed Alice a small glass bottle containing a colorless, odorless liquid. Okay, but I don't think I need to use it, because I'm so sexy. Alice took it, twirled around, giggled, and left. Ryder, who had inherited the noble title of Count from his family, was a young nobleman with a huge fortune, power, and reputation.
He could be considered a proper golden bachelor, someone who could grace the cover of a magazine. However, he has a dark and unknown side. He joined an extremely secretive organization of upper-class elites at a very young age. This organization has a shocking hobby: drinking blood. The taste of blood is more like that of metal. These people are not the descendants of the legendary vampires, and if they are related in any way, it is more like ardent fans of vampires. They firmly believe that they can obtain youth, vitality, and eternal life from blood. Using their wealth and power, they don't worry about the source of the blood. These people are not at all interested in hospital plasma. They like purity and beautiful young girls, and if they are vegetarians, that's even better. The entire family of the noble Count Ryder is part of this group of people with dark beliefs. He likes to hunt all over the world, especially the Orient. These shy young girls are cleaner than the rebellious girls in the West who smoke contraband tobacco and drink spirits. As night fell, the lights twinkled. Li Ruoxi and Lin Jin arrived at the dinner party hosted by Ryder as promised. The scene was very lively. The Ryder siblings were very popular here, and they had invited many celebrities, celebrity models, and the atmosphere was excellent. "Welcome, beautiful Miss Li and handsome Mr. Lin." Ryder and Alice walked up and personally welcomed Li Ruoxi and Lin Jin. "This place is quite nice." Li Ruoxi looked around and said, "It is an honor to receive such a compliment from you, Miss Li." Ryder took Li Ruoxi's hand and performed a kiss-the-hand ritual. "My brother is a count, and the title of count in our family was personally bestowed by the queen and will be inherited for generations." Alice walked up and smiled. "Your Excellency the Count? I'm really honored. I didn't expect to be invited by Your Excellency the Count." Li Ruoxi was a little surprised. "Ah, the glory of my ancestors. I am very ordinary myself. I hope you two can have a pleasant evening here." Ryder laughed. "Okay, thanks again." Li Ruoxi politely replied. Ryder and Alice went to receive other guests, and Li Ruoxi and Lin Jin selected some food and red wine to taste from the dazzling array of tables. Many handsome men and beautiful women could not wait to jump into the pool for a swim, and there were exciting performances on the water stage. Lin Jin casually took a few bites and looked around, then said to Li Ruoxi, "That Earl, you should be careful, there might be something wrong with him." "Something wrong? What do you mean?" "He's an Earl. Do you know how prestigious an English noble title is? And he's tall and handsome, a gentleman with money, the kind of guy every girl dreams of marrying." Li Ruoxi said casually. "On the surface, everything seems normal, but I feel a bloody smell that doesn't belong to him." Lin Jin said, "You're just being jealous. Come on, be more open-minded. Is it so hard to admit that someone else is good? Before, he even told me that you were great, an outstanding Oriental man, but I never thought that you would slander him behind his back. To be honest, you disappoint me a little, Lin Jin." Li Ruoxi said unhappily. "Wow, defending him like that, are you also moved?" Lin Jin looked up at Li Ruoxi and said, "What does it have to do with you? But if he comes after me, maybe I'll say yes." Li Ruoxi said with her head held high. Okay, forget it." Lin Jin shrugged his shoulders and stopped talking. The tango music started to play, and everyone instinctively made room for a dance floor. To Lin Jin's surprise, Alice took the initiative to invite him to dance. In Western etiquette, the man usually initiates the first dance with the woman. Alice's initiative was extremely flattering. If a girl invites a guy and he refuses, it's extremely rude, so Lin Jin took Alice's hand and entered the dance floor. Ryder smiled at Li Ruoxi, bowed slightly, and then extended his hand to invite her to dance. Li Ruoxi nodded to accept the invitation, and was led by Ryder into the center of the dance floor, where they began to dance to the rhythm of the music. Lin Jin's hand rested on Alice's smooth back, and he could smell the perfume on her nose. Today, Alice was wearing a sexy evening dress with an almost completely hollowed-out back, which showed off her infinitely beautiful figure without a doubt. Lin Jin's palm intentionally or unintentionally lightly slid along her back with the dance steps, which was a subtle tease. Sure enough, Alice's eyes were like a pool of autumn water, full to the brim and about to overflow. She leaned close to Lin Jin's ear and said, "I really can't tell, Mr. Lin, you're actually quite the expert." Lin Jin gave a small smile, tightened his arm, wrapped it around Alice's waist, and pressed her soft body as close to him as possible. Then he breathed out a moist breath into her ear and said, "There are too many people here, why don't we go somewhere less crowded and chat?" Chapter 54, This is going to be a wonderful night. Alice's eyes were flirtatious. She never would have imagined that the Oriental man, who was known for being reserved and introverted, could be so direct.
You really are a beast. But I like it.
Alice responded with a smile, spun gracefully around, and then took Lin Jun's hand and walked off the dance floor. Ryder watched his sister pull Lin Jun away in the corner of his eye, and a barely perceptible smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He was not in a hurry, but finished the dance elegantly and then invited Li Ruoshi to have some red wine. Li Ruoshi gladly accepted the invitation and the two sat down to chat in the evening breeze by the sea. Through their conversation, Li Ruoshi learned that Ryder in front of her was a real count and even owned an ancient castle.
The two had a good time chatting.
By the way, Miss Li, I have a private yacht parked nearby. If you don't mind, I can take you for a tour, Ryder said with a smile.
Li Ruoshi smiled back and said, I'm sorry, but I also have a yacht. I'm not very interested.
I'll take a tour next time I get the chance.
It was nice chatting with you, but I think I'll go find my friends now. Li Ruoshi directly rejected Ryder.
Although she said she admired Ryder, she was not the kind of girl who knew nothing. These rich kids really are a cut below for girls who have never seen the world. It's easy to captivate them and make them feel secure, making these girls think they become Cinderella in a fairy tale. But Li Ruoshi, who went to university abroad, has seen a lot of these tricks from rich boys. There's no such thing as love at first sight, it's all about lust at first sight. For them, it is impossible to fall in love, they are just after your body.
Ryder was a little shocked.
He had never expected that the atmosphere had just been so good, and that the invitation, which had been a natural consequence, would be rejected. Young girls are usually extremely excited when they hear about a private luxury yacht. Ryder had never had a single failure, but today he had unexpectedly been rejected.
Did I do something to upset you? Or are you just being overly cautious with me? Ryder asked somewhat unwillingly.
Neither. I just don't like going to too intimate places with other people, and I really have no interest in yachts.
Li Ruoshi still smiled and said.
Okay, Ryder said with a shrug, that's a real shame, but I just saw your companion, Mr. Lin, leave with my sister, and I'm not really sure where they're going.
What? Li Ruoshi frowned. She didn't think Lin Jun would be so bold as to secretly meet up with a foreign girl behind her back. This bastard, I must dock his salary this time. No, I'll fire him.
This is a wonderful night, don't be too angry, we can sit here and drink a little more, I'll call my sister over.
Ryder said. Okay then. Li Ruoshi frowned and sat back down.
There were so many people here, she didn't know where to find Lin Jun. If Ryder called his sister over, then Lin Jun would appear as well. As long as that bastard appeared, Li Ruoshi vowed to let him know what real punishment was.
To this wonderful evening.
Ryder handed Li Ruoshi a glass of champagne, and an imperceptible drop of transparent liquid dripped between her fingers.
Li Ruoshi took it, not noticing anything unusual. After clinking glasses with Ryder, she took a gentle sip. Alice pulled Lin Jun away from the pool party. There were tall, straw-thatched houses standing by the sea. These stylishly shaped straw houses were landscaped rooms for tourists to rest in.
Alice directly pulled Lin Jun into this closed love nest. Her hands wrapped around Lin Jun's neck, and her legs had already gone around his waist, like a giant octopus.
Show your oriental beastly style, let me see how crazy you are.
Alice's eyes were confused, her face flushed, and she looked like she couldn't contain her passion. Lin Jun, however, pulled her arm away without saying a word, then stood upright, looking at Alice with a mocking smile on the corner of his mouth.
What's wrong, honey? Alice asked, opening her eyes in confusion. Don't worry, no one will come here.
Lin Jun's face still maintained a smile as he said, I found this on you.
Can you explain to me what this is?
Lin Jun's hand was shaking with a small transparent glass bottle, and inside was a colorless liquid, which was the GHB potion that Ryder had given her. Alice's expression stiffened for a moment, and she immediately giggled and said, a handmade perfume from a master in Spain.
It's expensive, but very charming. You can open it and smell it. Her reaction was not unpleasant.
This GHB potion, just a whiff of it, and the person will immediately lose consciousness and enter a short period of unconsciousness. It is also commonly known as obedient water, but this is even more powerful.
No, I know what this is.
It is GHB, which has a strong inhibitory effect on the central nervous system and can cause temporary amnesia and coma.
Lin Jun said expressionlessly. You're joking, right? Is this Oriental humor?
Alice was no longer as composed as before, and her peripheral vision was scanning for an escape route. Her brother was right, this man was really scary. I dragged you out here to ask you what you and your brother were planning to do. Lin Jin said with cold eyes. I have always advocated gender equality, so I treat everyone equally in the way I interrogate them, and I never discriminate. No, you can't do this to me, you yellow-skinned pig. I'm noble. I am inviolable. Alice's eyes revealed a look of fear. She wanted to cry for help, but before she could utter a syllable, she found that her jaw had dislocated and hung limply, her saliva flowing out unconsciously. It may hurt a little. If you can't bear it, then blink 3 times to show that you want to tell me the truth. Lin Jin said coldly, remember, you only have one chance, otherwise next time you won't even have the chance to speak. Ryder lightly embraced Li Ruoshi's soft waist and rode on the ATV to the pier by the sea, where a luxurious yacht was docked. We're here, baby. I sincerely invited you, but you rudely rejected me, which made me very angry. Ryder patted Li Ruoshi's face and said. Li Ruoshi's eyes were dull, her pupils had no focus and were looking into the empty void, and her entire body was like a puppet. At this moment, Li Ruoshi was completely unaware. She had no idea that she was in grave danger. She had accidentally drunk the wine mixed with the sleeping drug, and was now in an unconscious state, following Ryder blankly. I didn't want to use this, but your refusal angered me. Ryder put his arm around Li Ruoshi's waist and walked half embracing her towards the yacht. His men had already arranged for the yacht to be boarded. This beautiful Oriental woman had become his prey tonight. He was going to take her out onto the quiet sea and savor her in peace. Looking at Li Ruoshi's pale skin with the faint blue veins, Ryder felt his whole body become excited. This was going to be a wonderful night. Chapter 55, Never mind, believe it or not. The long dining table was covered with a spotless white tablecloth, and Li Ruoshi was carried onto the table like a delicious mermaid princess. Lieta, dressed in a black tunic, looked like a medieval count. He began to pray a little excitedly, and after the prayer was over, he was ready to enjoy the pure food. On the luxurious yacht, there is a driver, a chief engineer, and 4 bodyguards. At this time, 2 of the 4 bodyguards are standing at the door, and the other 2 are standing at the bow and stern of the ship. They are closely monitoring the movements of the sea surface to prevent unknown ships from approaching. Splash! A sound of splashing water was heard from the side of the ship. One of the bodyguards was attracted by the sound and walked over to check it out by sticking his head out. The dark, calm sea surface was completely calm. He was about to withdraw his head when a dark figure suddenly appeared behind him and slashed him directly in the nape of the neck. The bodyguard didn't say a word, and his body fell limp. The dark figure caught him with one hand and dragged him silently to the side. Lin Jin interrogated Alice and learned that Ryder would do it on his luxury yacht, where he had carefully prepared cutlery. Knowing that he couldn't delay any longer, he directly made Alice drink the sleeping pills he had brought with him, and then rushed to the pier, but he was a step too late, the yacht had just left. Lin Jin hired a small speedboat at a high price, quietly followed it, stopped about a kilometer away from the yacht, and then swam and dived to the yacht in one go. He silently knocked out the 4 bodyguards outside the door, and then observed the situation inside through the porthole. At this time, Count Ryder had finished praying, and then took out a golden straw from the adjacent dining car. The straw had a sharp hollow needle at one end. What a perfect and pure body, thank you for the gift of my God. After he finished speaking, he picked up the golden straw and was about to stab the needle into Li Ruoshi's fair neck. Knock, knock, knock. At the moment when it was about to touch Li Ruoshi's skin, there was a knock on the cabin door. Lieta's hand trembled, stopping in mid-air. He was furious. He had told his subordinates not to disturb him while he was performing the sacred dining ritual, but it seemed they didn't want to do their jobs. Get out of here and don't disturb me! Count Lieta roared. Knock, knock, knock. The hatch continued to rhythmically knock. Count Ryder was furious. He angrily got up and walked to the cabin door to open it. Just as he was about to yell angrily, his expression suddenly changed to one of panic. Oh, Mr. Ryder, sorry to disturb you. Lin Jin smiled and greeted Count Ryder. Why are you here? Ryder's face was full of panic. I asked your sister, and she said you might be here, so I came to take a look, and it turns out you really are here. Lin Jin smiled and said. Somebody! Come quickly! Count Ryder shouted for help. You can scream all you want, but no one will come to your rescue. This is the sea, and I'm afraid there are only sharks in the sea. Lin Jin said leisurely. No one responded, and Count Ryder's heart sank to the bottom. He turned around abruptly and ran backwards. Now, the only way to protect his personal safety was to take Lee Ruwashi as a hostage. However, as soon as he turned around and took 2 steps, he felt a sharp pain in his calf, and his entire body went uncontrollably down to his knees. Plop! Count Ryder fell directly to the ground, his knees shattered. So careless, you fell while walking. Oh, not my fault. Lin Jin put his hands in his pockets, then swayed over to Lee Ruwashi, who was lying on the dining table and had almost become food. He reached out and felt her pulse, which was fine. Lin Jin, who had a strong constitution, gently patted Lee Ruwashi's side. She was still unconscious. Who the hell are you? You can't kill me. I'm an Earl. I have diplomatic immunity. Earl Ryder screamed, unable to hide his fear. This is the sea, and there is no way to verify anything that happens here. You foreigners, you come to the East to deceive girls, to deceive them for money and sex, and now you even want their blood. Lin Jin said. What do you know? This is an ancient and honorable ritual that distinguishes mortals from gods. Ryder said stubbornly. Well, I'm superficial. There's an old saying in the East, ruin one's reputation. I'd like to see if your life will still be so comfortable after you have nothing. Lin Jin was too lazy to talk to this guy who was neither fish nor fowl, and slapped him directly, knocking him unconscious and cracking half his teeth. Lin Jin asked the captain to drive the yacht back to shore, then called the police and notified the media. From the information extracted from Alice's soft-hearted mouth, it was learned that in the basement of the luxury villa where the Ryder siblings lived, there were also a group of young girls being held captive, specifically to provide them with a fresh blood supply. Lin Jin notified all major media outlets and influential Wii media users that countless people were flocking to the Ryder siblings' villa, and that this would be explosive big news. Ryder and Alice will be completely sanctioned in the sun. Lee Ruwashi was taken back to the hotel, where she slept until noon the next day. She still had a terrible headache, so Lin Jin went to get some ice packs to put on her head. What happened last night? Why did I go back to the hotel and sleep? Who brought me back? Lee Ruwashi leaned halfway against the bed, looking suspiciously at Lin Jin. She had a short-term memory loss under the influence of the drug and could not remember anything after last night's dance. Last night, that count or whatever tried to drink your blood and drugged you with a sleeping pill and took you to the yacht. Lin Jin said, I was alone, driving the speedboat, rushing to the yacht and knocking out several bodyguards in a row, and at the most critical moment, I saved you from the hands of the devil. Whoosh! Lee Ruwashi picked up the pillow on the bed and smashed it over. Are you making this up? You're so awesome, almost like James Bond. Why don't you go and star in the next James Bond movie? Lee Ruwashi said impatiently. Sigh, Lin Jin sighed and said, no one believes the truth, so I'll just shut up and stop talking. I must have drunk too much last night, otherwise my head wouldn't be hurting so much. Huh, that's strange, how come I can't remember anything? This has never happened before. Lee Ruwashi said, covering her head. Maybe I'm getting old, Lin Jin added. Get out. Lee Ruwashi didn't hesitate to throw another pillow. Lin Jin helplessly left Lee Ruwashi's room. It's really hard to work for someone else. When a lady from another family is rescued, she either has to marry the rescuer or repay him in the next life. But when it comes to this guy, he actually told the rescuer to get out. Sure enough, it's really hard to be a good person in this society. In the afternoon, Lee Ruwashi, who had been lying down all day, called Lin Jin to come downstairs and accompany her to a hotel restaurant for dinner. Lee Ruwashi looked much better. She must have read a lot of news in the afternoon. While eating, she asked suspiciously, was it really you who saved me last night? It doesn't matter, believe it or not, Lin Jin said. Chapter 56, Which man can withstand such a test? I read the news. The Count and Countess of Ryder are actually blood-sucking cultists in England, and they have kidnapped many young girls. This matter has now become a hot search and is causing a great uproar. Lee Ruwashi said, thinking about how she had drunk wine with such a demon last night, she did feel a little frightened. Her last memory last night was dancing, and she had been invited by Count Ryder. Lin Jin was pulled away by Alice, and she really couldn't remember anything after that. Without me, you would be a mummy by now, Lin Jin said. How did you save me? Lee Ruwashi couldn't help but believe him now. Although she had no memory, she did return safely to the hotel without being harmed, and the Ryder siblings had been brought to justice. I told you before, I swam to the yacht, defeated several bodyguards, and risked my life to rescue you from Ryder. Lin Jin said that at the time, he was holding a golden straw in his hand, ready to stab it into your neck to suck your blood. Lin Jin described it in vivid detail. Li Ruoxi shivered and said, "Hey, stop it." Lin Jin shrugged and continued eating his seafood feast. After a moment of silence, Li Ruoxi said, "Whether it's true or not, I have to thank you. I believe that because you are here, I am safe and sound." "Well, after all that, you finally said something sensible. You have to give me a pay rise when I go back, and don't go back on your word. You bosses just like to paint your employees with a rosy picture." Lin Jin hurriedly said. "Don't worry, Li Ruoxi, have never gone back on my word when I speak." Li Ruoxi glared at Lin Jin and said, "Okay, then, President Li, where are we going to play today?" "Oh, no, what about work?" Lin Jin asked. Li Ruoxi shook her head and said, "I'm going home today. There's something going on at the company, and I'm not in the mood to continue playing." It seems that the writer incident still caused her a lot of psychological impact, but it's no wonder. Any girl who learns that she has spent time with a terrifying blood-sucking mutant won't feel good about it. Li Ruoxi booked a flight back in the afternoon, ending this trip to Sanya. After getting off the plane, Li Ruoxi did not let Lin Jin go home, but asked him to drive her to the customs terminal. Lin Jin cursed in his heart as he drove the female CEO's luxury car to the customs terminal, and sat in the driver's seat waiting with a displeased expression. This is another time he is being used as a chauffeur. He is really multi-talented. Even after becoming a minister, he still has to do all the hard work. After a while, Li Ruoxi came out with a stack of documents, got into the passenger seat, and said, "Go to the terminal." When they arrived at the dock, they followed the staff's instructions and went to a large container. Li Ruoxi handed the documents to the staff for verification, and a few box opening workers came over and opened a large container. Lin Jin looked at Li Ruoxi with some confusion, not knowing what she was up to. Clang! The huge container opened, and a Pagani slowly revealed its peerless appearance. "Lin Jin, you helped me win in the private room earlier, so I'll give you a car for winning. My garage is a bit old and I can't show it off, so I ordered the latest Pagani model, and it's yours in the future," Li Ruoxi said with a smile as she looked at Lin Jin. Lin Jin was a bit confused. He didn't expect Li Ruoxi not only to have not forgotten her promise, but also to have done it so well. He felt a bit sorry for having been so mean to her before. This is embarrassing. Lin Jin politely refused, testing a man with this? Which man can withstand this kind of test? "I will definitely do what I said, and this car will be yours in the future." Li Ruoxi directly threw the car key over, and Lin Jin subconsciously caught it. "What do you think? It's not bad to hang out with me, is it?" Li Ruoxi said with a smile. "Even heroes have to bow to the pressure of making a living," Lin Jin sighed and said. "Let's give it a try," Li Ruoxi said with a smile. Lin Jin pressed the unlock button, and the scissor doors slowly opened. He got into the driver's seat, started the car, and the Pagani roared like a bull. He put the accelerator down, and Lin Jin quickly made a circle around the pier, returned to the original place, opened the window, and gave Li Ruoxi a thumbs up. Li Ruoxi beamed. Lin Jin would now be a car owner. After working so hard in the city for so long, he finally had his first car, which was something to be happy about. Having his own car, parking has become a problem. The old apartment Lin Jin rents has no parking space at all, so he has no choice but to park on the roadside. Just as he parks the car, the sound of a text message alert comes from his phone. Lin Jin scans the message and sees that it is a notification that his salary for this month has been credited to his account after he became the manager. Seeing the 50,000 yuan salary, Lin Jin is overjoyed. This is several times higher than his previous salary, so it is no wonder that everyone wants to climb the ladder and become a leader to earn more. It seems that I will be able to buy a house and live the life of my dreams soon. What a great joy! Lin Jin was in a great mood, so he called Ding Shiwei and asked him to have a drink with him that night. Ding Shiwei lives not far from here. Ding Shiwei said that he had just made a dinner reservation with some colleagues that night, so why not all get together and have some fun? Lin Jin thought about it and agreed, asking him to come over and that he would take him in his new car. Great, I'll be right there, in 5 minutes. Ding Shiwei is very active whenever there's an activity, and he arrived in less than 5 minutes, running around like a puppy. Brother Jin, where's your car? Ding Shiwei looked around when he arrived. Humph. Lin Jin pressed the car key, and the scissor doors of the Pagani slowly opened. Wow. Brother Jin, is this your car? Am I still asleep? Ding Shiwei was shocked and stunned, and squeezed his face hard. It's nothing. Get in, I'll give you a ride, Lin Jin said with a smile.
Great. Ding Shuwei couldn't wait to get in the passenger seat. He was still trembling with excitement.
He had never ridden in such a nice sports car before in his life.
Brother Jin, where did you make your fortune? This is unbelievable.
Ding Shuwei reached out and felt the fantastic interior.
Hey, it's a long story, I'll tell you later.
Lin Jin replied with a smile, preparing to make up an excuse. After all, if the news that Li Ruoshi had given him a supercar spread around the company, it would not be good. He felt like a dead man under the tongue, making himself seem like a kept man, even though he didn't have a big appetite and didn't usually like hard food. Lin Jin was about to start the Pagani when he saw a BMW slowly pull up behind his car in the rearview mirror. He didn't care, and was about to start the car when he suddenly heard a loud crash from behind. He shuddered. This was a brand new car that he had just bought, and he hadn't even had a chance to sit in it yet. If it got damaged, he would be heartbroken.
Chapter 57. It's only 20,000, I'll pay for her.
He and Ding Shuwei hurriedly got out of the car, only to discover that it wasn't their car that had been hit, but a BMW X5 that had been parked behind their car that had been accidentally hit by an 18 or 19-year-old girl on a bicycle.
Little girl, are you blind? You're riding a bicycle and you're just barging in, like you're playing bumper cars?
A few fierce-looking thugs in their late teens and early 20s got out of the BMW X5, and the leader, a fat guy with a big belly, pointed his finger at the little girl's nose and yelled at her.
Sorry, brother, my brakes aren't working very well. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
The girl was so scared that she went pale and kept bowing to apologize.
Sorry? Sorry won't help. What's the point of the police?
The fat man said, still looking fierce.
The car is damaged, you don't have to pay for it?
Gangzi, make a call and ask how much it will cost to repair the car.
Okay, brother Bao.
A thin man next to him pretended to make a call on his phone and then came over and said, Brother Bao, the forest shop guy said it'll cost 20,000.
20,000 yuan. Pay me quickly.
Bao Ge said to the girl, threatening her fiercely.
The girl trembled, almost about to cry, and said, Brother, I'm a freshman just entering university, where would I get that kind of money? I only have a little over 2,000 yuan for food. How about I just pay you back all of it? Look at my car, it's a BMW. See that? Don't touch me.
20,000 is a friend's price, and you've kept me waiting for so long. I haven't even asked for compensation for lost wages. Bao brother held up his palm as if to strike, and the girl screamed, hugging her head with both hands and crouching on the ground, crying.
Ding Shuwei frowned, unable to bear to watch, and said, It's just a little paint damage, why are you asking the little girl for 20,000? Isn't that blackmail? Where the hell did you come from? What's it got to do with you? Bao brother asked Lin Jin with a frown, and his three underlings immediately surrounded him menacingly.
I can't stand by and watch you bully a girl.
What's it going to be, you want to fight? Ding Shuwei asked in return. How could I? My Bao brother is the most reasonable.
Not only did she scratch the paint, but she also cracked the rear light.
Don't you think it'll cost more than 20,000 yuan to replace the light on my car?
Brother Bao pointed to the place where the girl's bicycle had hit and said.
Lin Jin frowned.
His BMW X5 had been driven for a long time and looked very old. It was normal for it to have a crack or something, and it was hard to say whether it had just been hit.
I won't make things difficult for her.
If the person without money wants to come with us, let their family member come and pay.
Hand over the money and the person.
Brother Bao said.
No. I'm not going with you. Help me.
My father fell and broke his leg while working at a construction site, and my mother has been taking care of him and hasn't been to work.
I've borrowed money for school fees.
Ugh, this 2,000 yuan is for 3 months' living expenses.
Don't tell my family, they'll collapse.
The girl cried very sadly.
Damn it. You expect me to believe that story?
If you really don't have any money, his gaze scanned the girl up and down.
No, let's call the police. Lin Jin said. What are you talking about here? None of your business. You're going to pay the 20,000 yuan, aren't you? If not, just get out of the way. Bao said disdainfully. Don't call the police. It's bad for my reputation if this gets to the school.
I'm still applying for a scholarship. The girl suddenly stepped forward and grabbed Lin Jin's hand.
Save it. Don't look at the fancy car he drives. Rich people like him have even less sympathy than we do. They won't help you. You'd better just come quietly with us, Bao said coldly. It's only 20,000 yuan. Don't make things difficult for the girl. I'll pay for her. Ding Shuai was so angry that his face turned red, and he said domineeringly. You'll pay? Are you sure? Don't try to put on airs when you're broke. Bao's attitude suddenly changed for the better. I'll pay. I just can't stand you bullying a little girl. The person is so pitiful, and you have absolutely no compassion at all. You don't deserve to be human. Ding Shuai said angrily. Oh, don't brag there, you pay first and then brag. Brother Bao said. Big brother, please help me, I'll add you on WeChat, don't worry, I'll definitely pay you back when I earn some money. I'll always remember your kindness. The girl walked up and grabbed Ding Shui's hand and said. Ding Shui was also a freshman, and he had never been in a situation like this before. Being held by the girl's smooth hand, he suddenly felt as if he had been electrocuted, and his face instantly turned red. He was so domineering that he directly took out his phone to transfer the money, and then added the girl on WeChat. He learned that the girl's name was Weiwei and she was a freshman this year. Weiwei thanked him 1,000 times and rode away, saying that she would definitely pay him back in the future and asking Ding Shuai to rest assured. Bao Ji and the others also stopped making trouble and quickly left with the money. Lin Jin watched the BMW X5 leave in the car shadow and frowned slightly, saying to Ding Shuai, "You're quite rich." Hey, it's only 20,000 yuan. The girl is so pitiful. Besides, she said she'd pay me back. Ding Shuai smiled, still reminiscing about the delicate hands. Lin Jin shook his head and didn't say anything, then told Ding Shuai to get in the car and go to the restaurant they had agreed on earlier. Lin Jin was in a happy mood today, so he said he had to drink 2 bottles no matter what. The restaurant where Ding Shuai and the others were meeting was a newly opened private kitchen, which was quite popular recently and all the private rooms were full. When Lin Jin and Ding Shuai arrived, there were already 5 or 6 people sitting in the private room, all of them colleagues from the planning department. Ling Jia, Wei, and the recently transferred by Shanshan all stood up when they saw their immediate superior, Lin Jin, arrive. Don't stand on ceremony, this is a private gathering, don't treat me like a minister, Lin Jin said with a smile. Our minister Lin is something, he just bought a Pagani Zonda, Ding Shuai said quickly. Wow, really? A Pagani Zonda costs millions, right? Sister Ling said in surprise. Oops, I did a little favor for a friend and he gave it to me. Lin Jin hastened to say. What friend? It's a rich woman, right? Wei joked. These colleagues are really scary when it comes to gossip. Lin Jin felt a little overwhelmed. This Wei was really accurate in his guess. Bai Shanshan also looked at Lin Jin curiously, but she was sitting further away from Lin Jin, and she didn't want to sit over there on purpose, so she could only smile and listen to what everyone was saying. Soon, the food was served, and Lin Jin called the waiter to bring up a few bottles of 20-year-old wine and told everyone that they would not go home until they got drunk. Everyone was in a good mood. The new product promotion project Fanxiang, which the planning department had recently completed, was very good, and the company was going to give the project team a bonus, so everyone was very happy. Ding Shuai had to go to the bathroom, so he said he was going out for a while. When he came back, his face looked bad, gloomy as if someone owed him money. What's wrong? Sister Ling saw that Ding Shui's mood had suddenly changed for the worse and wondered what had happened, so she asked. Ding Shuai pursed his lips, his face gloomy. He hesitated for a while before whispering to Lin Jin, Brother Jin, I've been cheated. Chapter 58, hurry up and get out of here, or I won't be nice to you. What do you mean you've been cheated? Lin Jin asked. I just saw the female college student who was being blackmailed sitting with the group of people who were blackmailing her and eating together. Ding Shuai said with a painful expression on his face. He had thought that he was a hero rescuing a beautiful woman, and that he had helped an innocent girl. He felt a little proud and accomplished inside. And the girl was quite pretty, so maybe they could have a happy ending in the future. However, everything only existed in his beautiful imagination, and reality was indeed incredibly cruel. Was it forced? Lin Jin asked. Ding Shuai shook his head and took out his phone, saying, just now, I went to the toilet and passed by a private room. The door to that room was not closed properly, so I glanced in unintentionally and found that the girl named Weiwei was also sitting there. I wanted to ask her on WeChat what was going on, but I found that she had already deleted me. Ding Shuai showed Lin Jin the chat interface, and the message he had sent was already a red exclamation mark. He had acted out of good intentions, but had received such a response.
He had never imagined that the seemingly innocent and cute college girl was actually acting in collusion with those rascals. Those guys must be repeat offenders. They deliberately looked for a luxury car and then parked behind it to stage the scene. Generally, these rich men have compassion when they see weak and pitiful college girls.
10,000 yuan is nothing to them.
Men are naturally protective of weak girls.
There are also some unscrupulous ones.
When they see a young and beautiful female college student in distress, they may have some thoughts while helping her.
They may spend a little money to do her a favor, and they may even get the favor of the beautiful college girl, which is a big profit.
These guys have completely seized the weaknesses of human nature.
This new method of bumping porcelain is much better than the previous tricks, completely grasping human nature.
Seeing Ding Shiwei's uncomfortable expression, Lin Jin patted his shoulder and said, "Let's go.
We can't just let it go like this. Let's go and have a chat."
Okay.
Ding Shiwei nodded.
Lin Jin stood up and said, "Let's go out and buy some cigarettes.
You guys eat first. We'll be right back."
What cigarettes?
Do we have to go out and buy them specifically?
Wei asked casually.
Foreign cigarettes. The restaurant doesn't have any.
You guys eat first.
We'll be right back, Ding Shiwei said.
Ding Shiwei led Lin Jin directly to the door of the box where those people were, and Lin Jin just pushed the door open and went in.
"Hey, what a coincidence, you guys are all here,"
Lin Jin said with a smile after entering the room. The boisterous sound of the game of fist that was being played in the box suddenly stopped, and the rowdy guys, who were already shirtless and drunk and red-faced, looked at Lin Jin and Ding Shiwei, who had just walked in, with great surprise. Ding Shiwei's heart was pounding, and he followed Lin Jin, his hands trembling slightly. He was just a company white-collar worker, and he had never faced such a bunch of ruffians alone.
The boss of these ruffians, Brother Bao, frowned as he looked at Lin Jin and Ding Shiwei, his face cold and unspoken.
"What?
Forgetful, you've just met and already forgotten?"
Lin Jin walked over and casually pulled an empty chair over and sat down next to the college girl Wei Wei. Wei Wei's face was a little pale, and she pursed her lips and didn't say a word. "Kid, don't cause trouble, I'm telling you, scram quickly, or I won't be nice to you." Gangzi, the younger brother next to Bao, slammed the table, stood up, pointed at Lin Jin, and yelled.
"Let me go? Okay, just give back the money you cheated my friend out of," Lin Jin said. Pa Bao laughed and said, "Cheat him of money? What money did I cheat him of? He gave it to me willingly. Did I hold a knife to his neck?"
"The money was indeed given willingly, because I wanted to help this young lady." Lin Jin turned his head and looked at Wei Wei and said, "I'm curious.
Why are you sitting here drinking with them? Aren't they blackmailing you?"
Wei Wei pursed her lips, her face expressionless, and she still didn't say a word.
"What do you care? Why do you care if you're being nice and you're worried about money? If you don't have any money, don't pretend to. Look at the poor way you're dressed," Gangzi said sarcastically. "Shut up, did I say anything to you?"
Lin Jin gave Gangzi a cold stare.
"What? I'm not going to shut up. You little punk."
Before he could finish speaking, a bottle of wine crashed down on his forehead. It happened so quickly that he didn't even have time to react before he collapsed limp. Lin Jin clapped his hands. He was the one who threw the bottle, and it was so fast that everyone only saw a blur before it exploded.
Boom!
The remaining thugs all stood up, picking up bottles in their hands. "I came here to talk and reason, but if you don't want to reason, I have ways of not reasoning." Lin Jin didn't even look at these thugs, and stared at Brother Bao.
"Ha, sit down, what's the fuss? You're just bullying us in a group."
Bao looked at Lin Jin and said, "Kid, you're quite a tough guy, where do you hang out?"
"I don't hang out anywhere, I work a proper job."
Lin Jin laughed. "Interesting, today I, Bao, will put my words here."
"You have no money, you.
Get the hell out of here right now, or you won't get the chance to walk out of this box," Bao said with a fierce look.
"I'm not interested in talking to someone like you.
I came here to ask this girl why she lied to my friend's money."
Lin Jin ignored Bao Ji's threat and looked at Wei Wei.
Wei Wei still pursed her lips, expressionless and silent.
Ding Shiwei couldn't help it anymore, and said loudly, "Why are you helping these guys lie? You're young, why don't you go the right way?"
Wei Wei still didn't say a word, sitting there like a wooden statue.
"What do you mean by cheating?"
"It's called voluntary gifting."
"Do you understand the law?"
Bao said disdainfully.
You're performing a fraud together, and you call this a voluntary gift?
Lin Jin sneered and said, okay, I don't care what your reason is, just give my friend his money back.
Ha, let me say it again, there's not a penny of your money, and you've caused trouble too. The medical bill for injuring my little brother is at least 50,000 yuan. Don't even think about leaving this box today without paying a single penny.
Brother Bao said fiercely.
Wei Wei? Why are you here? Bai Shanshan and the others pushed the door in.
They sensed that Lin Jin and Ding Shui were in trouble, so they kept a close eye on the situation.
They asked Wei to keep an eye on the door.
When they saw the two enter this private room and heard the noise inside, they were afraid that Lin Jin and Ding Shui would be at a disadvantage, so they came over to lend support. Unexpectedly, Bai Shanshan saw her younger sister Bai Weiwei at a glance.
Didn't you go to school? Why are you here? Why are you hanging out with these people?
Bai Shanshan looked puzzled. Bai Weiwei's expression changed a little when she saw her sister, but she still pursed her lips and didn't say a word. It's okay, don't scare her, she probably has her reasons. Lin Jin was also a little surprised. He didn't want to care about this girl's life and death, but he didn't expect her to be Bai Shanshan's sister.
Chapter 59, Who is it that has the nerve to hit someone from my family? Weiwei, talk to me.
It's okay, we're all here for you.
What's going on? Ding Shui asked anxiously.
Bai Weiwei's eyes slowly welled up with tears, and she lowered her head slightly.
Ha ha.
Bao said with a sneer, there are quite a few people here.
Weiwei, I didn't know you had such a pretty sister. You really are a pair of sisters. I like it. You like you? Pay back the money. Get out.
Ding Shui saw Bao Gu being so arrogant, his blood rushed to his head, and he didn't care about being scared anymore, immediately exploding into foul language.
Kid. I'll see how you die later. Bao Ji's face revealed a fierce look and said, Das Wang, Xiaoshuang. Guard the door well, don't let anyone leave who comes in today. Okay, Bao Gu.
The two thugs pushed Lin Jin's colleagues aside and stood at the door of the private room, holding bottles of wine in their hands. Everyone was an employee of the company, and no one had seen this kind of scene before, so they all fell silent.
Wei Wei.
Bai Shanshan was anxious and went up to her sister, wanting to protect her first.
Brother Bao was quick and grabbed Bai Shanshan's wrist, saying, Beauty, what's the rush? Sit down and have a drink with me, and if I'm happy, I might let you sisters reunite. Lin Jin also didn't say anything.
While Bao Gu was in a daze, Lin Jin suddenly grabbed his head and slammed it hard onto the table.
Bam!
The marble table top cracked spiderweb-like, and blood overflowed from the cracks.
You motherfucker!
Before Bao Gu could finish his sentence, Lin Jin's other hand swiftly pressed Bao Ji's hand, which had just grabbed Bai Shanshan, onto the table. Then he casually picked up the chopsticks and pierced his palm directly onto the table.
Ah!
Bao Gu let out a miserable cry, his whole body wide-eyed in horror as he watched his palm being pierced right through.
Can we have a nice chat now?
Lin Jin patted Bao Gu on the side of the face. His subordinates were completely unable to react, sitting there dumbfounded, not even having time to stand up before their boss had already been nailed to the dining table.
Lin Jin's thunderous move had silenced all the punks in the private box. Let go of me, you know who my boss is? Bao Gu was in excruciating pain and extremely frustrated inside.
Lin Jin ignored him, pressed Bao Ji's head with one hand, and then looked at Weiwei and said, It's okay, don't be afraid of him.
Why did you help him lie? Tell your sister honestly. Bai Shanshan walked up and put Weiwei in her arms and said, What's going on? Tell me quickly, you're killing your sister.
Feeling the warmth of her sister's embrace, Bai Weiwei could not help but cry out, whispering, I'm sorry, I borrowed their high-interest loan to buy the new iPhone.
So I had no choice. If I don't help them, they'll. Bai Weiwei finally couldn't hold back anymore.
She also saw her worst fear, Bao Gu, beaten like a pig's head, and only then did she believe that the man in front of her had the ability to protect them and defeat Bao Gu. Otherwise, out of fear of Brother Bao, she wouldn't dare say anything.
It's fine, you take your sister and go out first, I'll handle things here. Lin Jin said.
Da Xiang and Xiaoshuang were standing at the door, grinning, so scared that no one dared to go near them. Lin Jin picked up a pair of chopsticks and stabbed them directly into Brother Bao's nostrils, and blood immediately gushed out of the other nostril. Let them move aside, we'll talk slowly.
Okay.
You've got guts, kid. Brother Bao had to bow his head and say to his younger brother, Get out of the way. Da Xiang and Xiaoshuang glanced at each other, stepped aside from the door of the box, and Bai Shanshan led her younger sister and the other colleagues back out. After Lin Jin saw them go out, he let go of his hand, sat back in his chair, poured himself a cup of barley tea, and said, "Okay, let's continue chatting. Which big brother are you with? If you can't, just call him over." Brother Bao looked at Lin Jin with some hesitation, not sure what he meant. He was also a bit ruthless. He gritted his teeth, reached out and pulled the chopsticks out of his hand, grimacing in pain, and then sat on the other side of the table under the protection of his younger brother. Brother Bao was no fool. After just 2 brief encounters, he could see that Lin Jin was indeed not to be trifled with. Instead of foolishly shouting at his younger brother to go to his death, he picked up his phone and started shaking people up. "Kid, don't be cocky, there will be a time for you to cry, this isn't over yet." Brother Bao shouted angrily, "Do you know who my boss is? Do you know which gang is the most powerful in this city? Well, I'll be waiting, today is the day I'll see who dares not pay the 20,000 yuan. Lin Jin said coldly. Ding Shuwei was sitting next to Lin Jin, extremely nervous, but also extremely excited inside. When he was a teenager, he also fantasized about the world of chivalry, but life was just following the rules. Who hasn't had a few fights when they were young? But compared to today's scene, they are nothing. Brother Jin is actually so awesome, which completely refreshes his perception and is beyond his understanding. But it's really cool. This gives Ding Shuwei a sense of gang fighting that follows the big guy's words. The whole person is full of passion. Especially Lin Jin's composed appearance, really like a big boss. Although he was pretending, it was really cool. Before long, there was a sudden sound of many chaotic footsteps outside, shaking the floorboards and making them buzz. It was clear how many people were outside. Ding Shuwei, who had just been so excited, immediately felt his heart rise to his throat again. The people on the other side were really from the underworld, and this one phone call had shaken so many people here. Humph. Kid, you're dead. To tell you the truth, I'm from the Yaoxing gang. Do you know the Yaoxing gang? It's the #1 gang in City W. Today, you can just wait for your family to come collect your body. Brother Bao sneered, his eyes looking at Lin Jin with malice and hatred. He will definitely get back 10 times as much from this turtle today. This arrogant kid in front of him, wait a while and see how he will beg for mercy on his knees. Even if he chops his hands into minced meat, it will be difficult to dispel the hatred in his heart. Ding Shuwei heard the name Yaoxing gang and shuddered. He was a native of W City, born and raised there, and the Yaoxing gang had a fearsome reputation in W City for so many years, so how could he not know about it? Although it has been quiet in recent years, it is a terrifying presence that many mothers in W City often mention to scare disobedient children. If you don't go to sleep, the people of the Yaoxing gang will catch you and things like that. Many people in W City heard adults scaring children like this when they were young. Now, Brother Jin has actually offended such a terrifying existence, which is really going to get him killed. Ding Shuwei's heart was already beating like a drum with the footsteps outside, and it was about to jump out of his chest. He opened his mouth and wanted to whisper to Lin Jin, "Forget it, I don't want the 20,000 yuan." Bang! Before Ding Shuwei could speak, the door to the box was kicked open. Then came a furious roar, "Who is it that doesn't know better and dares to hit my young master?" Chapter 60, You Won't Grow Up Without Experiencing Things. An arrogant young man charged into the box with dozens of thugs, and when the young man saw Lin Jin sitting in a chair leisurely drinking tea, he looked as if he had seen a ghost. "Why are you here?" Xingzi, the eldest son of Brother Huolong, asked Lin Jin. "Oh, Xingzi, so this is your younger brother, no wonder he's so arrogant, he looks just like you," Lin Jin said with a smile. "Brother Shang, this bastard, I want to dismember him into a million pieces." Brother Bao jumped up in excitement when he saw his boss, and without caring about his bleeding hand, he rushed forward and yelled. "Pop!" Xingzi didn't hesitate, and slapped Bao's face hard with his backhand. "Get out of the way!" Xingzi shouted angrily. This slap stunned Bao and his minions, and they were completely unaware of what was going on, dumbfounded. Xingzi put on a smile and said, "Brother, why are you here? What happened?" He definitely wouldn't dare provoke anyone related to Xiao Yao now. He had suffered greatly at Lin Jin's hands before, and he knew that Lin Jin was familiar with Xiao Yao. Although he didn't know that the person wearing the Ultraman mask was Lin Jin, he was implicated in the second incident with Jun Gu. If his father hadn't bailed him out, he would have almost been punished by the family law. Brother Jun also fell at Xiao Yao's hands, so Brother Huolong gave Shang Zai an order to kill. If he ever dared to mess with anyone close to Xiao Yao again, he would personally break Shang Zai's legs and lock him up in the old house until he died. So when he saw Lin Jin, he felt really bad. If he knew that the Ultraman mask who saved Xiaoyao and crippled his idol brother Jun was the one standing in front of him, Lin Jin, he would probably be on his knees right now. Lin Jin pointed at Bao Gu and said, "He cheated my friend out of 20,000 yuan. Brother Shang, my Bao Gu is covering his face with his bloody hands and is about to explain, and Shang Zai rushed over and kicked him hard in the face. The force of the kick was so great that the sole of the shoe occupied the entire face of Bao Gu, and he was kicked so hard that his body leaned back and he slammed into the wall of the box behind him. Damn it, you're the one causing trouble everywhere. Beat him up until he can't speak." Shingzai said angrily, really scared and not wanting to cause trouble. "Oh, you've grown up, now you know how to teach your subordinates a lesson." Lin Jin smiled. "Brother, it's no big deal, please forgive me, I'll make him pay you back right away." Shingzai told his subordinate to stop and picked up Bao, who had already been beaten up like a pig. "Hurry up and pay up," Shingzai said impatiently. Yes. Brother Bao was so disfigured with a big pig's head that it was sad to look at him. His mouth was crooked and he could hardly speak properly. He had just lost a few teeth. Ding Shuwei felt his heart go numb a little today. This is too fantastic, isn't it? I thought life and death were unpredictable, but I didn't expect another shocking reversal. The boss Bao Gu called shouted at Jingu, calling him brother, and even beat up his subordinate and made him pay back the money. Shocked as he was really happy. When Ding Shuwei collected the money, he looked at Bao Ji's pig-headed appearance and couldn't help but reach out and slap his bloody face. "You weren't very arrogant just now? You don't know who you're dealing with." Bao Gu was also very sensible. "And, Bai Weiwei's loan contract with the loan sharks is invalid and the account is settled," Lin Jin said indifferently. "Understood." Brother Bao hurriedly asked his subordinate to bring the bag he was carrying, find Bai Weiwei's loan contract, and respectfully hand it to Lin Jin. "That's it, we're leaving." Lin Jin stood up and said, "Brother, take care." Shang Zai hurriedly said, then yelled at his subordinates who were crowding at the door, "Get the hell out of the way." The subordinates at the door stood in 2 rows, making a passage. Ding Shuwei followed Lin Jin's back, feeling a bit overbearing. In the lobby, the diners had already left in a panic after paying their bills, while colleagues like Bai Shanshan stood nervously in the corner. When she saw so many people rushing in just now, Bai Shanshan felt dizzy and almost fainted. Ling quickly called the police. "It's fine, let's go eat somewhere else, my treat," Lin Jin said to the group with a smile. The group cheered when they saw Lin Jin and Ding Shuwei come out safely, and they all felt relieved. Lin Jin walked up to the sisters Bai Shanshan and Bai Weiwei and handed Bai Weiwei the loan shark contract, saying, "It's okay, this debt is cancelled. Here's your contract." Bai Weiwei looked at Lin Jin in disbelief and took the loan shark contract that had caused her countless nightmares with trembling hands. Thank you. Bai Weiwei looked at the contract she had signed herself, and after rubbing it tightly into her bosom, tears flowed uncontrollably and she let out a cry. "It's okay, everyone makes mistakes when they're young. You won't grow up if you don't experience things," Lin Jin said with a smile. "Thank you, Brother Jin, I really don't know how to thank you," Bai Shanshan said, hugging her sister tightly. "That's enough, everyone's happy, so stop crying. Let's go somewhere else with Brother Jin." "Hey, we haven't even finished the wine yet," Ding Shuwei said. "Let's go, I'll treat you all to seafood," Lin Jin said, waving his hand, and the group cheered. Lin Jin found a nearby seafood restaurant and invited his colleagues to feast. Ding Shuwei began to give a vivid speech about the scene in the private room where Lin Jin was killing it, practically praising Lin Jin as the godfather of a generation. Bai Weiwei used a lighter to burn the contract and joined them for dinner, finally breaking into a smile. The group continued drinking until 1 a.m. Lin Jin had a good tolerance for alcohol, but he couldn't hold his drink against so many people, and by the end he was already feeling unsteady and dizzy. The sisters Bai Shanshan and Bai Weiwei supported Lin Jin, and simply took a taxi to help him back to Bai Shanshan's house. Lin Jin was not too drunk, but when the night wind blew, the alcohol immediately rushed to his head, and his entire consciousness became unclear. He only felt the soft, warm and fragrant jade next to him. He didn't care so much, and with the help of the 2 Bai sisters, he entered Bai Shanshan's room. As soon as he entered the door, Bai Weiwei let go of her hand as she went to change her slippers. Lin Jin lost his balance and stumbled forward, falling over. Bai Shanshan hurriedly reached out to help, but how could her petite body hold up the already drunk Lin Jin? They fell to the ground together, with most of Lin Jin's body weight on her, leaving her unable to move. The strong smell of alcohol came, and Bai Shanshan, feeling a little shy, discovered that Lin Jin's face was less than half a centimeter away from her own. She pushed hard at Lin Jin's body, but she couldn't budge it. Suddenly, she heard Bai Weiwei laughing nearby, and she became enraged, saying, "Damn girl, what are you laughing at? Hurry up and come over here and help, do you want me to be crushed to death?" Hee hee, it seems like my sister is enjoying herself. Bai Weiwei had had a little wine and her long-standing nightmare had been lifted, so she was in a great mood and had returned to her natural state as a young girl who loved to laugh and play around. "You little brat, I'll rip your mouth off if you don't help me get him up," Bai Shanshan said angrily. Bai Weiwei then came forward to help, and the two girls used all their strength to drag Lin Jin onto the sofa.